It's a little blurry. I don't recall all of it. I do remember the route I took, and I remember going up M24, and it was chaos. There were cars, police cars, emergency vehicles, and personal vehicles, all flying to that scene, which was kind of shocking to me. I mean, I typically expect cars with lights on it to do that, but once I realized, or I actually followed a civilian car to the scene, and I realized it was an off-duty officer that came from home.
Was it looking for his child?
Yeah.
Now, as the lieutenant in charge of the Special Investigative Unit, when you arrived on scene, would it be fair to say that you were one of the ranking officers when you arrived?
Yes.
Okay. Is that how you came to be the officer in charge of this investigation?
Yes. It's understood at the sheriff's office that major crime scenes will be handled usually by the Special Investigations Unit, and the fact that I was the lieutenant of it, it was how I became the OIC in that case.
Now, can you tell us, please, what does it mean to be OIC, or officer in charge?
So the officer in charge of the investigation, basically, especially with one this size, hands out assignments, follow-up detective work, be it interviews with witnesses, collection of evidence, or determining what evidence needs to be taken and analyzed forensically or otherwise. We also work with putting together reports, reviewing all the reports, talking with the prosecutor's office, and help assist in determining charges.
So, for lack of a better term, you were running the show as far as the investigation was concerned?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever seen anything like this?
Not even closer.
Now, there was a massive amount of evidence in this case. Now, is it fair to say that you reviewed all of that evidence, at least in a supervisory role?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And as part of your duties as lieutenant in your division, you also supervise the computer crimes unit. Would that be right?
That's correct.
Okay. So what do the computer crimes unit detectives do?
So they handle any electronic evidence that we may take as a course of an investigation, and then they forensically analyze it, meaning to hook it up to their systems, to obtain images, pictures, videos, recordings, texts, a lot of different ways to get into either computers, phones, or tablets.
Okay. And now, you're aware that the defendant's cell phone was seized when he was arrested on November the 30th?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it was the computer crimes unit that conducted that forensic analysis?
Correct.
Okay, so when we received their presentation today, we refer to evidence found in the defendant's phone to be computer crimes unit who actually did the physical extraction?
Yes, sir.
And sir, I want to take you right to the scene, November the 30th. If you could please tell us the names of those who were killed.
Excuse me. Tate Muir, Hannah St. Juliana, Justin Schilling, I'm sorry.
Take a moment, sir.
Tim, we've never done anything like this. It's okay.
Madison Baldwin.
Thank you.
I'm so sorry.
Who was wounded?
Phoebe Arthur, Elijah Mueller, Riley Franz, Kylie Osage, John Asciuto, Molly Darnell, Aiden Watson.
The person who committed these murders and attempted murders in court today?
Yes.
Please tell the court what he's wearing today.
He's sitting next to the counsel. He's wearing orange jail uniform.
Will the record reflect the identification of the defendant for this hearing?
So reflected.
Detective, the Oxford High School is equipped with surveillance cameras, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that covers both interior as well as exterior footage?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, there's over 90 cameras in that school.
Yes, sir.
All right, welcome back to CBS News Detroit as we continue our coverage of the Oxford school shooter Miller hearing.
Yes, this hearing is being held today and tomorrow to help the judge determine whether or not this individual deserves a life sentence without parole.
That's right.
what we're
As we've
watching.
been mentioning, they're going to be looking at different factors like what was going on in his life at the time. We have the first witness called to the stand, Mr. Timothy Willis, who is a lieutenant and detective with Oakland County. Let's listen in now.
Yes, Lieutenant, all of these exhibits have been admitted. I'm going to give you a binder for you to refer to.
Okay.
First, I'll direct you to the screen here. This is the People's Exhibit 1. Can you see that, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this is a map of the layout of the Oxford High School. Would that be right?
That's correct.
And the highlighted portions, what significance is that?
So the highlighted portion is what's referred to as the 200 hallway, and that's where the entire shooting occurred within that highlighted area.
Now, this is a zoomed portion of that, and we have exit doors identified. Is that right?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. So door 7 is on the left next to room 256, 249. Then it moves on to door 6, door 5, and door 4.
Correct.
Okay. So where did the shooting first start?
The shooting began, the defendant exited the bathroom just above room 258 there on your left. He made a left-hand turn out of that bathroom and began shooting.
So your best.
Nobody can see those numbers.
Are you able to see this now?
I
This
can.
is 258 right here.
That's correct.
Okay, and the bathroom is signified here with the laser pointer.
That's correct. He exited that bathroom, turned left, and began shooting.
Now, sir, he was in the handicap stall before he exited the bathroom. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is this photograph from the handicap stall in that bathroom?
Correct.
And these are been identified as the defendant's items.
Correct.
Okay, tell us what was found in that stall.
Miscellaneous homework papers or work papers from school, a hardbound journal, leather journal, some wires from, power cords from computers and things of that nature.
Did you examine those papers found in the backpack?
Yeah, the assignments, yes.
Okay, tell us what of note, if anything, was discovered on those pieces of paper.
I believe there was 93 pieces of paper somewhere in that area, over 90, and on those over 90 pages, there was over 50 images of guns drawn.
Now, there's no evidence that any teacher or administrator saw those particular pieces of paper, is that right?
No evidence, no.
Okay. And you said there was a handwritten journal?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's People's Exhibit 3, that's been admitted. Have you read that entire journal?
I have.
Now, if the journal were to be photocopied, how many pages would it be as far as the actual written portions?
22.
Okay. And out of those 22, the first written page has a drawing of a rocket, am I right? And a quote from a book?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, the remaining 21 pages with actual content, can you tell me how many of those 21 pages refer to the school shooting?
Every single one of them.
Were you able to identify that journal as being written by the defendant?
Yes, sir.
How's that?
Oh, several reasons. It was found amongst his items there. His name was written throughout it. Later we'll see another assignment where we've seen his handwriting on, and that matched the handwriting in the journal. It also references events that occurred at the school with the deer head weeks prior, the bird head prior, the fact that his father purchased a Caltech. So
you're able to tell from the overall context of the passages that it was in fact the defendant's and he did in fact write it.
yes.
I'm going to refer to portions of his journal, and feel free if you have written notes in front of you to refer to it. If
Okay.
it helps.
Yes, sir.
We're going to start with page 22 of Exhibit 3. Looking at the screen, sir, can you tell us please what the defendant wrote?
Yes, he wrote, excuse me, I want to shoot up the fucking school so badly. Soon I'm going to buy a 9mm pistol.
Now, further down on page 22, can you please tell us what the defendant wrote?
Yes. Ready and the 9mm ready. Then I will walk behind any girl, pretty in parentheses, and shoot them in the back of the head. I will then shoot anyone I see, aiming for the head, until I have to reload. I will then find a full class.
Lieutenant, the defendant indicated he wanted to aim for the head and then turn the firearm onto classrooms.
Yes, sir.
First, I'm going to refer you to exhibits 4, 5, and 6. Those are the autopsy protocols of the murdered children. Sir, you reviewed these?
I have.
Okay. Now, out of the 4 murdered children, how many were shot in the head?
Of the,
3 of those individuals were shot in the head, is that right?
that's right, yes.
And then out of the 7 wounded, an additional 3 were shot in the upper extremities, neck, face, or head area, is that right?
Correct.
Now, he also wrote in the passage about wanting to turn the firearm into the classroom. Did you find evidence in the school that the defendant actually did that?
Yes, sir, we did.
I'm going to refer you to Exhibit 8 on the screen. What is this photograph of?
So our forensic lab who processed the scene, that is a rod that indicates the direction of travel from a fired round. So as you can see, that fired round went through that the little steel barrier outside the door, 247.
And this is classroom 244. What are we looking at here?
A similar thing, but this time it went through the glass.
And this is classroom, or this is office 224, and this is Miss Molly Darnell's. Is that right?
That's correct, sir. And there's 3 rods through that door, indicating 3 rounds penetrated that door.
And this is classroom 223. What are we looking at here?
Yeah, that appears to be a round that didn't penetrate all the way through the door, but was obviously shot at.
And then 220, what do we have down here?
Again, we have an additional round that was fired through a door.
And finally, classroom 215.
Yeah, we have 3 more rounds fired into the glass partition outside of in the classroom, I should say.
Now, Lieutenant, it's true that each of these 6 classrooms were occupied by children hiding at that point in time. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to refer back to page 22 of the defendant's journal. Can you please tell the court what the defendant wrote?
I will continue shooting people until police breach the building. I will then surrender to them and plead guilty to life in prison.
In fact, sir, how was the defendant apprehended?
He, deputy's arrivals, he placed the gun on a garbage can behind him, got on his knees and put his hands straight up in the air.
So that was directly after he executed Justin Schilling and Keegan Gregory ran for his life. Would that be right?
That is correct.
Is there any evidence that the defendant tried to run?
Not at all.
Did he try to fight?
None.
So, in fact, he did a complete surrender, like you wrote.
Absolutely.
Now, at that point, the point he surrendered, was there anybody else left to shoot?
No, I mean, at that point he had, after Keegan Gregory ran out of the bathroom, there was no one left in the bathroom. He came out. The hallways were obviously clear except for law enforcement coming down the hallway, and so there's no more victims for him to.
So at the time the defendant opened the bathroom door and placed his gun on top of the trash can, the police were not next to him. In fact, you couldn't see them at that point.
That's correct.
I'll refer you to page 21 of the defendant's journal. Can you please tell us what the defendant wrote here?
So in the margin there, it says, I wonder what life in prison will be like.
Okay. And then throughout this page, does the defendant write a list of items it appears that he plans to take on November the 30th?
Yes.
Tell us about that, please.
It says 1 9mm pistol, extra mags. And then to the right it says half blood, and the word underneath that it says fuck. And then 2 to 5 Molotov cocktails, 1 to 3 powdered, I believe it's NOS flares, pair of gloves, a hat, jacket, mask, knife.
Now, Lieutenant, I want to take you back to the photograph of the defendant's backpack in the bathroom.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned these cords, these wires. Did that cause the investigators concern when they initially appeared on it?
Yes. So, to explain, our first step is to identify, locate the shooter. That was done. Once he was in custody, we also looked for secondary shooters and any additional type devices. But we also try to identify victims and sweep the rest of the building. During that sweep, that's when this was discovered. On or around that time, we also became aware of a YouTube video that the defendant made throwing Molotov cocktails. There was some concern by the officers who approached that there may be some secondary device in that bag.
Second device meaning what?
An explosive device.
Okay.
So we notified the Michigan State Police Bomb Squad. They came in to x-ray it.
And of course, this all occurred before anyone ever examined the journal, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, he also wrote about a hat, a jacket, is that right?
Yes, sir.
In reviewing the video, did you discover the defendant changed his appearance before the shooting?
Yes, prior to going in, he has a gray hoodie on, his backpack, no hat. He comes out. It appears that hoodie was just flipped inside out. He dropped his backpack and he's wearing a black knit cap.
Now, page 21, the defendant indicated a date and a time, and then read the passage right underneath that.
The date is 11/9/2021 as of 2:13 p.m. I want the world to remember me.
Now, we talked a little bit about how computer crimes is the division of the Oakland County Sheriff's Office responsible for a forensic examination of digital evidence such as a cell phone. And the defendant's cell phone was seized in search, pursuant to a search warrant. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, understanding that you're not personally a computer or cell phone forensic examiner, you did review the entire extracted download. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, did you uncover, and your detectives uncovered, in the course of reviewing that cell phone extraction, a text message thread between the defendant and another juvenile, who we will not name, and that text message thread in particular was over 20,000 texts in total, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and if it were to be printed out, it would be over 5,000 pages.
Correct.
Okay. Now, first, for the record, Judge, and for counsel, we have Exhibit 15, is the copy of the full file extraction. That's on a portable hard drive. Should either party want to refer to it, or the court review it.
Thank you, so noted.
Thank you, Judge. Now, in the course of this investigation, Lieutenant, were the defendant's parents' phones seized in search as well?
Yes.
Okay. So we also have Exhibits 16 and 17 for their cell phone extraction should either party or the court need to review that, Judge.
Thank you, so noted.
Lieutenant, for the record, Exhibit 18 is an isolated portable hard drive of that text message thread that we recovered. It's between the defendant and the other juvenile. Is that correct?
Right, if you are just joining us, we are bringing you that continuous coverage of the
Yes.
Miller hearing happening for the Oxford
Again,
school
you've had the
shooter
opportunity
happening
to
now.
review
The
those
first
text
witness
messages?
Yes.
already called to the stand.
Yes, Lieutenant with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office
referring
there,
to
giving very chilling
the
details and
slide.
showing pictures of this
is a
handwritten
text message
journal
from
by the
March
shooter.
17th,
We're going to go back
2021,
into that stream.
Sent at 12:41 a.m. to 12:46 a.m. UTC -4. And for the record, every text message has a date and a corresponding page number to Exhibit 18. and this time has been converted from UTC to Eastern Standard Time. Is that right, Lieutenant?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Please tell us what the defendant wrote here.
This is why when you die, you need to be remembered for a long time. Doing something that will make people think about you until time ends. Unless you do something that will make people remember you, like people remember King Henry, or Cleopatra, or even Hitler. If you want to be remembered forever, how would you want to be remembered? As a smart and heroic person, or someone who massacred people and scars other people's brain of your life?
At that point, the other juvenile replied, smart and heroic, probably, and then how about you?
Then the defendant replied back, not for me to say.
Okay, so this was in March 17, 2021. And this theme of wanting to be remembered, is that repeated throughout the defendant's journal?
Yes, sir.
Moving now to page 19, can you please tell us what the defendant wrote?
Killing myself is too much of a pussy move. People will just forget about me, and I will have never making an impact in this world. The only way is to shoot up the school.
Further on down page 19, can you please read what the defendant wrote? Start with I'm going.
I'm going to rain fucking fire down on this school. I will cause the biggest school shooting in Michigan's history. I will kill everyone I fucking see.
And finally, page 19, the bottom.
I want to be remembered through all of history.
Flip please to page 18 of the defendant's journal. This is the top portion of page 18 of the defendant right. Could you please read that passage?
I just saw a group of girls sitting down in the hallway. If I had my pistol on me, then I would have not hesitated to blow both of their brains out. I would just hope their parents will feel the sadness and distraught. When I shoot up the school, I hope that every parent of kids I gratefully murder will be so sad that they kill themselves. I want all of America to see the darkness in me. I want to impact the world with this. I'm going to record the shooting so when they show the video in court, everyone can see their children and friends dying. I want for the parents to see their kids burn to ash and bawl their eyes out. I'm going to spend the rest of my life in prison, rotting like a tomato.
Oh, sir, that page doesn't end there, is that right?
That's correct.
And in fact, there's a drawing right underneath that.
Yes, sir.
Tell us, please, what we're looking at.
It's a drawing of a hand extended, firing a round into the back of presumably a young female.
And what did the defendant write about that?
The first victim has to be a pretty girl with a future so she can suffer just like me.
Lieutenant, who was the first person shot?
Phoebe Arthur. Excuse me. Phoebe Arthur.
And do you know where she was shot?
In the face.
I want to move now to page 17. There's a part here that's redacted, and we redacted the name of a different school shooter. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you please read the remainder of that passage?
He is my idol. I want to do what he did. I want America to hear what I did. I know that rarely only shootings have happened in Michigan, so that means I will cause the largest school shooting ever in the state. I'm not going to kill myself. I will surrender to the police. I wish to hear the screams of the children as I shoot them. All I need is my 9mm pistol, which I am currently begging my dad for.
Now, Lieutenant, the defendant actually eventually obtained a 9mm pistol.
Yes, sir.
May I approach the witness, Judge?
Yes.
Sir, I'm going to hand you, it's already been admitted, as well as evidence book.
For the record, is that People's 19?
That is, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir, what is Exhibit 19?
It's a 9mm semi-automatic pistol.
Now, is that actually the murder weapon from November the 30th, 2021?
It is. It was the weapon used and the weapon recovered that day.
When was that gun purchased?
The Friday just prior to the shooting.
So that would have been November the 26th, 2021?
Yes, sir.
And that was purchased from a firearms store in Oxford?
Correct.
Who was the registered purchaser of that firearm?
James Crumbley.
And that's the defendant's father?
It is.
Were you aware that the defendant was with James Crumbley when that gun was purchased?
We came to know that, yes.
Now, sir, you were here when the defendant pled guilty on October the 24th of 2022, is that right?
Yes.
And so you've heard his statements in court?
Yes.
And is it true that the defendant stated that he actually gave his father money for that gun?
Correct.
And he actually picked out that gun?
Yes.
Did you uncover evidence that this defendant posted pictures about that firearm on social media after it was obtained for him?
Yes, those were recovered off his phone.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as 20. This is a post from the defendant's Instagram account. Can you please tell us what the caption is on the photograph the defendant posted?
Just got my new beauty today. Heart eye emoji. Sig Sauer 9mm. Ask any questions, I will answer.
And that was taken November the 26th, 2021. Is that correct?
Yes.
And this is another post that the defendant posted to his Instagram account on November the 26th, 2021. Is it the same caption?
It is.
Again, is this the same weapon that we've identified as the murder weapon, Exhibit 20?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, this is another Instagram post. The defendant posted that picture November 26, 2021, and same caption on this photograph.
Yes.
What do you note about this particular picture?
He has some, it appears to be some knowledge of how to handle firearms. His finger, which is very important when handling firearms, is outside the trigger guard. He's lining up the sights. You're trained with those kind of sights specifically to line them up 3 in a row. If you think of them like 3, equal light on equal sides, equal amount of lights on equal sides.
Okay. So that's the correct way to aim that firearm, am I right?
Yes.
All right. And finally, Instagram post that the defendant posted on November, this is November the 27th, the next day, 2021. What was the caption on this picture?
Took my new SIG out to the range today. Definitely need to get used to the new sights, LOL.
Okay. Now, in the extraction, this forensic extraction of the defendant's parents' cell phones, did we find evidence that the defendant's mother posted about going to the shooting range with the defendant as well?
Yes, we did.
All right. Now, this is from Jennifer Crumbley's Instagram, and this was posted November the 27th, 2021. What did the defendant's mother post?
Mom and Sunday testing out his new Xmas present. My first time shooting a 9mm. I hit the bullseye.
And this is another picture of a target.
Yes, sir.
Same caption referencing his new Xmas present.
Correct.
Again, November 27th, 2021.
Yes, sir.
And finally, on her Instagram, what is this?
That is the this pistol along with those magazines. A picture of him.
And what's the caption here?
Mom and Sunday testing out his new Xmas present. My first time shooting a 9mm. I hit the bullseye.
Now, in a review of Jennifer Crumbley's Instagram stories, was there a short clip of the defendant training with a firearm.
Yes, sir, there was.
And in fact, throughout this investigation, there's evidence uncovered of the defendant training with different firearms.
Yes, there was.
Okay. Now, this picture right here that Jennifer Crumbley posted, this was just 3 days before the shooting. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
First, I'm going to show you a clip from Jennifer Crumbley's Instagram story. This is from June the 22nd, 2021. What's the post that Jennifer Crumbley wrote?
Ethan and James R. Crumbley both got handguns this week, testing them out at the range.
Now, you mentioned that evidence was uncovered that they were both training with firearms.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as exhibits. As soon as this unfreezes, Lieutenant. I'm going to show you a video from November the 26th, 2021. This is what the defendant posted. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Go on. Judge, I believe we have the television, the court's television is frozen. Just give me one moment, please. Play this again. Now, this was posted November the 26th, 2021, and the defendant actually posted this clip. Now, before I play the clip, what are we looking at here?
I can't make that out.
Okay. Well, I'll let it play, then you can tell us.
All right. We're looking down the barrel of the gun, the weapon used in
In the shooting?
the murders. Yes.
Now, I'm going to show you a video from November 27, 2021 of the defendant and his mother, Jennifer Crumbley, at a shooting range.
And for the record, which exhibit number is this?
That is Exhibit 24. What we just saw was Exhibit 23.
Thank you.
So we see the defendant with a gray sweatshirt,
Yes.
and that's his mother walking next to him.
Yes, sir.
And the defendant has a target, paper target in his hand. Is that right?
Yes, sir, he does.
Okay. And next to him, has that been identified as the murder weapon that was bought the day prior?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Tell us what he's doing, please.
He's inserting the magazine into the, which is also known as the clip, into the pistol and chambering around, basically loading the gun.
He doesn't have any help with him there, is that right?
That's correct.
As you watch the defendant shoot this firearm on November the 27th, 2021, tell me what comes to mind.
the most interesting thing to me is that obviously this is the first time he just bought this gun, so presumably this is either one of the first times, if not the first time, that he shoots his gun. He understands the basic concepts of shooting: two-hand grip, arms extended, bringing the sights up to your line of sight.
And you already mentioned the photograph of him lining up those 3 sights.
Yes, sir.
The defendant retracts his target.
Yeah, so the last round, obviously, after it's empty, the slide locks to the rear. He removed the magazine and retracted the target.
So what are we seeing right now?
Now he is assisting his mother with her turn at shooting the weapon.
Now, when you say assisting, is Jennifer Crumbley showing him how to use it, or is the defendant showing Jennifer Crumbley how to use it?
Yeah, it's clear. I mean, it's evident by the video that he is teaching her what to do.
This video depicts the defendant actually pointing out different aspects of the gun, where to
Yeah,
hold it.
if you remember, he loaded the gun, racked the slide, did everything, and he's kind of walking her through the steps now. That's called a slide release, what she just hit that moves the gun forward. And now it appears she doesn't know how to properly grip the pistol.
Now, comparing shooting stances, who is the more experienced looking shooting stance?
Yeah, experience and more confident looking shooting stance is Ethan, for sure. Pardon me, the defendant.
At this point in the video, the defendant's mother actually calls the defendant over to retrieve the magazine.
Yes. So she sets the gun down when she's done, whereas the defendant, properly unloaded it, left it down.
There's multiple times throughout the surveillance video that shows the defendant's mother asking the defendant for help.
Yeah. See, here's she's still unsure about how to grip the firearm. She's putting her thumb around her wrist, and he's showing her, no, your thumbs forward. 2 hands on the gun, thumbs forward.
Then I'm going to move on now to what's been admitted as Exhibit 25. Now, speaking of videos that depict the defendant training with firearms, in the investigation, a video was uncovered from a different shooting range in September of 2021 when he was at the range with his father. Is that correct?
Yes.
This is September the 25th, 2021.
Yes.
Okay, so who are we looking at on the video right now as I turn it on?
That is the defendant in the black hat, gray sweatshirt, and his father, James Crumbley, in the white sweatshirt.
So it appears they're moving from different counters, looking at the items.
Yes.
Now, shooting range, are you able to rent firearms to shoot, as well as occasionally purchase firearms?
Yes, you can.
So at this point, they have a basket and they're moving into the range. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, earlier you mentioned the Kel-Tec pistol.
Yes, sir.
Is it true that James Crumbley purchased that Kel-Tec pistol in June of 2021?
June, yes, sir.
Okay. So there's appears to be a pistol in James Crumbley's hip. So this is before the 9mm used in the murder was purchased, right?
Correct.
Okay, so we presume that James Crumbley brought his .22 caliber Kel-Tec semi-automatic pistol to shoot.
Yes.
And it appears there's a second firearm on the table of the shooting lane. Would that be a firearm that they rented?
I believe, yes.
Okay. And again, who's stepping up first, the shooting lane?
The defendant.
There's nobody showing him how to use that firearm, is that right?
Correct.
All right, this is admitted as an exhibit, so in the interest of time, I will pause it right here. But again, when reviewing the defendant's shooting stance, does he appear to be confident and experienced?
Yes, he does.
Okay, I'd like to direct you back to the journal, page 16 of the defendant's journal. Please tell us what the defendant wrote.
I plan on dumping Jeffrey's head in a bathroom to hope the stench will reek. I hope that people will talk about it for the rest of the day because I want the attention. However, I do not want to be caught, as that will make me getting the 9mm impossible.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you the next few questions as you're thinking about the entire context of the journal, the text messages, and the entire investigation. So, the defendant wrote, I plan on dumping Jeffrey's head in a bathroom. Did you uncover, and the investigators uncover, what he was talking about?
Yes, there was an incident where a bird head in a jar of fluid was left by the defendant in the same bathroom that he exited the day of the shooting. But it was prior to the shooting.
Okay, so if I'm correct in understanding, and this was November the 11th, 2021?
Yes, November 11th. Correct, sir.
From the context of this passage where he says it would make me getting the 9mm impossible, obviously this is before November the 26th.
Yes.
Okay. And then you did come to learn that someone in Oxford High School did uncover a decapitated bird head contained in a jar of fluid from the men's bathroom.
Yes.
The defendant is writing about how he actually did that and what he's talking about.
Yes.
And this theme is continued on throughout the journal and the text message, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll get into more detail in a little bit. So later on, when we get into May of 2021, we'll be discussing the torture, mutilation, and killing of baby birds. But this is a different bird, am I correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I understand he named the bird's head Jeffrey.
Correct.
Okay.
That bird head looked. I don't know birds all that well, but it looked more advanced in age. It looked more like an adult bird than a.
Certainly different than the picture of the bird he subsequently tortured.
Yeah, the hatchling. Yeah.
Page 15 of the defendant's journal. Please tell the court what the defendant wrote.
So during the passing time of 3rd to 4th hour, I went into the bathroom and I wanted to dump the bird head on the ground and keep the jar. But there were people waiting, so I put the whole jar on top of the toilet paper dispenser.
And in fact, that's where that jar was found.
Yes.
Further on down, page 15.
So now I'm pissed because I want to do the shooting with a 9mm pistol, as they are effective for killing. But right now, all I got is a puny .22 LR Kel-Tec that I don't know where my dad hid it.
And underneath that passage, what do we see?
The defendant draws 2 separate rounds or bullets. On the left, a .22 LR long rifle, It says kill range 25 meters max, and then a 9mm Parabellum kill range 100 meters.
Now, Lieutenant, a police officer for 27 years, you're obviously familiar with firearms and ammunition.
Yes, sir.
If you could please tell the court what's the difference between 22 millimeter, or 22 caliber, and a 9mm?
Well, the most glaring difference is the size. The 9mm caliber is a much larger round. It has more, not to be it has more impact. It does more damage.
Which round, comparatively speaking, the 22, the 9mm, would be more likely to penetrate a classroom door?
The 9mm. The 22. I'm not a gun expert, but 22s are designed for target practice with paper and/or very small game hunting, where the 9mm is essentially a combat round.
So, police officers, soldiers with their sidearm, they commonly carry a 9mm handgun?
Correct.
Okay, they wouldn't carry a 22 into combat.
Absolutely not.
Now, in the course of this investigation, you and the detectives uncovered internet search history of the defendant on his phone. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you find evidence of the defendant researching different weapons and ammunition on his phone?
We did.
We'll start with November the 29th, 2021, 2:07 p.m. What was the defendant's Google search?
His Google search was type of 22 bullets.
And, Your Honor, for the record, when we have item 1, item 12, that signifies the search, particular search in the exhibit for the court.
Thank you. So noted.
Thank you. Now, item 12, on November the 26th, what did the defendant search?
Sig Sauer P365.
Okay, and that's 4 days before the shooting?
Yep. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, item 23, on November the 24th, what did the defendant write?
The 24th, he wrote 9mm types comparison. He searched that in Google.
Now, everything that we have here in quotes, that's bolded on the side, those are the defendant's actual words that he typed into Google on his phone.
Yes.
Now, we have a few different items redacted for privacy purposes. Can you tell us what the defendant searched on November 23rd, 2021, which is 1 week before the shooting?
Used firearms, redacted firearms and range.
Now, what about the next search, item 34?
He typed in used guns, redacted shooting goods.
Now, November the 10th, 2021, 20 days before the shooting, what did the defendant search?
What is a Molotov cocktail?
Now, moving on to item 62, November the 9th, 2021, which is 21 days before the shooting, what did the defendant write?
How deadly is a 9mm pistol?
Okay. And October the 4th, 2021, item 99, what did the defendant write?
How many yards away is a 22 effective?
Okay. And when you see in type or text the decimal point and the numbers 22, that signifies a 22 caliber?
Yes, sir.
Now, in the text message thread, did you find evidence of the defendant's desire to own, possess, and use firearms?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to direct you to June the 14th, 2021, 5:34 p.m. to 5:47 p.m. Can you please read to us what the defendant wrote?
Yes. We went to the store. That place is fucking cool. They close soon, so my dad will go up there and do it tomorrow. My dad even said I could get a revolver if I wanted to, like a snub-nosed one. Yeah, it's just more money. No, I'm not getting both.
And that's in reference to a Derringer and a revolver?
Yes. Also, for 100 rounds of 22 LR, it's only $15.
Sure, what's LR signify?
Long rifle.
Okay.
And it's only $40 for 50 rounds of 9mm. Every type of ammo there is stupid expensive, expect for the 22. My dad said I can get a gun like this if I want to.
And then he sent a YouTube link?
Yes.
Okay.
The only thing, though, is that I don't really want to spend $300, but it's worth it, I think.
Okay, Lieutenant, I think it's worth noting that we have quotations, and those are the actual words the defendant texted. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, June the 15th, 2021, 9:58 p.m. to 10 p.m., what did the defendant text?
Also, I went to the gun store today and got the Derringer, but it was on a delay, so I won't be able to actually have it until a couple more days. I paid for it, just don't have it yet. I'm so hyped. My dad is also most likely going to get a gun. It's a handgun, 15 rounds, so I will have 2 guns to shoot. I don't know the type, but it's cool looking handgun. It's a magazine.
Okay. May I approach the witness, Judge?
Yes.
This is Exhibit 27. I'll hand you this first.
Can I have gloves?
Give me a pair of gloves.
Sorry.
Exhibit 27. Right here. Can you please tell me what I've handed you?
It is the Derringer pistol reference in the messages.
Tell us, please, what is that?
So a Derringer is a small firearm, a 22 caliber weapon. This actually has is 2 shots. So after 2 shots, you have to eject the cartridges and reload.
Okay, so the capacity of that is only 2 rounds at a time, and then he would have to reload,
Yes,
and the bullet themselves would be very small.
correct.
Okay. And that was purchased in June of 2021, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay, and is that what the defendant's referring to in this text message that we identified as Exhibit 18?
yes, it is.
Okay. Now, looking at 28 here. Tell us, please, what is Exhibit 28?
This is the Kel-Tec 22 automatic.
Okay, and that was purchased by James Crumbley in June of 2021?
Yes,
Okay, now that's a semi-automatic handgun,
it is.
but it doesn't have the same sort of power as a 9mm, would that be right?
That's correct.
And that's because of the type of caliber bullet.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Now, I'm going to show you 2 more text messages and then 2 videos.
Okay.
So moving on to June the 29th of 2021 at 2:42 a.m. What did the defendant text?
Thing is, I had like over $1,000 before the Derringer, but now I only have like $800.
What about July the 29th, 2029?
He says, I want to get the Glock now. The only thing is they're like $500, and 9mm is expensive AF as fuck. Shotguns are cool. Yeah, but
Referring to Glocks?
Yeah, but Glocks are lightweight and shoot fast. It's like my type of gun for safety and not to shoot at the range. Kel-Tecs are really fun to shoot. When I shoot my dad's last time, I barely got any kickback.
From the context of these text messages, it's apparent that the defendant is actually paying for those firearms.
Yes.
Now, moving to August the 10th, 2021, can you please read what the defendant wrote?
I got my Derringer back and some more ammo.
All right, what about August the 19th, 2021?
He
So the
posted.
defendant sent a video to
Yes.
his friend? Okay.
Yes, he did.
And then what did the defendant write?
Shoot that Sunday.
Okay. And then August the 20th, this is just after midnight, another video was sent?
Correct.
And what did the defendant write?
My dad left it out, so I thought, why not? LOL. Just kidding. Not just kidding. I know gun safety, so it's no problem. Now it's time to shoot up the school. Devil emoji, and then a series of JKs, which reference just kidding.
I'm going to show you those videos I referenced. Judge, if you bear with me, I believe I have to unplug this and plug it back in here.
Sure.
This is June. This is Exhibit 29. This was sent in that text in June the 16th, 2021.
Yes, sir.
This appears to be the defendant's hand with the Derringer in his hand.
Yes.
What's he doing with it?
He's dry firing,
that
meaning
mean?
there's no rounds in it. He's just cocking the weapon and pulling the trigger.
I'm going to show you now Exhibit 30. This is from August the 20th, 2021.
That was a video of the Kel-Tec. He slammed it down to insert the magazine, and then hit the slide release to move the round forward, or to move the slide forward.
Okay. When we say the Kel-Tec, we're talking about what's been admitted here?
Yes.
Exhibit 28?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Lieutenant, now I want to direct your attention to page 14 of the defendant's journal.
Okay.
Are you able to read the passage?
So I am very optimistic. Every night, I'm not sure, awake. Every passing minute, I think about how many potential people will die.
I think about how I'm getting closer to prison and how many potential people will die. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, I got to. So I'm very optimistic. Every night, I'm not sure, awake. Every passing minute, I think about how I'm getting closer to prison and how many potential people will die.
Okay. Now, further down the page, what did the defendant write?
The security guard, so no one knows that, put the bird head in the bathroom. It just amuses me how I can cause people to talk about what I did, and it makes me happy. Once I do the shooting, it will go down as one of the biggest school shooting in America and Michigan.
Now, the defendant writing about spending his life in prison, going to prison, is this a theme that you found throughout the journal?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you also uncover, when reviewing the defendant's internet search history, was that theme prevalent there as well?
Yes, it was, sir.
I'm going to direct you to a few different internet searches found in the defendant's browser history. November 29, 2021. This is 8:45 p.m., which is the night before the shooting. And it's item 5. Can you please read what the defendant wrote?
He Google searched, what is the worst prison sentence you can get in Michigan?
And what about item 9?
He wrote, what is a life sentence for a 15-year-old?
And that's what he actually searched on his phone in Google.
Yes, that's what he entered, correct.
And this was 1 week before the shooting.
Yes.
What about item 11?
What is the sentence for for a 15 to life?
Again, that's 1 week before the shooting.
Yes.
And moving on to item 12, again 1 week before the shooting. What did the defendant search?
He searched, what is the legal age to be sent to prison?
And what about item 13, also 1 week before the shooting?
Michigan Youth Correctional Facility.
Okay, and there actually is, in the state of Michigan Department of Corrections, there's one facility that houses youthful offenders. Is that correct?
Yes.
Item 15, again 1 week before the shooting. What did the defendant search?
What prisons are there in Michigan?
Moving on to item 16.
Has anyone ever been executed in Michigan?
He searched that 1 week before the shooting.
Yes, he did.
Item 17.
What states have the death penalty?
Again, a week before the shooting. And
Yep.
what about
Yes,
item
sir.
19? It's redacted, and what part is redacted here?
The name of another school shooter.
A different convicted school shooter from another state?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What did he search regarding that individual?
Is redacted, sentenced to death.
Now, what about item 22 that he searched 1 week before the shooting?
He searched, what is the maximum death penalty?
Okay. And November the 6th, 2021, this is 24 days before the shooting. What did the defendant search?
Is Michigan a death penalty state?
Now I'm going to refer you back to the journal on page 11. Tell me when you're ready to read that passage.
I started making a plan. It was a plan to kidnap, rape, and kill her. I talked to
Redacted name.
to find out where she lives and found out she lives a 5-minute walk away from me. I made this plan to break in the BR bedroom at night and kidnap her with an industrial-sized garbage bag. I would then take her to my basement where I would torture and rape until I slit her throat alive. I was so close to executing the plan, but fortunately, my friend, Redacted, stopped me very calmly.
Okay. Now this plan that he referenced, that was regarding another student, Oxford High School.
Yes, it was.
And did this come through in his text messages to that other juvenile as well? Okay, I'm going to show you
Yes.
some of those text messages. This is May the 12th, 2021, 11:23 p.m. And this is in reference to that same individual that you wrote about in the journal.
Yes, sir.
Tell us, please, what the defendant wrote.
Kidnap her, then tie her up, then rape her, then torture her, then kill her, then dissect her, then take her eyeballs, then bury the body.
Okay. On May the 20th, 2021, he was still writing about this.
Yeah, he quotes, "I'm not going to get caught, man. I'm going to bring my gun just in case. Full air and pellets. Basically deadly. But I have full plan on how to kidnap her. It's just super risky."
Now, you uncovered evidence in this text message thread of the defendant's desire and discussion of committing violent acts towards other individuals as well.
Yes.
Okay. And specifically towards children in this portion of the text conversation. This is March the 16th, 2021. Please tell us what the defendant wrote regarding drowning children.
Just looking them in their eyes as they look back at you while they know that their entire life is about to end so young. The best feeling. But stick your fingers into their eye sockets and push down so they scream in pain and drown their lungs with water. Just thinking about the torturing and the screaming and the way their and the way their legs flail in the air as they cry, it fills the void.
And this theme about violence towards children, this continues, is that right?
Yes.
Right. This is again March the 16th, 2021. Can you please start with the first text message that he wrote?
Whenever I see a little kid about a year old or a little more, I want to pick them up and run off with them and then torture them before throwing them off a cliff.
What about April the 25th, 2021?
I will kill any innocent. I don't care who I kill. I will kill who I feel like killing. Age, gender, I don't care.
May 13th, 2021?
I don't care about innocent. Killing the innocent is the same as killing the bad. It's both satisfies.
I'm going to direct you now to a text from February 21st, 2021.
All right, thanks for sticking with
This
us
was
on CBS News Detroit. I'm
a
Terrence
month
Friday.
before the shooting.
And I'm Meredith Bruckner. Our gavel-to-gavel coverage for the fate of the Oxford shooter continues. That's what we're tuning into now that you've been watching.
Scary thing
And today
is,
marks
I
the
like
start
being this
of
fun.
that shooter's Miller hearing. It is expected to last 2 full days and could actually carry on into next week. That's all depending, though, on what is presented in court today and tomorrow. We do want to remind everyone that this is very, very, very graphic information. And if you are someone who has a hard time digesting that kind of information, you may want to just join us for the recap later when we're over the air. But while we are streaming, we're going to be bringing you everything that's happening inside of that courtroom in real time.
The Judge Kwame Rowe is not filtering anything. He's not censoring anything. So what he shows, we see. And that's important for us to let you know that. And we're joined by 2 defense attorneys in studio now, Lillian Diallo and Terry Johnson, for more insight throughout the day. Thank you both for being here. Just initial thoughts as we're watching.
You can't sanitize this, right? And it's going to get worse. This was a planned execution, and there were so many different signs, so many different stops. Parents have a responsibility. You don't arm someone like that and not expect something absolutely god-awful to happen. If I'm not my brother's keeper, who is? If I'm not going to be the parent, who will be? You killed innocents, and that was your plan. I'm pretty, I'm this, I'm that. I'm going to kill the pretty. How dare you?
It's very, very bone-chilling.
Yeah,
you
it
know.
is just so hard to hear, and we can clearly see that there was a lot of thought and planning that went into this. This was methodical evil that carried out. I know that there are people who argue too that, you know, he shouldn't have been able to even get his hands on a gun at that age. But Terry, you say that it just depends on those parents being responsible and watching. And in this case, we see that those parents were not.
Right.
Yeah, you know, again, I'm not defending the parents or any of their actions, but I will say the following, you know, if you see signs, you know, if your kids are not mature, you should not engage them with a firearm, a knife, chemicals, or anything that could hurt anyone. This person, this defendant, is very sick. What we're seeing, what we've heard, this is not the sign. Even though he's very systematic, very organized in his planning, he apparently has some mental issues. And that's a bigger issue that I think really needs to be addressed. And I think that will be addressed as we move forward in the trial.
Absolutely.
Or in the sentencing, I'm sorry.
Absolutely. And we are learning more. Like we said, we are bringing you that coverage throughout the day. We're going to go back to the
Before
courtroom
you began
now.
shooting?
Again, this
Yes,
is
sir.
graphic
And that's-
information, so keep that in mind. We'll check back in just a bit.
Now, sir, the evidence showed that this occurred, this download and this modification occurred November the 10th, 2021. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, I want to direct you to the defendant's internet search history at that time. So specifically, the first text here, November 10th, 2021, he entered into Google Oxford High School layout. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and that's November 10th at 11:10 p.m.
Yes.
Okay. And then based upon the cell phone forensic data, we know that he uncovered a clean copy of this map, but then modified that some minutes later?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to talk about the searches he conducted directly preceding that. So, when he downloaded the Oxford High School map, that was item 19. The search directly before that was item 20 on November the 10th, 2021. And what did he search there?
What is the average response time for a shooting?
Okay. And directly before that, what did he search?
How many police do schools have in Michigan?
And directly before that, what did he search?
Do school resource officers carry guns?
And then finally, right before that, what did he search?
What is a school resource officer?
Okay. So the order of events is that he started with what is a school resource officer, and then he continued until he obtained and modified this map. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And that was a full 20 days before the shooting.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to move to page 11 of the journal now. Okay, if you could read that passage, please.
I killed 8 infant baby birds by slowly torturing them until death. If I would have never thought of the brilliant idea of shooting up the school, then I probably would have become a serial killer. And I don't know which one's worse, LOL.
That's page 11. I want to direct you now to page 6. And this theme of the birds continues. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Last time I had my mental breakdown, my parents were out of town. I murdered an entire family of 5 newborn baby birds. I drowned them and burned them alive while we all screamed. I cut one in half and stuck the head of its brother in its stomach. I have completely lost my shit. My grades are falling. My parents hate each other. We have no money. I have 0 help for my mental problems, and it's causing me to shoot up the fucking school.
He talks about, in that journal, torturing and killing baby birds. was evidence uncovered that he actually did that?
Yes, there was 2 videos found on his phone of where he was torturing baby birds.
And then was there also a discussion in that same text message conversation about that?
Yes.
I'm going to direct you to a text message from April the 17th, 2021. Can you please tell us what the defendant wrote?
I want to take the axe and chip a baby bird, chip a bird in half.
Okay, April the 25th, 2021. What did you write?
Shoot it, torture it, dissect it. I want to chop it in half with an axe.
And that leads to a discussion with that other individual about catching and killing a fish?
Yes.
What did the defendant write then?
I want to kill it while it's alive so it can feel the pain.
Okay. Now, May the 1st, 2021, what did the defendant write?
Also, there is a baby bird's nest right next to my house with 5 baby birds in it. I can also reach them. 3 double emojis. Tomorrow I'm making my move. I will get video and pics. I can't wait till tomorrow. There is 5 and they are going to die anyways. I want to take something heavy and break its beak. I can't wait, dude. I'm so fucked up. I'm going to break its beak, then chop its head off. I'm going to take so many vids and pics.
The next day, May the 2nd, 2021, this conversation continued.
Yes.
Go ahead.
I want to hear it scream. The first vid, though, I want to torture it. And it's so young, too. Like it's just born and already going to be killed. It's like 2 days old. I'm going to snap the beak off and then chop its head off. Then take out its heart. Then chop it into pieces. And also take out the brain. Then smash it into little bits. I'm so fucked up I like it. Jeffrey Dahmer got the good idea. Only thing he did wrong was get caught.
Also on May the 2nd, 2021 at 4:33 in the afternoon, what did the defendant write?
I want to kill another bird so badly, or baby bird. I can reach into the nest. They're not safe.
The next day, May the 3rd, 2021, what did the defendant text?
During third hour, all I thought about was ways to torture the bird. I'm going to film this like a documentary. My dad is pulling out of the driveway right now. I'm going to wait a couple minutes though, just in case he comes back.
Okay, you said there were 2 videos uncovered in the defendant's phone?
Yes.
And then the defendant texted about what he did afterwards?
Yes, sir.
Okay. May the 3rd, 2021. Very graphic, but go ahead.
I'm sorry. I just finished. The vid is too long, so I can't send, but I can send pics right before I throw it out. Pictures were sent.
And then you sent pictures of that individual?
Yes, sir.
Okay, please continue.
I cannot wait to show you the vid. It's so fucking disturbing. And as I don't even remember saying half the stuff. Like I talked to the bird like a little child while torturing it. I can't wait to show you, dude. It was so fucking fun, dude. This is the...
Thing is?
Oh, I'm sorry. Thing is, the vid ends halfway through, so you don't see the good stuff. I put a drill in its stomach and skull. I also shot the gun at it a couple times in the stomach and in its head. I also chopped it in half with the axe. I also smashed its head with the hammer at the end of it, and at the end, and its eye bulged out, just like Glenn's.
What's Glenn in reference to?
The TV show The Walking Dead.
Okay, character in that show?
Yes.
Okay. Continue, please.
Like the eyelids came apart and I could see the bird's eye. There are still 3 birds left. I was originally going to try and stick a toothpick up its ass, but I couldn't find any. God, I can't wait to show you the vid. It's 8 minutes long. Like I couldn't stop laughing my ass off when I rewatched the vid.
Lieutenant, you've reviewed the evidence on the defendant's phone. You've reviewed these 2 videos he references.
Yes.
For the record, Judge, for the court's in-camera review, pursuant to the court's order, those are exhibits 37 to 38.
Thank you, so noted.
I'm not going to show you any images from the torturing, but I'm going to show one still shot of what the bird looked like prior to the defendant committing these acts. Now, so we understand what we're going to see. This isn't a full-grown bird, am I right?
That's correct.
Tell me how old it, obviously you're not a scientist, you didn't study birds, but can you give us an idea of the age of the bird that the defendant tortured?
Yes, I mean, you'll see it's pretty apparent it's a hatchling or a recent recently born baby bird.
Okay, and for the record, this picture is before he began the torturing, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so this is Exhibit 36, and it's still shot from the video that the defendant took, and this is right before he began what he described?
Yes.
Okay. No, again, we're not going to play the video, but we do need you to tell us what's in it. Can you please tell us what you saw?
The video has the defendant in a shed, and he takes the bird with a pair of kitchen tongs, removes the bird and puts it on a workbench, and then, like he referenced in his message, talks to it like a little child, calls it, "Hey, little buddy," and things of that nature.
With that sort of inflection in his voice?
Yes. He uses initially he grabs a small butane lighter, torch lighter, and lights it on, or burns it twice to watch it squirm, and you can hear the bird squeal, the baby bird squeal and chirp. He then takes a knife and tries to saw off one of the legs. He breaks the leg, but he doesn't saw all the way through it. He then grabs a flathead screwdriver and tries to take off one of the wings with it. He jams it in and tries to wiggle the screwdriver so the wing comes off. Periodically, he would pick the bird up and place it in the water, replace it in the water to see if it would drown or move or what it would do. The bird would lay motionless for a while, and once it would start moving again, he would move on to the next area of torture. One of the last things he did was took a drywall screw, about a 3-inch drywall screw, and impaled it. Obviously, the little bird has a big belly, and he states he wanted to see what was on the inside of it, so he impales it, continues to hammer until it's all the way through the bird, picks the bird up with it, twists the screw, flicks the bird off.
This video is about 8 minutes long.
Yes.
And you can hear the bird audibly chirping for a portion of the video, is that right?
Yes, it appears the bird is alive. Basically the entirety of the video, all 8 minutes.
And the video did cut off about 8 minutes, but then he took a second video,
Yes.
and that was much shorter.
Yes.
What did he do in that video?
This video, the head was already separated from the bird, and he took a ratchet and smashed the head and beak.
We talked a little bit about how the bird appeared to be alive. The defendant was speaking to it at that point, right? In
Yes.
fact, he was saying things like, "You're alive. Let's go, champ. You're still alive. You're doing it, right?"
Yes. How does that wing feel? How does that broken leg feel? He was enjoying it.
He squeezed that bird between his fingers too, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
You've been an officer for a very long time. You ever seen anything like this?
Never. It's obviously the torture's disturbing enough. The commentary throughout, the inflection, knowing the prior passages and the enjoyment this brings the defendant is, you can't put it into words.
Thank you, Lieutenant. I'm sorry that you had to watch that. You had to describe that. I want to move to additional text messages with the defendant discussing general torture, killing of animals and people. Can you read what the defendant wrote on May the 3rd, 2021?
Yes. Also, most serial killers get their damage from their family or accidents, but I have no trauma from my past. I was just born this way.
And then May 13th, 2021, the defendant's still talking about the bird, correct?
Yes. This is what I meant the other day of how I need a recharge to kill again. Now tomorrow, I really want a bird, but I want it to be alive when I chop its head off.
That was May 13th, 2021?
Yes,
That was 10 days after he filmed himself torturing the one we just referred to, is that right?
correct.
Okay. Now, the following week, May 21st, what is the defendant text?
God, I want to kill right now. I hit a bird yesterday 2 times, but it flew away.
And this continues even long after that video was taken.
Yes, sir.
June the 30th, 2021, what did the defendant text?
There have been no baby birds to torture in for a long time, and I'm getting that feeling where I need to kill again.
Again, June 30th, 2021 at 12:30 a.m., what did the defendant text?
I like killing the big birds, but I like the killing of the baby birds more. Mostly because they're so young and they had a whole life ahead of them, but then I took it away. That is what I like. And also they're helpless and they scream when you hurt them.
So this is nearly 2 months after the video that depicted him torturing the bird. And
Yes.
this theme talking about the innocence, babies, this continues throughout, this phone continues throughout his journal.
Yes.
I want to direct now to page 6 of the defendant's journal. Can you read us, we're going to go page 6 and then page 3. Can you read us what the defendant wrote? Page
Yes.
6.
Fucking N-word bitch. If I kill myself, then people will not care about me and I will be forgotten within half a lifetime. That's why I'm going to cause the biggest school shooting of this decade and the only real one in Michigan.
Now further on page 6, what did the defendant write?
Not sure if I'm going to kill myself during the shooting, but I also want to react on how the world reacts on my shooting. I'm probably going to live the rest of my life in prison. I hope I can talk to someone, though, so I don't take my anger out on other prisoners.
Okay, now page 3 of the journal.
I don't care about my grades no more. I'm about to shoot up the school and spend the rest of my life in prison.
Now further on that page. Starting with first.
First off, I got my gun. It's a SP 2022 Sig Sauer 9mm. Second, the shooting is tomorrow. I have to access the gun and ammo. I am fully committed to this now, so yeah, I'm going to prison for life, and many people have about 1 day left to live.
You wrote, I have access to the gun and ammo. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, yes, if I didn't say that. I have access to the gun and ammo.
Okay. Now, it's apparent from the context of these pages in the journal that we're getting closer in time to November the 30th.
Yes.
Right? Because he obtained the SP 2022 Sig Sauer 9mm, and that's the actual model number and caliber of the murder weapon, right?
Yes.
He obtained that, thank you, and he obtained that on November the 26th of 2021?
Yes.
Okay. Now we'll go to page 2. Can you please tell us what the defendant wrote there?
I was just looking up some bullet calibers in ELA and got called down to the office for it. I wasn't even scared. I was almost about to say I'm shooting up the school.
Okay, and he actually did get called down to the Oxford High School office on November the 29th, 2021, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, ELA, that's a class that he was in that day?
English language arts, yes.
On November the 29th, the school administrator called Jennifer Crumbley, his mother, and left her a message about the defendant looking up bullets while in class, is that right?
Yes.
Now, continuing on page 2, can you please read us what the defendant wrote?
This is the last passage I will write. It's currently 29/11/2021, 1:23, exactly 1 day before the shooting.
The shooting began at 12:51 p.m. on November the 30th, so he's literally correct exactly 1 day before the shooting, is that right?
Yes.
Now, on November the 30th in the morning, you learned that the defendant was called down to the office again, is that right?
Yes.
And you know why?
Yes. a teacher saw concerning written words and drawings on his assignment.
I want to refer you to Exhibit 39. So, in the morning of November the 30th, a teacher noticed the defendant with this paper in front of him, and she took a picture of that paper and emailed it to administration?
Yes.
Okay. And then the defendant was subsequently removed from class and taken to the counselor's office. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
But by the time he got there, he had changed this drawing. Is that correct?
Yes. So it appears the teacher took a picture of it, sent it up. He was, prior to being called down to the office, he he modified it.
Oh, he being the defendant?
The defendant, yes.
What's significant to you in this photograph, this picture?
There's a picture of of a pistol, which is very similar to the murder weapon that we showed earlier. There's an image of a body with bullet holes and bleeding from the head on it, and then there's obviously a bunch of different writings reference his life is useless, the thoughts won't stop, help me.
And then once he was caught,
Yes.
he modified it to this. This is Exhibit 40.
Yes.
What do we see here?
He scribbled out the firearm and the drawing of the person who was suffered the bullet wounds. Scratched out some of the sayings that he had written. Wrote on there, a video game this is. I love my life so much. OHS rocks. We're all friends here. Harmless act.
Now, from your review of the surveillance video from November the 30th, 2021, and right now we're talking about before the shooting started, the defendant was called down, was taken from his room, his classroom, to the counselor's office at 9:14 a.m. on November the 30th. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And a counselor named Sean Hopkins called Jennifer Crumbley on 9:24 a.m. and left her a voicemail.
Yes.
She returned that phone call at 9:27 a.m. to Mr. Hopkins. Is that right?
Yes.
Both James and Jennifer Crumbley then had a conversation amongst themselves and arrived at the school at 10:37 a.m. and shown to Mr. Hopkins' office where the defendant had been waiting, and that was at 10:40 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
They had a meeting in Mr. Hopkins' office until 10:52 a.m. when the defendant is seen on the surveillance video leaving the office and going back to his class.
Correct.
The defendant's parents left the building at 10:53 a.m. and drove away in the same car. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. But now, even before the defendant was seen with this math worksheet, even before it was sent down to the office, he sent one last text message. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I do want to make a note so we're clear. The individual that the defendant was texting, and we've been referencing the text message conversation, that individual did not have access to his phone from at least October the 30th, 2021. So any text message sent to him after that date was not read or received. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. So I wanted you to read what the defendant wrote that other juvenile, November 30th, 2021, 8:21 a.m.
Hey man, times have gotten rough ever since you left. I don't know if you are dead or you moved away, but I hope you're doing well. I'm about to do something really bad and there's no turning back, so I'll probably never be able to see you again. I hope the best for you, and I'm sorry for anything I've ever done.
Okay. And so we know he was removed from class at 9:14 a.m., but he had sent this about an hour before that even happened. Okay.
Yes.
And in the entire text message conversation that we identified as Exhibit 18, the defendant never tells that other juvenile his plan to shoot up the school. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. What time? The shooting started at 12:51 p.m.
Yes.
Okay. Judge, in a minute, I'm going to play the surveillance footage. I'll ask if the court can instruct the media not to broadcast any images on this, and I also want to let the victims' families know that in a minute we're going to play that footage. So if anybody would like to step out.
Thank you. At this time, this would be the appropriate time to step out if you do not wish to view this video, as well as to those of the media. Please do not broadcast this or photograph this in any way, shape, or form. That being said, people, you may continue.
Thank you, sir. Just take me a moment to.
All right, we are seeing the Miller hearing for the Oxford school shooter right now. They are going through surveillance video of the shooting. We can see families emotional, obviously, taking all of that in.
Yes, and they are not broadcasting the surveillance video. So this is what we're seeing is reactions of these families. This has been incredibly hard to watch till now. I think it's going to get harder.
Yeah,
We're joined by two defense attorneys in the studio right now, Lillian Diallo and Terry Johnson, for more insight as we watch this unfold. It's difficult to see. These are family members, loved ones, friends, and I can't imagine sitting in that courtroom right now.
Yeah. I absolutely couldn't either. And we've been hearing a lot of disturbing details also emerging just about that shooter and his state of mind. I know that you all have dealt with tough cases as well. Terry, for you, how is this playing out so far?
Sitting in this chair, I'm able to feel the emotion. You know, when you're defending someone, you kind of put that aside, but this is very disturbing. You know, this young man had, I mean, I wrote a lot of notes down. He had lots of problems. He's been calling out for help, and the mere fact that no one did anything, no one saw the signs, you know, even, I don't know who he was texting. That's, you know, this is, someone should have done something before now. But what really strikes me is the fact that his level of precision in planning this. That this was not someone who woke up and just said, hey, I'm just going to go and shoot up a school. He had plans, and it looked like he had plans for months, maybe even years, to do something. And that's more disturbing that no one uncovered this, because listen, mental illness, you know, that there's no one who can say this person is not mentally ill. But the question becomes, you know, is he fully mentally ill, or is he in a position where he actually can plan and knew what he was doing? You know, that's Judge Rowe's call.
Yes. Lillian, what's really striking you as we're watching this and hearing all of these details?
The level of execution, the planning. I don't know what behavioral health challenges he had, but I know who probably would have been in the best position to see that. That's called mom and dad. You can tell something is going on with him. Does that excuse that level of behavior? He is wicked smart. I'm going to tell you, when you read what he's writing, he uses proper English sometimes, and he uses parentheses, he's doing things right. This young man knew exactly what he was doing. He had a bloodlust, and he would not be stopped until this ultimate act happened. The progression that we always hear about with serial killers, here you go, here's the textbook. And if the parents cannot pay attention, until that person is 18, every sin they commit goes to that parent. You're gonna give him a gun, and you know something's wrong with him. You know he's struggling. And your thing is, hey, let's go buy him a gun, which legally they could not do. It's outrageous.
It's, you know,
it's outrageous.
You know, going back to, you know, what Lillian was saying about how smart he is, you look at some of the words that he used, you know, barricaded, right? You know, and as Lillian said, the punctuation and everything in his journal, it's really disturbing, you know. But more importantly to me, he even had it planned out how he was going to surrender. You know, it's not like, hey, I'm just going to put my hands up, I'm going to, you know, wait for the police. This whole thing is very disturbing. And right now we've seen one witness who's been up actually a little over 2 hours at this point. You know, there's been only questions to him, no cross-examination. Again, I don't know what you can get out of a cross-examination at this point. I'll be interested to see that. But this is disturbing. And let me just say, there's more to come.
Yes.
So. Yeah, and we see this shooter now with his head down as they play through that footage. Something that's kind of striking to me is we can also see that he's planned the intention of wanting to spend the rest of his life in prison. He spelled that out several times. But we also know that recently he had asked that the possibility of life without parole be removed. Does that speak to his mental state or just...
You know, there's a job that his attorneys have to do as well, okay? They have to push this down the road. Otherwise, you know, they are looking at potentially ineffectiveness of counsel. You know, this person is still a minor, so we have to keep that in mind. You know, if he were 25, 26 years old, that would be something different. But again, I don't know that he can make that decision without going through this hearing. It constitutionally as well. I'm not sure if you agree with that or not, but.
So when you represent someone like this, a homicide, I do lots of homicides. I've done 2 homicide trials, just trials this year, right? You represent the Constitution. Let's start there. That is the job of the defense attorney, to represent the Constitution, make sure everything is done the proper way. The judge makes the ultimate call, but the planning, the execution, and the will to say, I'm going to spend life in prison, that's what he bargained for, right? But he knew he was going to slaughter all these people. He slaughtered them. How do you fix that? You cannot fix it.
And that's the key word, slaughtered. I agree.
He slaughtered them.
This is not it's not a murder, it's a slaughtering. I fully agree with that word.
And I think it's also a good time, too, just for anyone tuning in just now, let's maybe recap what a Miller hearing is. For people just tuning in, this is not a trial. So recap what we're watching.
Miller hearing is basically a sentencing aspect. In the United States, we have obviously the Constitution. We have the 8th Amendment that talks about cruel and unusual punishment. Miller hearing goes back to saying that if you're under the age of 18 and you know you're sentenced to quote unquote death or life without parole, in this case is what we're looking at with this defendant, you have to have a hearing to make sure that certain factors are in place before you can enact
On an active shooter
a
situation,
sentence. Again, not a trial, a sentence of life without parole, and that's what we're doing today. You know, certain things like the mental health of the person, their home environment, their age, is rehabilitation possible? Those are just some of the factors that
things of that
we're
nature.
are going to hear during the course
You
of this
saw the
hearing.
officers when they came in.
All right, well, we have Timothy Willis with the Oakland County Sheriff's Department, a lieutenant and detective on the stand. He has been the first witness called up, and still now continuing with that testimony. We're going to go back to the courtroom and listen in as he continues with that
Went up
testimony.
there, got whatever information they could, and the young victims there, you know, are pleading for them to help them. And we're trained to push past that. And fine, because there's someone actively killing in the building.
Take a moment, sir.
All right. I know those officers, and the most difficult thing for them, and something we weren't prepared for, is how do you push past a child that needs help? So that was the most difficult part, was bypassing hurt children who needed help.
Thank you, Lieutenant. I'll show you some screenshots just so we can identify those who are visible.
Your Honor, could we ask the
Yes,
cameras
there's
not
going to be
run?
sensitive information shown on the screen. Please do not video record this or take any photographs.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
All right. So periodically throughout this hearing, we will be coming back in. Right now, you can see that the audio is going out. That is because the information that they're going over, photographs, video, and audio, is very sensitive.
Yes,
And
they
also,
asked photographers to pan away from the screen at this time.
yes, and we also want to make sure that we're being mindful of what we're putting out as well. So we're just going to continue with the commentary just about everything that is happening. We see the shooter there again with his head bowed throughout everything that's happening so far.
It's just so chilling. You know, what's going through his mind right now. Wouldn't say we're really seeing remorse. He's just hiding.
He's just there,
isn't he? He's just there. And I want to talk about this journal that this handwritten journal. We've been hearing excerpts from this. The detective from the Oakland County Sheriff's Office said in all 22 pages the school shooting was mentioned. And as a parent myself, how do you not see this? How do you not find this and pour through this?
Well, you know, he said a couple of times, you know, if you go back and, you know, revisit some of the things that were written, you know, with the birds, you know, he waited for his dad to leave, and he said something along the lines, we're going to give it a few more minutes in case he comes back. So he was a little calculating there. You know, the other thing that, you know, what was very interesting in all of this as it relates to everything, he's crying out for help, but he also said you know, money, they didn't have any money, the parents were fighting, he doesn't know where to turn. You know, these are, again, I don't believe these parents are going to get a Parents of the Year award by any stretch of the imagination. But it is a good opportunity for us, anybody here and everybody who's watching right now, to check on our kids. on a more daily basis. You know, mental illness is a real thing. And if we don't do it, as Ms. Diallo said, you know, if we don't do this check on our kids, that truly becomes our fault.
No.
Yeah, and the consequences can just be devastating, completely devastating. All right, we are hearing more audio from the courtroom. We're going to go back now to that Miller hearing as it continues.
20-some months.
Yes.
I'm going to talk to you. I think if defense wants to submit all the records, that's fine with me. I want to talk to you about one specific incident, and that is when the defendant bypassed security on the jail tablet, courtroom tablet that inmates are allowed to use. Can you tell me about that, please?
Yes, so he was given a tablet to use. GED, you know, there's several reasons they're allowed to use it for. And he was able to access the internet on it and immediately went to a website that we know to be about real death, killings.
So this is a website, we're not going to name it. And Detective Rogowski from Computer Crimes, he'll be here later to testify in more broad terms about the forensic download. But the website, the particular website that he immediately looked at when he bypassed security on the Oakland County Jail tablet, that's the same website that he had reviewed hundreds of times before the shooting.
Yes.
And that website features death, and gore, and videos of animals being boiled alive, school shootings, things that people upload to that website,
Yes, real life torture, death.
executions.
Yes.
And that, Judge, for the record, that's Exhibit 44. It's a Celebrate export from the extraction of that particular tablet, and that indicates also that the defendant, after he viewed that, I believe it was 38 times, he deleted his search history after.
He did, yes.
And at some point, another juvenile got a hold of that particular tablet, and the other juvenile was the one caught with it. Is that right?
Yes.
Can you tell me what happened?
The other juvenile was, after the defendant was done with it, they gave it to the other juvenile. The other juvenile was Instagram living from inside of his room. Our investigators became aware of it, and that's how we tracked it back.
And the defendant was interviewed about this incident, and he's the one. He admitted to being the one to put in the password.
Yes.
And he admitted to he admitted to not being able to resist himself to go on that particular website.
That's correct. He was asked about it. Obviously, was concerning that he accessed the internet. So a investigation was conducted, and he admitted to accessing the tablet improperly, and then when asked about what websites he looked at, he told the sergeant what he looked at and said, I didn't want to, I tried to stop, but I couldn't.
So according to the software that forensically examines the tablet, this occurred January 22nd, 2023.
I believe that's
right?
correct, yes, that sounds right.
So now we are 16 months past the shooting. He's still looking at the violent content?
Yes.
Earlier, Lieutenant, you mentioned, thank you. You mentioned that this scene was like nothing you've ever experienced, nothing you've ever encountered. Just, if you could, kind of paint us a picture of when you got to the scene. First of all, how many people called 911 that day?
It was over 100, like, in the immediacy directly after that incident.
How many first responders arrived on scene?
We're somewhere over 500 first responders showed up.
And over 100 paramedic EMS personnel?
Yeah. Yes.
Tell us a little bit, if you could, paint the picture for us of what it was like when you got out of your car and you realized that this was a school with children who were shot.
So when I arrived, there was still kids walking down the road. some without coats, some, you know, they were what I found to be, because I'm not from that area, I don't patrol that area, but it was the reunification point was the Meyer Super Center there. And so I'm passing all these kids, and obviously that's, again, you know, you see somebody, especially a child on the side of the road, you stop to help. So pass all those, we get to the school, and it was chaos. It was officers, you know, being directed to you know, search for additional victims. There was just, you know, I've been to a ton of crime scenes where, you know, that have been horrible, and you look, you do your job, and, you know, you meet with the officers, and you can, but there was, in this case, it was just this, you looked around and everyone was just, I don't know if bewilderment is the best description, but everyone was just confused and sad. I mean, it was just a.
Now, those 500 police personnel, that's off duty and on duty, right?
That's right.
Like you described earlier, a civilian was an off-duty officer.
That's right.
And multiple examples of that. Yes,
we have several of our officers that work in our agency that are in that community.
And they responded the same?
They know these people personally.
And when they're clearing, looking for an active shooter, they're not supposed to stop at help, are they?
No, you don't until the suspect's in custody. I mean, it's, I know it sounds callous and awful, but especially the layperson, but you can't allow an active killer to keep killing.
Are you involved with peer counseling and trauma support?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me a little bit about the impact this has had on the first responders who arrived.
It's hard to talk about how we suffered when I know there's been a lot more suffering. We had several officers that were not ready to come back to work.
And those are officers who've been to homicide scenes.
Yeah.
They've been to child abuse scenes.
Those, I mean, as bad as it sounds, you know, a lot of times they're not right, they're awful, but you can make sense out of them. You know, it's something you've witnessed before, or this made no sense.
Thank you. I have nothing further to question.
Thank you. Before we get to calls, what we're going to do is take about a 5-minute break. Who is overseeing the deputies? Captain, if you could please approach. We're going to go ahead and allow the deputies to take the defendant back downstairs. And again, we're going to take about a 5 to 10 minute break to allow everyone to compose themselves before cross-examination. With that being said, deputies, you may take the defendant. The court will stand in about a 5-minute recess, but nobody please rise until the defendant has exited the courtroom, please. Thank you, Lieutenant. You may step down, sir. The court will stand in about a 5 to 10 minute recess. Court stands in recess.
All rise.
And we're coming back now. They're taking a 5 to 10 minute break from that hearing. We saw the shooter leave the room. People were told not to rise until he's left, and it seems like they're going on a break. A very, very difficult information process there over the past more than 2 hours now.
Yeah, this has been intense, and we're going to start the cross-examination process at some point, too. Like we said, this Miller hearing could stretch out into next week. That just depends on how quickly we are able to get everything done, but there's been a lot of detail that they've gone through just in these few hours, so it could easily stretch on.
Yeah, because here's the other part. You've got to understand what's going to come next. You know, you're probably going to hear from some people who were there, you know, probably some of the students. And, you know, it's going to be their opportunity to give their account of what happened and, you know, their recall and their experiences. You're also going to hear from some psychological experts, some doctors, some psychiatrists, psychologists, etc. And they're going to talk about, and that's where it's really going to come down to, you know, it's one of the factors in the Miller hearing. Is there a chance of rehabilitation? You know, obviously one side's going to argue yes. The other side's going to argue no, but as the start of this, I believe you heard the defense attorney stand up and say, listen, the burden is on the people to show that he should be, you know, he should be given life without the possibility of parole. So the burden is on them, so I expect the Oakland County to continue to put on more witnesses to hit those factors to show why he should not be granted life without parole. Or he should be granted life. Let's try this again. That life without parole is not a possibility for him.
And something that struck me, you said off air that we did not hear the word objection once during that detective's testimony.
Yeah, you know, sometimes, you know, when you're in court and someone has been going literally, at this case, a little over 2 hours, and they're able to get everything out. I mean, object to just break a rhythm. You know, object to throw them off just a little. I mean, there were lots of leading questions in there. I understand this is a Miller hearing, a sentencing type hearing. I get that. But to let a witness go on for that amount of time without just one objection, I just, you know.
Yeah, I mean,
it seems, you know,
a little odd.
Just a little.
Yeah, and
there may be a strategy behind it. I'm not sure exactly what it is, but I've just never seen it.
Obviously, it's their job to defend him, but in this case, it just seems really hard. How do you even defend that, you know? But I do know that they were arguing that, you know, some of the details are unnecessary because he's already pleaded guilty, and he's acknowledged that what he did is something that he thought about doing.
Correct.
Where do you see this going? How can they possibly defend this?
Well, again, you know, this is just some of the factors that have been put forth. Right now, you know, just as I see it, I believe they are setting up on the psychological side, you know, the family side. Again, if he had an environment that was horrible with his parents, which it sounds like he did. I mean, he wrote that a few times in there. So that's a factor, you know. The other factor is the rehabilitation. I believe anybody who's watching this can determine that this young man is mentally ill, right? But is there a chance down the road? And when I say down the road, I don't mean a year or two, but, you know, down the road, can he be rehabilitated? Can his mental illness be corrected, whether it's through medication, whether it's through therapy? These are the types of things that are going to be argued by the defense. And that's what this is going to come down to, in my opinion. Because, again, the facts are the facts. You're not going to be able to change anything from the standpoint of what he did.
And we just saw an enormous amount of evidence in those just over 2 hours. We saw Google searches from the shooter, just the detail of things he was searching for and the precision. It was complete. I mean, it was calculated.
Yeah,
it was completely
all those text messages.
calculated. The text messages, they said there were 20,000 text messages between
Right.
him and another young individual. We don't know who this person is. We don't know where
Right.
this person is, whether he's another student at Oxford or moved away. It's not clear, but it's clear they're not revealing their identity. And something that we felt was, where was this person?
Right.
Where was this person who he clearly trusted the most in these difficult times? Where was he?
I would be concerned that, you know, if I'm on the receiving end of those text messages, I would, even as a friend, I would have to tell somebody that my friend needs help. And is this person culpable in any way? I don't know. I mean, we've placed a lot of culpability back on the parents, but is this person culpable as well? So that's something I think maybe we should look at as well.
Yeah. And when you look at so much that's happening with this and just the evil undertone of it,
Yes,
sometimes it's hard
very
to
evil.
recognize the fact that we are dealing with a minor.
Yeah.
And the person he was communicating
Totally,
with
Terrence.
was a minor.
We think it's a minor.
We think
Yes.
so, at least. How much of that do you think plays a factor in how we see this shaping up? Because even though he clearly planned all of this out, he had evil intentions, we are still talking about a child.
Yeah, he's still a minor. That's why we're having the Miller hearing, you know. As you know, in Michigan, we have certain things if youth get into trouble, you know. One of the things we have here in the state is what's called the Holmes Youthful Training Act. So if someone who is under the age of 21 commits a crime, certain crimes, you know, the state legislative body recognizes that, and they've put some things in place that, you know, they'll do some type of rehabilitation, and it doesn't go on their record. It's not a conviction. We recognize that. We also recognize that lately, a couple years ago, they've actually extended that to the age of 26. And the reason I bring that up, that's with the prosecutor's permission. You know, they have to sign off on that. But the reason I bring that up is because we understand that youth are going to make mistakes. Now, this is more than a mistake. I don't want anybody, you know, writing in or saying anything, this is more than a mistake. We know this is, but we know that people's brains are not developed, you know, at this age. His may have been a little more developed, but is he able to truly understand the consequences of what he's doing? You know, this is very well planned. I get that. But again, is there a chance to get him better? Because at this point, him being in prison the rest of his life as he is, I mean, that might be the right thing to do, but what about the issue of his mental health as well? Because is prison truly for punishment or is it for rehabilitation? And that's a question that society, I don't believe, has truly figured out at this point.
Yeah, and mental illness is one of those things that because you can't see it, sometimes I think it's hard for people to even grasp the concept. It's like, well, he looks fine.
Right.
Obviously he thought about it, but, you know, there's something going on up there that's just not clicking.
Yeah, and you know, we see people every day that are struggling, and until we do something to help them or even take the negative connotations off of them, what is mental illness, you know, so that it's okay to get help, to talk to people. I notice a lot of our young kids in our office, you know, our interns and things, have mentioned to me that, you know, they talk to therapists and things, which is really great. When I was their age, that was taboo.
Right.
You know, so that's a good thing.
And I want to mention Judge Rowe, who's been overseeing this case.
Yes.
Some decisions he's made leading up to this hearing. He decided not to drop the life without parole sentencing condition. He decided not to let the shooter come in street clothes, as he had requested to this hearing. And he said, no, you know, there will be witness statements. The shooter had asked that no witness statements be made. So leading up till now, are his decisions maybe a little indicative? Can we get a sense of which way he might sway in the sentencing?
No, I don't think so at this point. I mean, Judge Rowe is a very fair judge. He's former prosecutor, so he understands, you know, what's going on as it relates to this situation. Putting someone in street clothes, you know, here's the thing. Why? You know, you've already pled guilty. You're not going to prejudice, you know, the jury or anyone else. And the only one making a decision here is, you know, Judge Rowe. And he sees people every single day who are in jail garb. So great decision there. I mean, the other decisions that he's made, again, are witness statements. Well, how do you not allow witness statements as it relates to the impact of what's going on here? So I don't believe that the decisions he's made thus far are indicative of where he's going. I believe some of the motions that have been filed were just filed. Sometimes you throw something out to just see if it sticks and see what happens. But in this case, I don't have any problems with any of the decisions Judge Rowe has made as it relates to those motions that have been filed thus far.
Yeah, and we see the prosecution and the defense both kind of meeting in the middle. in the fact that this is unlike anything we've seen. There's so many different things that make this case so different. Looking at those set of circumstances, like his mental state, his parents, the writings, the text messages, how do you feel that this really, really sets this case apart?
I think that that's a great question, because if you go back to the beginning and you go look at his writings, he told you his intent. His intent was very straightforward. I am going to make a name for myself. I'm going to do something that hasn't been done, and they'll remember me for decades. That tells me right there that he wanted to do something very, very evil. As far as the parents go, that's one, you know, we don't know what they knew and what they didn't know. And it's easy for us to sit here in these chairs and say, the parents should have did this, the parents should have did that. I mean, I'm sure those of us who have teenage kids, they're probably on the internet right now doing something that we probably don't know. And if we put the parental controls on certain things, then we're the bad people as parents. So I don't know what the parents knew and didn't know, but I will say this, I'm also a firearms instructor. And I can tell you that 15-year-old, defendant, looking at him going to the gun range, that obviously was not his first time. I know Detective Willis with the Oakland County Sheriff said, you know, he's been doing this before. He's absolutely right. He has great technique, knew how to handle a firearm properly, knew how to play, keeping everything downrange. So and that becomes a question, do you teach a young man of that age to handle a firearm? I'll be honest with you, it depends on the individual. If you believe your child is mature enough to handle firearms, and, you know, most of my kids were, I have one that maybe isn't, so I did not take that particular one to the range. That's a decision that has to be made by that parent in that household based upon that individual child.
But these texts from the mother to him that we've seen, in our reports over the past few days, saying, don't get caught, why'd you do that? The day of, wasn't it? She said, don't do it.
Right.
She knew. She had a feeling. She was concerned that something was going to happen. At least that's what it sounded like through her communications with him.
It's going to be very hard to overcome. I mean, because if you know your son is, or any of your children, but in this case, the son is going to do something, the best thing you can do is lock those firearms up. Keep them away. You remember one of the messages that the detective read, he basically said, the kid was looking for another firearm, but dad had it hidden away.
Yes.
This is the only one he had access to. So that on that end, that may have helped a little. But what is really surprising me is that, a child, in this case under 21, cannot legally purchase a firearm.
And it sounded like it was purchased with the shooter's money, isn't it? In these text messages, he was revealing he had $1,000 to spend on guns and ammo. And so you're wondering where this funding came from, too, for these weapons.
Well, where the funding came through, and, has the federal government come in after the parents for a straw purchase? Because that's truly what it is. And a straw purchase is basically, I can't legally purchase a firearm, so I'm going to get someone else to buy it for me and then just sell it back to me. And that is what this sounds like. That, to me, is what's surprising, that the parents haven't been charged under that federal statute.
Right.
But,
and that leads me to my next question. I'm kind of getting ahead of myself a little bit because I know this is separate from what's going on with the parents, but because there were so many red flags, the hallucinations, the drawings, the messages, how much of this do you think falls on those parents?
that's a great question. I mean, there's a moral side and there's a legal side. From a moral side, I guess the question really comes down to everything should fall on the parents because they're the parents. They should be in charge and they should know everything that's going on. But from the legal side, there has to be certain knowledge that the kid was going to do certain things. Did they know that this kid on this day was going to, or any day, had plans on walking into Oxford High School and shooting it up? Now, if they had that knowledge and the prosecution can show that, then yes, they should be charged. But that, to me, is what it really comes down to. How were they involved? If you say they should have stopped him, my question comes back to what was it that they were going to stop and what did they know?
Yes, and another aspect of the parents here is that they were not allowed in this hearing. And what do you think was behind that decision?
Well, the parents are incarcerated, number one. The parents being there, they have basically lost their rights. You know, I don't know this for a fact. I'm going to assume that they've lost their rights to the child, okay, to make decisions on his behalf. Because, again, what can they do? They are incarcerated. He's incarcerated. So I would not expect them to be there. And they have not been at anything thus far. And I don't believe they're going to ever see him again, which is part of what's going on.
Yeah, it's part of the reality of the whole thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
In some ways, do you think that that's what we should have happening?
You know, that's an interesting question. I mean, I think if parents would be parents instead of friends, again, this is just me speaking here, you know, raise your kids and know what's going on as it relates to them, then I think, yeah, that would be, you know, if the parents knew, yes. But in order to hold someone accountable for something, you have to know what's going on.
And it's just not clear how much they knew.
Right.
It's just not clear, and that's what their defense attorneys are arguing, is they did not know the extent of his mental issues. They knew he had issues, but this is not something they could have known.
Yeah,
That's
I mean,
what they're arguing.
did the parents see the journal before? Were there times that were documented where you know, he's asking for help and other things?
Exactly.
I don't know. Those are questions we may never know. But as it stands today, we have 4 people that are dead. We have others that are injured, and a whole community that is psychologically injured by this. And no one wants to see this happen again. And we need to do everything possible so that it does not come back and repeat itself.
You know, what I'm thinking as I'm seeing this is there information that we're seeing and images that we're seeing today that have never been shown before and in such a public setting?
Yeah, this, you know, listening to Detective Willis, it was very shocking to hear because, again, people have heard little tidbits here and tidbits there, but now, you know, when you hear about the birds and the detail of what he did to the birds, and you hear about the planned rape of someone down the street, and, you know, and the thing that caught me was, you know, just looking at my notes here, industrialized garbage bags. Not just a garbage bag, but an industrialized garbage bag. Some of the terms that were used and just the detail of what he was expecting to happen, you know, from dissecting the eyes and the look on the birds as all of this was going on. Yeah, that's just not normal behavior.
Yeah. As someone who's seen countless trials, what are your thoughts on his stance in the courtroom? We've seen him with his head down for a lot of the time that we've seen some of that evidence presented.
You know, it gives me the impression he just doesn't care. You know, generally when you have a defendant, you know, next to you, I've always told my clients, listen, you act like you care, you know. You need to make the best impression you can because the judge and the cameras are looking at you. And if you're just there with your head down, you are not communicating with your attorney, you are just there like whatever happens, happens. That is also sending to me, a message not only to the judge, but to the entire Metro Detroit community and the world that this person doesn't really care. So it's really not worth fighting for.
And you mentioned the world. This story reached the world. We felt it so deeply here in Michigan, but news organizations around the world were covering this, and I'm sure are tuning into this today because it's unprecedented for many reasons, but 2 of which, this is the first time a school shooter has been charged with terrorism and pleaded guilty to a count of terrorism, and that the parents are held responsible and are being charged with involuntary manslaughter in a school shooting.
Yes.
This is it's a sensational story.
It is, and it's not just the story, because unfortunately school shootings are becoming a norm in our society, but the way this was executed, the way this was planned, and the fact that, you know, even on that day, the school itself let the kids stay in school. You know, even after seeing some of the drawings and other things, my understanding, again, just based on what I've read, you let the kids stay in school. What would have happened if they just would have said, go home? Now, would that have prevented this? We don't know, but that's where we are, unfortunately.
If we were seeing any kind of remorse from him at all, do you think that that could change the direction of where things go at all?
Remorse, I think, should have come a long time ago. And what I mean by that is, once the shooting happened, he should have been in a position where, his attorneys or someone would have come out. Even when he pled guilty, he could have said, listen, I'm sorry for what happened. I'm sorry for what took place. I'm willing to stand up for my punishment. Sitting in court the way he is, he's sending a very clear and direct sign that doesn't matter. And the interesting thing, I've been in the Oakland County Jail when this youthful defendant has been moved. And what I mean by that is, normally he would be in the Children's Village in Oakland County. That's where they house the minors and, people who do things that are of his age. They've actually have him in the Oakland County Jail. But he is so isolated. He is not in a cell or a block with other prisoners. He is alone. And when he walks through, in other words, if they have to move him like they did today, they really close everything down in there so that he doesn't see anybody else or no one else sees him. There are no comments, et cetera, et cetera. When he goes to prison, because regardless of what happens, at this hearing,
Sure.
he is going to go to prison. It's going to be a complete awakening for him because he's not going to be in an isolated area. He's not going to be around other people his age. He's going to be around grown men. And if you remember what he said, I don't want to take my anger out on the prisoners. Well, I think he needs to worry about the prisoners taking their anger out on him.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yes. And I think it's, we are hearing now from producers that the shooter is coming back into the courtroom. This is, again, the Miller hearing for the Oxford High School shooter. We can see him being, I guess his handcuffs are being released as he sits to continue listening in to this hearing. They took about a 10-minute break there. We are continue streaming this in its entirety on our website. You can tune in at any time. We're having a special broadcast with legal experts here in the studio. This is Terry Johnson, who's been joining us. Thank you very much for all of your insight. And I think this is a good time to return back to the courtroom and listen in.
Your Honor, Flying People versus Ethan Crumbley, case number 2022-279-506, FC.
Karen McDonald on behalf of the people.
Thank you, Mark Keese on behalf of people.
Governor David Williams on behalf of the people.
Paulette Michelle Lofton on behalf of Mr. Crumbley. Amy Happ on behalf of Ethan Crumbley.
Deborah H. McKelvey on behalf of Ethan Crumbley.
Thank you. With that being said, you may all be seated. With that being said, Lieutenant, you are still under oath, sir.
Yes.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Your Honor, I do believe that my cross will go a little longer than the noon hour. Should I just power through or try to stop around noon?
Yes, we'll take a natural break whenever this witness is done. We'll take a very brief lunch break and then we'll continue.
Understood.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Lieutenant.
Good morning.
You're the officer in charge of this case, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And because of that, you're responsible for making sure that all of the investigations are done that need to be done, correct?
Yes.
And you make sure that all of the physical evidence that can be collected is collected.
Yes.
And most importantly, you go over all of the evidence before turning it over to the prosecutor's office, correct?
Yes.
You're also involved as the officer in charge on the cases of James and Jennifer Crumbley, is that correct?
Yes.
And in that case of the parents, both James and Jennifer are charged with 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter, correct? Is that a yes?
I'm sorry, miss, yes.
You would agree with me that the investigation that you did into Ethan Crumbley and the facts and circumstances around his home life and childhood led you in the direction of then investigating James and Jennifer. Is that fair to say?
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
Sure. Would you agree with me that the investigation that you began into Ethan Crumbley and the facts and the circumstances around his home life and childhood led you to then investigate James and Jennifer Crumbley.
I think that's fair. Yes.
Would you agree with me that it's not often when you're investigating the actions of a single defendant that you would get a subpoena to search the defendant's parents' phones, bank accounts, work emails, HR accounts, contact people that they're having affairs with, reach out to every single neighbor that they have ever lived next to, even outside of the state of Michigan? You would agree with me that that's not common?
No, that's not common.
Now, I want to go over some of the evidence that was found in your investigation. I want to first talk about the interviews that were done with the neighbors of James and Jennifer. Your Honor, most specifically Exhibit E in my binder.
Thank you.
Would you agree with me that most, if not all, of the neighbors and landlords that your office spoke with were not fond of the Crumbleys?
Excuse me, do you have a witness binder?
I don't have another binder. I can
Because
keep it.
that's our binder. Did you not, you didn't bring a witness one for him?
I did not.
Do you have an extra one?
I don't, but I can give you my exhibits if you prefer. There you go. So just to recap,
Thank
you
you.
would agree with me that most of the neighbors, most if not all of the neighbors and the landlords that your office spoke with were not fond of the Crumbleys?
Yes and no, if I can explain.
Sure.
I don't think most of them really knew much about him, but the ones that did know some things about him had a negative interaction for
Correct.
the most part.
So there was interviews done of neighbors in Washington. Your office was able to confirm that Ethan was living with his parents while they lived there. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And he was somewhere between 4 and 6 years old. Is that correct?
I think that's correct. Yeah, it seems to be correct.
All right. And you spoke with, or your office spoke with, the landlord in Washington. They called them the neighbors from hell, and that they still owed him money. Correct?
Yes.
Another neighbor in Washington stated that James would scream at Ethan and a stepchild on a regular basis, and Ethan was always crying. Correct?
It says usually crying, but yes.
Another neighbor in Washington said the Crumbleys were always yelling and screaming from inside the house, calling each other names and always cussing. Sometimes they could hear Ethan screaming and crying too.
I'm sorry, where's that at, Miss?
I believe it's on the second set of the investigative reports. It's still in that same section.
Is I see it, yes.
And that in that same interview, that neighbor felt that both parents were too hard on Ethan. She witnessed Jennifer smack him and drag him multiple times into the house by his arm. Correct?
Yes, smack him, the little boy on the butt, correct. And then drag him into the house by his arm, yes.
Okay. Your office also spoke with neighbors in Lake Orion when the Crumbleys then moved to Michigan. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes, they did.
All right. Roughly 2013, so Ethan would have been around 7 or 8, correct?
Trying to do the math. Yes, I think you're correct.
Math is not my strong suit either. Your office spoke with a neighbor who had actually babysat Ethan when his parents went out a few times. Is that correct?
Yes.
And she told your office that James and Jennifer would also leave Ethan home alone with the dog and the ferret and wanted the neighbor to come and check on him. Correct?
I'm assuming it's correct, Miss, because it's. But I'm just trying to keep up with you so I can see.
I understand. Absolutely take your time. If you need a moment to review that, I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Okay. Do you know what page that's referenced at?
Unfortunately, I gave my copy to
Oh, gosh, all right.
prosecutor's office.
Would you like this copy, Ms. Walker?
That's okay, Your Honor, but thank you.
I see it. Yes. I'm sorry.
That's all right. And in that same report, the neighbor stated she was shocked because parents would leave him home alone at night. Yeah, he has the highlighted copy. Can I just look at it to see if I'm the page number?
I'm sorry, Miss, is this in Orion or is this in Washington we're referencing?
We're speaking of Lake Orion.
Lake Orion? And can you repeat what you asked, please?
Sure. The same neighbor that you just agreed with me that she told your office that James and Jennifer would also leave Ethan home alone with the dog and the ferret and wanted the neighbor to come and check. My follow-up question was, the neighbor was shocked that the parents would leave him home alone at night.
Yes.
You spoke with another neighbor in the same complex in Lake Orion, and he stated that the parents were always yelling at each other. I'm specifically speaking of page 5644.
Thank you. Correct, miss.
And he remembered a fight in the summer when he had his window open and he could hear them arguing about one of them having an affair or cheating.
Yes.
And he could hear things being thrown and a lot of yelling and screaming.
Yes.
That's all from that section. Thank you.
Thank you.
You also spoke to an individual from a bowling alley that Ethan Crumbley played on a league or a team there. Is that correct?
Yes, we did.
All right. And do you recall the discussion with that individual stating that when James and Jennifer would come to watch Ethan bowl, they were unlike most of the other parents. They would drink a couple pitchers of beer. I actually have a copy of that if it would be easier if I approached. May I approach her?
Yes.
Thank you.
Let me know once you've had a chance to review that.
I reviewed it. Yes,
Right.
you're correct.
Thank you. Also stated the parents were loud and obnoxious, correct?
Yes, it does.
Okay. In your extensive investigation into what Jennifer and James did to occupy their time, it was clear that horses took up a majority of their time. Would you agree with me?
Yeah, I would agree with you. Yes.
And from speaking to individuals at the barn, it was clear that Ethan was not there with James and Jennifer when they would spend hours there, correct?
Yes.
You would agree with me that from looking at the text from both James and Jennifer that even on the day of the shooting, the horses were a top priority for them.
Yes.
I want to talk about a video that surfaced from the 5-1 diner. Are you familiar with that video?
Yeah. Yes, I'm familiar with it.
Okay. And at some point in your investigation, did you or the officers under you go and actually speak to the owner and operator of the 5-1 diner?
Yes. Yes, they did.
Okay. And at some point, did you become aware of a video that actually made its way onto TMZ that showed Ethan falling pretty significantly?
Yes.
And do you recall in that interview with the owner that she recalled that incident as well?
One second.
It should be page 5724.
Yeah, I got it right here.
Oh, right.
Can you repeat your question, please?
Absolutely. Do you recall that in the interview, the owner of that diner recalled the incident where Ethan fell?
Yes.
All right. And she told detectives that when Ethan started back working after the pandemic in February of 2021, that he complained of headaches and stomach aches and mentioned that he was not sleeping well.
That is correct.
And she also then talked about this fall. She told detectives that she wanted to call 911, but James and Jennifer said that Ethan had not eaten anything that day, he just needed to eat, and that they did not want him to go to the hospital to get checked out.
Yes.
And she did not call 911. Is that your understanding?
It's my understanding, correct.
Okay. You also had investigators meet and interview all of the teachers that Ethan had while in Michigan. Is that correct?
Yes.
And would you agree with me that the general theme of those conversations was that James and Jennifer were not very involved in Ethan's education?
That's fair, yes.
Your Honor, I'll direct your attention to Exhibit D. I'm going to first draw your attention to the interviews that were done at Bailey Lake Elementary.
Okay.
And the interview there, the teacher recalls giving Ethan extra assignments to be completed at home. Extra reading assignments were not being completed, and that Ethan continued to struggle.
Yes, that's true.
That same teacher also stated that parents were never volunteers, never attended any of the events.
That's what she said, correct.
And she recalls when Ethan was leaving the school district, the parents didn't even reach out to her. Ethan was the one that told her, I'm not going to be in school anymore.
Yes.
I now want to talk about the interviews of the teachers. I believe it's Blanche Sims Elementary School.
Okay.
Isn't it true that the teacher told the parents at parent-teacher conferences that Ethan needed help reading, and the teacher felt that they were not reading with Ethan, gave them the impression that it was the school's responsibility?
Yes, Nancy thought to herself, you could read it. You can at least read to him at home. Yeah. And then she states that, yes, you're correct.
Now let's move to Oxford Middle School. It's correct in speaking with the teachers there that it was indicated that Ethan never had trouble with peers, even though his parents were not present much.
This is...
We're talking about Oxford Middle School. Page 5467.
with the phys ed teacher?
Correct.
Yes, the phys ed teacher said he participated, always participated, and never had any conflict with his peers. And he never met his parents and never had any contact with them.
All right. Moving on further then to page 5469. Isn't it true that a teacher reported that Ethan didn't interact with other kids and he struggled with logging onto the system to submit his homework?
Yes.
Good afternoon, and thank you for joining us here on CBS News Detroit at noon. I'm Terrence Friday.
And I'm Meredith Bruckner.
All right, we are bringing you the gavel-to-gavel coverage of the Oxford High School shooter as he appears in Oakland County Circuit Court.
Yes, the shooter is standing before Judge Kwame Rowe for his Miller hearing. Now, these are required for defendants under 17 years old. It's a pre-sentencing hearing where the judge considers factors like the shooter's age at the time of the attack and what was happening in his life at the time.
The Oxford school shooter admitted to killing 4 students and injuring 6 other students and a teacher at the school. He was just 15 years old at the time of the attack.
And the hearing started at 9 this morning. Let's take a listen. But before we do want to warn you there may be moments where language and images may be graphic in nature.
Okay.
So specifically, the interview, 9th grade teacher Getz, I believe is the last name.
Okay, yes.
And she asked the kids what their physical health was like. How would you rate yourself? How would you rate yourself socially? And how would you rate yourself emotionally? And she recalled that Ethan's response was a little bit different. He stated, "I wish my parents were home more."
Yes.
I want to talk a little bit about his report cards that are at the beginning of Exhibit D. You would agree with me that for the semesters 2021 into 2022 year, Ethan had C's, D's, and E's.
Yes.
And if you look at the report card from middle school, which is that first page 433, you would agree with me, as of 1 of 20, he had all A's and B's.
I'm not seeing that, miss.
Let me find the page for you. Page 439.
Okay, that's why. All right.
That would be the report card for January 28th of 20.
January 20th, 20. Yes, all A's and B's.
In all the conversations with the teachers from the multiple schools, it was clear that Ethan was not a problem child in school, correct?
That's correct. Disciplinary, you mean?
Correct.
Yeah, correct.
Really no misconduct to report until the end of November.
Correct.
And I'm sorry, of what year?
2021.
Thank you.
I want to take some time to go over the journal. I know that you went through specific portions with Mr. Keast, but
Okay.
I think there were some important portions that I'd like to take a look at. Just give me one moment. So mine are numbered by page. I don't know if it would be helpful to use my exhibit binder, which is Exhibit Q. I don't know. Mine are not pages of the journal. Mine are pages of discovery that the prosecutor listed.
All right.
I apologize for making you fumble with so much paperwork.
It's okay. What is, under what tab, miss?
Exhibit Q. I'm going to start with page 775, which I believe is physical page 2.
What you believe is what? I'm sorry?
Physical page 2,
Oh, got it.
775 at the bottom.
Okay.
You would agree with me that on that page it says, "I wasn't even scared. I was almost about to say, I'm shooting up the school. I don't care about anything anymore, except I will very much miss my cat Dexter. He is the only thing I have ever loved in a long time." Do you agree with me that he wrote that?
Yes.
At the bottom in very large font it says, "Please forgive me," correct?
Correct.
I want to go to the next page, page 776. I'm looking at the 4th line down. You would agree with me that Ethan writes, "I am actually hoping that I get sent down to the office. That will show them that I have given up, and they will keep an eye on me. It will make them see that I am a possible shooter, and so when I do my shooting, they will have something to put for motivation. I have already stopped doing school, so once the school sees my photos of guns and gun ranges on my Instagram, then they will know what's up. Oh man, my hallucinations are really kicking in. I started seeing weird stuff last, I think it's supposed to be week, and now they have gotten worse. You would agree with me that's contained in Ethan's journal?
Yes, I would agree.
Ninth line down in the second paragraph, my dark side has now taken over. Do you recall reading that?
Yes.
I want to go to the next page. Mine does not have a set of numbers on it, but it's just the next page in the journal. Would you agree with me that that page states the following? Over the weekend, I actually felt warm for once. I woke up from a good dream at 12 o'clock p.m. after 13 hours of nonstop sleep. I put on The Walking Dead and pet my adorable cat. At that moment, I said to myself, why can't everything just freeze right here? I had just hoped that everything could have ended there and not a second longer. Now I'm back in school and back down the drain again. Is that an accurate reading of the journal?
That is.
A little bit lower on that page, 8 lines from the bottom, Ethan writes, I am genuinely surprised right now that none of my teachers have contacted my counselor or sent me to the office for not doing my work. Would you agree with me that that's what it says?
Yes, I would agree.
We'll go to the following page, 778 at the beginning. Would you agree with me that Ethan wrote, I just want to go back to the good days when I didn't have a worry in the world? Would you agree with me?
Yes.
A little bit down on that page, another juvenile is named, and it says, that person is gone, so I have no friends. Would you agree with me? That's the 5th line.
Yes, I would agree.
10th line down, Ethan writes, I talk to no one. I have very little talks with my parents, and sometimes talk more to my cat Dexter than people. I rarely talk to when I open my mouth, I hear my jawbone crack and my cheeks hurt. I have no life, and I unfortunately cannot read, and no, I think it says future. Would you
Yes.
agree with me?
I would agree.
4 lines down from there in the sentence, in the line that starts laughing, would you agree with me that Ethan then wrote, I haven't had a real laugh in 4 years. I haven't felt genuinely happy in 4 years. Everyone hangs out with friends, girlfriends. They go to parties and have fun every day of their lives. I can feel the evil around me, and even dogs sense it. Do you agree with me?
I do.
Then we're looking at 2 lines down from there. It begins with, all one of my teachers has to do is send me to the office, and I will tell them about the bird head, and I can get help. 1 call, and that can save a lot of lives. My evil has fully taken over in me, and I used to like it, but now I don't want to be evil. I want help, but my parents don't listen to me, so I can't get any help. Would you agree with me that that's what he wrote?
I would agree.
The following page, the very last line, would you agree with me that Ethan wrote, I feel like I'm in a time loop of sadness?
That's how I read it correct, yes.
I'll go to the next page, 780. 3rd line down. Do you agree with me that Ethan wrote, I'm pretty sure that my crush does not like me, to what I thought before. I will never ask her out, and it makes me know more that I will forever not feel the love of another human being, and not even I can love myself, as I hate myself, probably more than some people already do.
That is accurate.
Yes, and we're just coming back from this live broadcast. We're showing this all day in its entirety. This is the Miller hearing of the Oxford High School shooter. So the judge is receiving all of this evidence over the next 2 days and possibly into next week, depending on how long it goes, to determine whether or not the shooter will get life without parole, without parole.
Yes.
Sorry, without parole.
And they've been going through all of that evidence, a lot of it very graphic in nature. So we
Yes.
do want to issue that warning again for you, just so that you're able to keep that in mind. While we are listening in, there is a lot to consider just as far as how you digest that information. We're going to continue giving you that over on the stream as well. We'll be right back after this.
That is accurate.
Please turn off your device. You may continue.
Thank you. I want to turn now to page 783. It's a few pages down. I want to start in the middle of the page that begins with fucking college.
Okay.
Oh God, college. You apply to 5 colleges hoping to get accepted into one. Then you get accepted, you get to find out how much it costs to attend. Then if you can go, you really only have 10 major choices out of hundreds that actually leads to a good life. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Oh, you're doing bad in a class. Well, fuck you. You still get to pay us for our 2-hour lectures and for the 15 by 10 foot closet we house you in. Oh, you have to give out because you ran out of money. Well, fuck you again. You're going to owe us a debt that's going to take half your lifetime to pay back. Do you agree with me that's what he wrote?
I would agree.
That's it. I want you to flip to page 790 if you could.
Okay.
I'm going to go about halfway down the page, 10th line down. I barely made it through 9th grade mentally, as my depression was rough. Then I made it to 10th grade, and I have fully lost control. How the hell am I supposed to make it 2 more years when I have already lost my breaking point? This morning I woke up to my mom having one of her worst rants about how we have no money and can't pay the bills. This just furthers my desire to shoot up the school or do something else. I have no happiness or optimism left in me, as I am a burden to my parents. Would you agree with me that's what he wrote?
I would agree.
All right, that is all of the journal that I want to go through. Now, your office spent an appreciable amount of time speaking with all of the staff who interacted with Ethan from Oxford High School. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it's your understanding that on November 29th, the day before the shooting in first hour, Ethan's teacher, Ms. Kubina, noticed that Ethan was looking at pictures of bullets on his phone and that she sent Pam Fine an email about that, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, I'll draw your attention to Exhibit C.
Thank you.
And that following school on the 29th, she was thinking about Ethan and went to look at some of the assignments that he had turned in that year. Do you recall that?
I'm sorry, miss.
Oh, I apologize. Speaking still of Miss Kubina, do you recall that in her interview she discussed that after that incident with Ethan looking up those things that morning, she went back to the classroom and tried to look at some of the previous assignments that he had turned in?
Yes.
And isn't it true that she actually found an index card that Ethan had filled out at the beginning of the year, and Ethan had drawn a picture of a person holding a gun in front of a brick building, correct?
Yes.
The gun was erased, but she said you could still see it, correct?
Yes.
She passed this information along to the dean and the counselor by email, and that email was sent that same day on the 29th, correct?
That's correct.
Following that email, is it your understanding that Pam Fine brought Ethan down and discussed that it was inappropriate to look up bullets at school?
Yes.
And in that interview, is it your understanding that Ethan disclosed that he had just been at a shooting range with his mom?
Yes.
And it's your understanding that Ms. Fine left Jennifer a voicemail about the incident, but Jennifer did not call back, correct?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And in your investigation, you even found a text exchange following that call between Jennifer and Ethan, correct?
Yes,
Where Jennifer tells Ethan, try not to get caught, correct?
yes,
Now, the following day at 8:45, Ms. Fine tells you or tells someone in your office that she receives an email from teacher Alice Karpinski, correct?
that's correct.
That Ethan was watching violent videos of a guy gunning down people while in class, correct?
Yes. Can I
Yes,
reference that
page
somewhere?
300
Thank you.
in Exhibit F.
Thank you. Exhibit F only goes to 218.
Give me one moment. The pages may not be completely in order based on whose interview was given, but let me. I apologize. That is the text message section. I need you to direct your attention to Exhibit C.
See? And what page was that again?
Yes. We are looking at the email that she actually sent. I believe it's page 300. I think it may be a different page because I'm looking at two sets of discovery. So let me just ask the question again because I don't know specifically if you'll be able to find it in your
Okay,
binder.
sorry.
No, it's all right. So it's your understanding that the following day, so we're talking about November 30th now, at 8:45 in the morning, Ms. Fine receives an email from a teacher, Alice Karpinski. Do you agree with me?
I do agree with you.
All right. And in that email, she is telling them that Ethan was watching violent videos of a shooting.
Yeah, it's my recollection that it was someone, a person shooting people, but it was a movie. It didn't appear to be a real life event or something of that nature.
Right,
I think that's my understanding of it.
Okay. So a video of a movie or some sort of scenario where someone is being shot, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it's your understanding that that email was not just sent to Ms. Fine, but it was also sent to Mr. Hopkins, correct?
Yes.
And who is Sean Hopkins?
He's the school counselor.
It does not appear that action was taken just based off of that email, correct?
That's correct.
So that's at 8:45 a.m. Then at 9:32 a.m.
Can I go back real quick?
Absolutely.
So the action, you mean action with the defendant? No, but I think there was discussion about it.
Okay. But he wasn't pulled down to the office immediately following
You're
that?
correct.
Okay. All right, so 9:32 a.m., another email is sent, and it's my understanding that that email is sent to Pam, Nick, and Sean. They all receive an email from yet another teacher. I believe it's Becky Morgan, and that's the picture of the assignment that you were previously shown, correct?
Yes.
So in your multiple interviews with Sean Hopkins, he told law enforcement that he was alerted to a problem by Becky Morgan, who was Ethan's math teacher, correct?
Yes.
And he went to retrieve Ethan at 9:14 a.m. and then takes him to the counseling office, correct?
Yes.
It's your understanding that his backpack with the gun in it was left in the classroom, correct?
That's my understanding.
Now, the document that you were previously shown that caused the concern, it's your understanding that by the time the actual assignment got brought down to the counseling office, Ethan had altered or crossed out the most worrisome things that were on that page, correct?
Yes.
I believe he crossed out the words "help me" and crossed out the gun, correct?
I think that's correct, yes.
So according to the timeline that was provided by the prosecutor's office, would you would agree with me that sometime between 9:14 and 10:45, James and Jennifer come to the school, they meet with Ethan, and they're in that counselor's office, correct?
Yes.
And is it your understanding that in that meeting, Ethan discussed that he was sad about the argument that he had with his parents, correct?
I don't recall that exactly. I don't know.
Do you recall that he mentioned his dog dying?
Yes, yes,
How about his friend going away for a lengthy period of time?
yes.
And he told them he had no one to talk to.
I don't specifically recall that.
Do you recall that Ethan's parents acknowledged that Ethan was more sad lately?
I'm sorry, I don't specifically recall it.
That's all right. Nothing in any of the discovery that any counselor or staff that you've reviewed, did any counselor or staff member ask if he was suicidal? Specifically ask that question.
So repeat that again?
Sure.
Nothing in my investigation, or?
Correct. In all of your investigations, speaking to all of the individuals that were in that counseling session with the parents, or in that meeting with the parents, you are not aware that someone actually performed some sort of assessment to see if he was suicidal.
I see. I don't believe there was an assessment. I believe Mr. Hopkins said that he thought there was potential for suicidal ideation.
It's your understanding that both parents were resistive to taking Ethan home with them, correct?
Yes,
Both parents indicated that they had to go back to work.
that's correct.
To the best of your knowledge, James and Jennifer did not disclose that they had purchased the very weapon that was in his backpack for him as an early Christmas gift, correct?
To the school?
Yes.
Correct.
To the best of your knowledge, neither Sean Hopkins or Nick Ejak asked James and Jennifer specifically if there were guns in the home or if Ethan had access to weapons.
I agree, yes.
Ethan's backpack was never searched, correct?
To my knowledge, it was not.
Ethan's locker was never searched, correct?
I don't think they were even using lockers during COVID, but no, I don't believe it was.
So now, even though we have a child who on day 2 of being in trouble for looking up bullets, shooting videos, and drawing weapons with graphic scenes and actually writing the words, "help me," he was not sent home, correct?
Correct.
CPS was not called, correct?
Not to my knowledge.
You're not aware that 911 was called for a welfare check or a proper evaluation to see how Ethan was doing, correct?
I'm not aware. Correct.
During direct, Mr. Keast asked you about what was in that backpack, and you had mentioned that there were a number of pages. What was the number? I think you actually remembered the number specifically of pages.
Of the assignments?
The school
or-
assignments.
Yeah, I think it was 96, I believe.
And how many did you say had drawings of either weapons or bullets on them?
I'm not sure. I can't recall how many. I know there was, because I specifically counted, there was 52 guns drawn in that stack of papers, but I don't know how many pages actually were drawn on.
Understood. All right, I want to talk about parents' employment. As part of your investigation, you looked into the current employment and past employment of James and Jennifer, correct?
Yes.
You would agree with me that in reviewing their text messages with each other, money troubles was something that they were dealing with pretty frequently.
Yes, I would agree.
Do you agree with me that James had a spotty employment record, and at the time of the offense, he was working for DoorDash?
Yes.
You also spent a good amount of time investigating Jennifer's employment and speaking to her boss and coworkers, correct?
Yes.
Jennifer did have steady employment, correct?
Appeared so, yes.
In your investigation, did you become aware if Jennifer could have purchased health insurance for Ethan?
I don't recall.
In your investigation into Jennifer's employer, you came to understand that the work had a family-first attitude. Would you agree?
That's what they testified to, yes.
Yes. So in fact, if Jennifer was unable to return to work on November 30th because Ethan had to go home, it wouldn't have been a problem. Is that your understanding?
That's my understanding.
It's also your understanding that right after meeting in the principal's office, James went and I believe he delivered an order of food, correct?
It's my understanding, yes.
I want to talk a little bit about the messages between James and Jennifer, and there are a lot of them. Would you agree with me that the messages are replete with discussions on who was picking up alcohol to drink, who was buying cigarettes, conversations about marijuana, and Xanax pills?
I'm embarrassed to ask, what is replete? Replete?
Oh, that there are a lot of.
Yes, there was several.
Yes. Now let's talk about the crime itself. As we saw in the video, when the police arrived at the school, Ethan was out in the hallway with his hands up, correct?
Yes.
He had already put down the gun, correct?
Correct.
He followed all the commands of the deputies.
Yes.
He was placed into handcuffs without issue, correct?
Correct.
He gave the officers his name.
Yes.
In the backpack that we described, he did not have any bombs or Molotov cocktails, correct?
No, he did not.
He did not have a knife, correct?
No.
He went willingly into the police car.
Yes.
He answered questions that he was acting alone, correct?
Yes.
He answered questions about there being no bombs.
That's true. Yes.
Was there unused ammunition found?
Yes, there was.
Do you know approximately how many rounds?
I believe it was 18.
After being taken to the substation, at some point in time, Ethan was then taken to Children's Village, correct?
Yes.
You weren't made aware of any issues that arose during transport, correct?
I was not made aware of any issues, no.
You were not made aware that there was any issues at Children's Village, correct?
Correct.
He was then transported to the Oakland County Jail. You were not made aware of any issues with his behavior during that transport, were you?
Correct.
Now, following the crime, after learning of the shooting, is it your understanding that James went home immediately to go and look to see if his gun was missing?
Yes, that's my understanding.
He then called what I believe was an off-duty police officer first before 911, is that correct?
Yes.
And at some point in time, he called 911 to report that he believed that his son took the gun and could be the shooter.
Yes, that's correct.
And in your investigation, you observed a text around the same time as I'm sure 911 started being called. Jennifer texted Ethan, "Don't do it." Is that correct?
Her text was after the influx of 911 calls.
You also found a text message, James texting Ethan, "Call me now."
Yes, that's correct.
You would agree with me that in reviewing hundreds of text messages between students and parents on that day when the shootings began, that the messages that Jennifer and James sent were unlike those of hundreds of other caring parents.
Yes, I would agree.
In your review of Jennifer's text messages with her coworkers, would you agree with me that Jennifer messages that Ethan isn't going to get out of this? We need to save ourselves.
Yes, that was written. Or texted, I should say.
You would agree with me that there are 0 messages where either James or Jennifer thoughtfully discuss that they themselves have failed by not treating Ethan's mental illness.
So, I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
Of course. You would agree with me that in your review of all of the messages on James and Jennifer's phone, that there are no messages where they thoughtfully discuss that they themselves have failed by not treating Ethan's mental illness.
I don't recall any.
We were shown footage of 2 different shooting ranges. And you had commented that Ethan had a familiarity with the weapons. Do you recall that?
It appeared to be, yes.
Okay. Someone that is 15 years old, are they able to go into a shooting range and shoot themselves?
And shoot themselves?
Shoot By
By the-
themselves. I apologize.
It's okay. No, they're not. They
So
have
is
to
a
be covered-
parent's required?
Yes.
A 15-year-old individual is not able to go and purchase a weapon by themselves, correct?
That's correct.
And in all of the videos that you found from shooting ranges, Ethan was either there with mom or dad, correct?
Thanks for joining us for CBS News Detroit streaming at noon. I'm Terrence Friday.
I'm Meredith Brookner.
All right, we are watching live now as that Miller hearing continues. We are going to go now to the courtroom as everything continues now, and listen in.
Miscellaneous shell casings in a dish next to the bed,
I would agree.
and an air rifle sitting on a chair.
I don't recall specifically, but I do recall there being an air rifle.
Okay. I want to talk about the other weapons that were found. I believe they were found in the shed. The report references that a Woodstock Red Ryder BB gun was found, a 760 Pump Master BB gun was found, an SNR 357 revolver style BB gun, 6 cartridges for the BB gun, and a Witness BB gun with a magazine. Would you agree with me that there was a number of weapons found in that shed?
Yes.
In a search of the basement, would you agree with me that there was a failed marijuana grow operation, which investigation led you to discover that was the work of James?
Did you say failed?
Yes, failed.
Yeah, I'll agree.
Yep. In the search of the home, no documentation showing that in fact Ethan had an appointment with a counselor or a receipt from a doctor's visit was located. That's not part of the discovery, correct?
That's correct.
Jennifer was interviewed at her home, correct? Initially, when the police arrived?
You gotta give me a second. I gotta recall
Of course.
some events
Take your
here.
time. It's a lot to remember.
I believe yes, she was first spoken to at her home.
Okay. And during that interview, she had told the police that Ethan had been upset because his friend had left and his dog had died.
That's my recollection of it, yes.
Okay. And you were actually able to confirm that Ethan's closest friend, I think Mr. Keast asked you how many messages these two shared. It was a lot. It was all day long, every day. You were able to confirm that juvenile actually had left at the end of October without much notice to Ethan,
Yes.
correct?
Correct.
In the interview that was done with James at the home during the search, isn't it true that he told the police that he purchased a Sig Sauer 9mm handgun and he had it hidden in the armoire in the case and the bullets were hidden in a separate area?
That's my recollection.
And after he saw all of the cops, he raced home and that's when he found the gun missing.
Yes.
At some point after your investigation, it was announced publicly that the parents were going to be charged, correct?
Yes.
And instead of walking into a police station or walking into the Rochester District Court, isn't it true that James and Jennifer bought burner phones, ditched their car, left Oxford, and left their son sitting in jail?
Repeat that.
Of course.
I just
I'll
want to
break
make
it
sure I
down.
get them into the correct. Go ahead.
After it was made publicly announced that the parents were going to be charged, they didn't turn themselves into the police station or the court, correct?
No, they did not.
And isn't it true that they bought burner phones?
It's my understanding at the advice of their counsel, but yes.
Okay. They ditched their car.
No, they drove their car. They had one car they didn't drive, but they drove the other.
Okay,
Other
so
two.
they left one car.
They left one car.
And I believe, was that at a hotel parking lot?
It was.
Yes. And they left Oxford, correct?
Yes.
In fact, when they were arrested, they were hiding out in Detroit, correct?
Yes.
You also found proof that the parents went to the bank and drained Ethan Crumbley's bank account, correct?
Yes.
I want to talk a little bit about the questions you were asked about the jail and the tablet.
Okay.
I think you phrased it, or Mr. Keys phrased it, that he bypassed security. Is it your
Yes.
understanding that the password was saved but was visible?
It's, I think in the, I don't know computers or tablets all that well, but I think on the tablet, it was, you had to go into the settings, search for the password, and then, but yeah, it allegedly, or from what I understand, it was saved.
And isn't it true that when Ethan was questioned by someone there at the jail, he explained exactly what happened?
It sounds like that, yes.
And isn't it true that he stated he had the tablet unlocked for roughly 2 weeks, or a lengthy period of time before they were actually caught?
That sounds about right, yes.
Okay. And in that body camera footage, isn't it true that Ethan explained exactly how he got the password, and that he said multiple times, "I tried not to look at that website. I tried really hard"?
Yes.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Redirect.
Thank you. Starting with the last question, Lieutenant. So if I'm understanding this correctly, then the defendant couldn't help himself not looking.
That's the way I understood it, yes.
I'm going to go back through a few things the counsel asked you regarding the journal. You were asked about a passage where he wrote that he wished that he would be sent down to the office so he would be caught and prevented from the shooting.
Correct.
He actually was sent down to the office twice. Is that right?
That's right.
So he was sent to the office November 29th. He was sent to the office again November the 30th.
Yes.
He sat in the counselor's office for 90 minutes. His parents were there. And he never once stopped himself from the shooting.
That's all correct.
Okay. And in fact, November the 30th, before he ever even went down the office, before he was caught by the teacher, he sent a text message indicating his intent to do something, quote, really bad.
Yes.
Now, you were asked about a journal entry where the defendant expressed not being happy in months. I don't remember the last time I was happy. Words to that effect. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. You watched the video of the defendant torturing that bird.
I did.
You watched the video of the defendant shooting the Oxford High School students. You watched the video of the defendant in the back of the police car after he was arrested. Now, tell me, did the defendant appear happy or sad when he was torturing that baby bird?
Happy.
Okay. And why do you tell me? Why do you say that?
If you watch the video, you'll, again, we talked about it earlier, the inflection in his voice. Also, he writes about how, literally, how happy it makes him to do these awful things.
Now, what about the defendant's demeanor when you observe him after he's arrested in the back of the police car? Is he coherent
Yes.
when he speaks with officers? Okay. Is he crumbling, crying?
No.
At any point on November the 30th, when he gave up to when he was arrested in the back of that patrol car, did he appear that he was crying?
No, it doesn't appear that way at all.
Okay. What about his demeanor when he exited the bathroom adjacent to room 258 and he began the shooting? What about his demeanor there?
Well, I mean, obviously, I've had the opportunity to analyze this video 1,000 times, and when you follow the defendant's, days prior or whatever, he slouches a lot, but you'll on the shooting video, as soon as he comes out of the bathroom, he's standing as tall as I've ever seen him stand and walk around that school.
You agree with me that he acted with purpose when he exited the bathroom November the 30th?
Yeah, and again with confidence, it looked like.
Now, you were asked about some of the teacher interviews, and obviously this is a massive investigation, and I think in total we're at 5 or 6 terabytes of data. Would that be right?
Yes.
Okay. So some of the teacher interviews that you were asked about, they talk about that the defendant didn't have any other problems with students.
Yes.
So I want to confirm that he was not bullied.
No.
He was not thrown in the locker.
There's no evidence to suggest any of that. No.
Nobody beat him up. Nobody messed with him.
No.
Thank you, Judge. I'm done.
Thank you. With that being said, any reason why this witness should not be excused?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Now for people, he's the OIC, so we ask that he remain throughout the hearing.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. You may also stay in the courtroom if you wish.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
I'm going to leave both these up here.
Just have the paper back. Thank you very much.
Thank you. With that being said, we're going to break very briefly for lunch. We're going to return at approximately 12:30. I believe that will give the...
It's 12:40
Oh,
right
excuse me, 1:30, excuse me. That will give the parties enough time to grab food as well as the defendant to get food down in the lockup as well. With that being said, I will see you all at 12:30. Anything we need to address before the court takes recess?
No, Your Honor. No, Your Honor.
Thank you. With that being said, everyone in the courtroom, please be seated until the defendant has exited the courtroom. Deputies may take the defendant. Thank you.
So we're coming back now to studio with Terry Johnson and Lillian Diallo. Thank you both very much for being here today. And we are seeing live footage there, and we're streaming it all day on our website of the Miller hearing for the Oxford shooter. So they're going to a break now. We just wrapped up the first witness statements and also some cross-testimony there, cross-examination rather. So what are your thoughts at this point?
I think the defense is really playing up to the Miller factors in terms of the family, you know, trying to show that the family environment was not there, that the parents literally did a lot of negligent things. You know, I just took a few notes. You know, they would fight in front of him. They would leave him alone. They would have the, you know, the priority seemed to be the horses, not the young man. You know, they talked about they were not active in school, and he was being bullied and all these other things. So it is as expected, as what I expected them to do, was really turn back to say, hey, he had a horrific family environment, and they are trying to play that up as one of the Miller factors.
And Lillian, a lot of damning information coming out of this and evidence. What is your response to seeing so much that they are able to collect off of this one team?
There's so much, like you said, information. It's so hard to imagine. Nobody tried to help or step in, right? We have information about torturing and raping and things of that nature, killing birds, going in bathrooms. Anybody could have stepped in, right? But ultimately, right, the shooter in this case, he made deliberate steps towards what he did. He was a very good shooter. You can see the stance. He had been practiced at it. So as a parent of the slaughtered, I would just be overwhelmed. I would look at how many different opportunities could this have been stopped. And when we're talking about the Miller factors, that goes into the Miller factors as well. The deliberateness, right? If it was something impetuous, say someone, you were at a party store, someone said something to you, or you're at the scaredest you are at 13 or 14, you have a gun, you pull it out. That's a little different. This was a systemic plan.
And what we heard earlier from these journal entries that we saw and heard from in his handwritten journal, one really chilling entry was that he had planned to kidnap, rape, and murder a classmate. And
Right.
he wrote in detail his plans. I personally had not heard these details before, the details with these baby birds that he murdered and enjoyed torturing and took video of and sent to his friends. We're seeing a lot more. We're understanding a lot more about who this person is today, aren't we?
We are, and imagine what could have happened if this didn't happen, something was going to happen at some point. And, you know, as Ms. Diallo said, there was, you know, nobody stepped in. But again and again, and even in the journals, we saw this person cry out for help. Now, again, that doesn't excuse, you know, what he did, but this is a very sad thing. One of the saddest things I've ever seen.
I know you both have seen so many different cases, but with this one in particular, have you ever seen anything where there were so many red flags leading up to this action?
No, and like I said, I do an inordinate amount of homicide cases, right? I believe top 10% in the country, whole country. I've never seen anything like this. I've never seen it here. I'm talking about it in May on Instagram. Are the parents his friends? What are they doing? Who's saying anything that's concerning? Who says somebody might want to check on him? He's talking about raping and killing. Nobody. Yeah. No stops.
And we saw in the journal, he even said himself, almost 24 hours to the shooting, this is the day before it.
Yeah.
It was well thought out.
Well thought out, well planned. He knew what he was doing. But again, we're not here to place guilt on whether he did it or not. You know, this is a Miller hearing, and we got to stay focused on that. You know, are the factors being met? And, you know, through the first witness, I'd have to say, you know, I would give the people an advantage at this point. I mean, they played a very strong emotional card to show who this person is, what he did with the birds, his systematic plans, and everything else. I think the defense came back maybe not as strong, but still scored, I'll say, a few points from the standpoint of saying, look at the environment he came from. You know, the parents weren't around. The parents didn't do this. The parents didn't do that. He's crying for help. So again, we got to remember where the burden falls. It falls on the people to show that he should have life without the opportunity for parole.
Yes, and where does the parents' trial stand? If we could just take it a little bit outside of this courtroom and talk about where their case stands, because it's an unprecedented case. The parent should be charged for involuntary manslaughter.
So, for involuntary manslaughter, I've had a case out of Wayne County where their mother and son shooting, right? The mother is charged and the son is charged. It wasn't as egregious as this, though, but they're charged with first degree. Right? We go through a jury trial, they're convicted of second, both of them, right? The case against the parents, to me, is they're so much more egregious. My gut, when I think about the parents, it's not a good feeling, because what do you do as a parent? I'm a parent, right? I'm not gonna say my kids are always perfect, but they're not always imperfect. And just because this young man, you know, was at home by himself and being neglected while they were doing their own thing, that doesn't necessarily make you a mass murderer. A lot of people do that, right? The parents, though, the parents brought the gun, right? They brought the instrumentality of the slaughter and the maiming and the emotional effect it's going to have on these children and their parents for a lifetime. This is something you learn to live with. You never get over this.
And they refused to remove him from school.
How
the morning
outrageous.
of the shooting.
Yeah. Well, apparently they had other things that were more important than their son, you know, which I can't imagine what that would be. But, you know, I look at this, and again, I would have to see more of a connection. I would have to know that the parents absolutely positively knew that their actions were going to lead to a situation where this was going to happen. There's talk about this firearm being purchased, and, you know, did they actually purchase it for him, or is this something that he's just saying? I don't know, you know, because as we talked in the last segment, that would be a straw purchase, and the feds should be involved and charge them. But my point in this is, you know, the parents were neglectful, the parents were not the best parents in the world, but to me, the question comes down to show some connection that the parents knew that he was going to go out. We've read all these things about the birds and everything else, but did the parents know? And if the parents knew something like that, then it's a completely different ballgame. The only thing I have connecting this is something, I think there was a text from the mother saying, you know, don't do it.
Yes.
But I would need more of a connection for me, just from where I sit.
Not me. They went and bought the gun for him. He's 14 years old. It's called a straw man, like you said, purchase.
Right.
You may not, the parents might just do this, cover their eyes, but that doesn't mean they're not responsible for what they put on this earth and for what they unleashed on this earth, right? So just because you're saying, hey, they didn't know, you don't necessarily have to know for second-degree murder, do you?
Correct. You are
right?
correct.
It's a great bodily harm. Could you have anticipated that a gun could be used to kill somebody or hurt somebody? There you go, second degree.
Well, but again, my only point in that is the kid has said they bought me a gun or I bought a gun. Okay, just because you know, it's no different than a car. You know, if I buy a car and I let my kid use the car, is it the kid's car or is it my car? And those of us who have teenagers have gone through that, you know. I don't know if the parents purchased the gun for the kid, that's absolutely positively wrong. But again, did they know and could they anticipate that he was going to go to school and do what he did? Because at this stage of the game, we're looking at this from the aftermath. In other words, did the parents know about the birds? Did the parents know about the situation of trying to kidnap and rape someone down the street? If they had that knowledge, then it could be foreseeable that those actions would be possible if they had that knowledge.
Had they wanted to have that knowledge.
Had they wanted to, right. Had they wanted to, but did they have the knowledge? That's my thing.
You know, but it's not, I don't think it's necessarily incumbent upon saying, okay, right here, A plus A, right? When you look at the Facebook posts and certain things before they pulled them down, right? You see the parents cajoling the son, you know, terrorizing him with some little hot pepper thing. Say, hey, taste this, it's sweet. And it turned out to be a ghost pepper. You know, you're a parent. You don't get to delegate your parental duties. So if my child goes out in my car that I've given them, right, or they have access legally, that's the key, legally, right? Because he did legal. No, legally. Because you have to have a driver's license. Before this mama would give you my kid a car, every last one of my kids had a driver's license.
Right.
Are they responsible enough? Because there's different degrees of responsibilities with
Correct.
each child. That's my job as a parent.
You are a responsible parent, absolutely.
But
these people weren't. I mean, these are the same people. Think about what happened after Ethan shot the school up, right?
They disappeared.
They disappeared, right? And I know Miss Diallo, if something happened with her kids, she would be the first one there, just like any responsible parent. And I agree with you, except the issue here is, I don't know that these parents were ever, quote unquote, responsible. Were they negligent? Absolutely. But I don't know that that rises to the level of involuntary manslaughter at this point.
But what about considering the fact that he was crying for help with mental illness and issues there, and the fact that he made it clear that he couldn't fight these thoughts? Do we still just...
Well, again, are the parents negligent? Absolutely. But because the young man had these thoughts, is it the parents, did the parents say, well, wow, he might go and shoot up a school? Is that possible? I don't know. Because we're looking at this from what happened on December 1 backwards, not before November 30th.
Right, and we also saw evidence brought forward from when he was in elementary school, for example, when his parents were called by a teacher saying he's having issues reading, we think he needs help, and they didn't help, according to the teacher.
And they also pointed out that they found some drawings very closely to the shooting, also pointing to the fact that he could need help. So I understand what you're saying, but you know, I can also see the argument that so many other people have, that there were so many red flags and so many people that seemingly chose to ignore those flags, and yet we've been
called into the office with his parents the morning of, an hour or so before he committed the crime. It's like it was almost
like he all but just said it.
Yeah. And he had the backpack with him.
Yeah.
He had it with them. That's the sad part about it. You know, if the parents would have been parents and said, oh no, you're going home, we're going to deal with this. Or had somebody said, well, wait, all this is going on, let me just do a quick look, a search, something.
Yes.
You know, we probably wouldn't be sitting here today. But unfortunately, no one did that.
So what would it take for you, Terry, specifically, to change your mind on the involuntary manslaughter concept? What would they have had to have done for you to say, okay, fine?
They would have, in my opinion, they would have to have known that this kid was going to go out and do this action. Or they would have, you know, here, take the gun, go to school, shoot, you know, I know you're going to shoot someone. Something along those lines, you know, because if we go back to even his, the defendant's own words, he couldn't find one of the guns he wanted to use because Dad hid it. So if Dad had hidden the guns, you know, how accessible was this firearm? So
It sounds like it was pretty accessible.
Yeah.
yeah,
Doesn't
yeah,
it?
He hid his gun, and then he went and bought him his own gun.
Right, right.
And you know, for aiding and abetting, it's a very difficult concept for even attorneys to understand. But aiding and abetting in Michigan, no matter how slight the encouragement you give to the principal, it can be,
Exactly.
hey, going out there, I see you go, anything, right? Hand them something. No
Right.
matter how much encouragement you give the person that enables them to commit the crime, you're just as guilty as the principal. So the gift for the parents, they didn't charge them with first degree. That was their gift.
And also going back to the torture of the birds, didn't we hear in journal entries or through the text messages that he used guns on these birds as well?
Yeah.
Didn't we hear those details? So he did have access to these guns,
Yeah.
from what I'm remembering from
And,
the
and
statement.
here's the question, you know, if you hear a gunshot, and I'm assuming this was in Oxford where they lived at
Right.
the time, shouldn't someone report that? I mean, someone should say, you know, call the Oxford police or the sheriff's department and say, I heard a gunshot. You know, I mean, we all as a community have got to get together and start to stand up for doing the right things.
Yeah. Well, like we said, this could be stretching out for days. We've only been a couple hours in. Already so much information unpacked, and it's only going to continue. We're going to keep you covered here on CBS News Detroit with all of those details as this continues to emerge. Very tough information to go through, but we'll have it for you.
Yes, thank you for staying with us, and we'll see you again soon.
I don't know if there's been a better time to start a brand new news operation.
The newsroom was pretty much starting from scratch.
It's fresh, it's innovative.
Lots of energy, lots of passionate reporters.
Knowing what we're starting here puts so much joy in my heart.
We have reporters who are embedded in these communities.
Many people throughout St. Clair Shores have been fighting to save this water tower.
If there's a miracle out there, get a hold of me.
We are part of the neighborhood. Our newsroom is part of your neighborhood.
They know who the key players are. They know the stories that mean the most to people who live there, what's impactful.
Our Gino Vici spoke with some very frustrated neighbors near Stansbury and Eaton Avenue on Detroit's west side.
Residents here on Stansbury say they are fed up with all this flooding that keeps happening, so we reached out to the city to get some answers.
Because look, it was like to the middle of the block. Now it's coming all the way to the end of the block.
We shouldn't have to live like this.
Telling the stories that otherwise nobody would know about.
Now, AJ, you went to the downtown boxing gym, and you really got to see how this gym is impacting kids' lives.
Yeah, Chris, as soon as I walked in the building, it was very uplifting. Today, Coach Clay DeBose is sparring with 16-year-old King Bethel.
It's a boxing gym, but it's more than boxing. You know, we do homework. We help them with the SAT.
When it comes to the weather, it's forecasting what's going to fall on your driveway, when is it going to happen, and how might it actually affect your day-to-day life.
Hundreds of people continue to call in reporting problems throughout the county.
This one ranks right up there as one of the worst.
Cleanup crews working all throughout Metro Detroit.
Get them down and get them cleaned up.
Local news to me means we're in your community, we're telling stories that matter to you, that affect you, that maybe we can get change and things done in your community.
She was born without a right arm, and then her legs didn't grow, I guess, the way that they should have.
But for 20-year-old Fortune High School alum Sumaya, she doesn't let that, or anything else for that matter, get in her way.
So you have a favorite button over there?
Yeah, do you want to press it?
Yeah, why don't you go ahead and...
This is my favorite.
I hope everyone watching that piece in particular says, I want to help that little girl and help that family and help get her to college.
Well, we're rethinking the way local news is done in the 21st century and how to tell the most important stories in a compelling way.
You can get news anywhere, but for us, we're a fresh face with a new perspective, and we're trying to make a difference in the community to tell stories that matter to you.
I think we're here to listen and actually hear what you're saying, and we're putting together a newscast that will show that.
I want to tell those people's stories because it's needed. Detroit is ready. Get ready, because here we come.
Reporting in Dearborn Heights.
Live in Wayne County.
Reporting in Adrian.
Live in Livonia.
Reporting from South Lyon, Kelly Vaughn.
CBS News Detroit.
Thanks for joining us on CBS News. I'm Lana Zach.
And I'm Errol Barnett. At this moment, a federal grand jury is back in a D.C. courthouse to hear evidence against former President Donald Trump's alleged efforts to overturn the 2020 presidential election.
Trump's lawyers say they arrived at special counsel Jack Smith's office this morning. The panel could make a decision on an indictment as soon as this afternoon. Some of the charges Trump could face include conspiracy and obstruction. Last week, the former president lashed out against the special counsel's investigation, calling it a disgrace, once again insisting he did nothing wrong.
CBS News investigative reporter Graham Cates joins us now to discuss what's happening. Graham, always great to have you here and on set as well. We know the target letter was sent out some time ago. What's the latest movement we're seeing right now outside the courthouse?
You know, in some ways, what we're seeing is kind of a standard development towards the end of an investigation. You're right. Just almost 2 weeks ago, Trump got another target letter for this investigation. And it's not uncommon for potential defendant's attorneys to want to meet with the prosecutors as like a last-minute stab at trying to avoid charges. It doesn't happen every time, but we did see this happen before the Mar-a-Lago documents special counsel case, where Trump's then attorneys met with Jack Smith's office and tried to keep it from happening. And it looks like roughly that's what's happening right now. We don't know if an indictment's coming soon, exactly when. But again, these are kind of these last stage moments before indictments often.
We don't know exactly when. I'm wondering if you can give us a time frame, and also wondering, now that the former president has received this target letter, is it a foregone conclusion? I mean, all but a foregone conclusion that he will, in fact, receive an indictment?
It means that it's not unlikely, right? I mean, usually you wouldn't normally tell someone they're the target of the investigation. Again, usually a final step before an indictment, if you weren't very seriously considering bringing charges. And then this meeting that often happens is, again, often this last-minute attempt to try to prevent it from happening. And it's not something like where it's often successful. It's just, you know, kind of throwing everything you can against a case, because once it's filed, it's not like there's really no going back from that. Once he's charged, he's charged. So this is, again, these meetings are an attempt to keep that from happening.
And we should remind viewers, this is related to the January 6th investigations, efforts to overturn the results of the election, but there are other cases as well Trump has faced. He's already faced indictments. His political support doesn't seem to have waned. He is still the Republican frontrunner. What might be the risk once this indictment, if it does come down, what might that be to his political future?
You know, there's a real difference in this case versus the other two. So in New York, he was charged with falsification of business records. That was a state case. It was felony charges. But again, it was just him. In the previous special counsel case, he was charged with willful retention of national security information, and that was him and an aide, Walt Nada. But this is, but it appears to be kind of a sprawling case, so you might see him and multiple other people charged. And it's a case that really looks at one of the most shocking moments in recent American history, when that mob went into the Capitol, right? And they're looking at what was the kind of the strategy before that? Did he know that the election was lost when he was claiming the election wasn't lost? Right. So these are kind of, in terms of American history, kind of pretty impactful, important things that they're looking at here.
So you say this is the big one?
Well, no,
I would never not say that.
I would never say there's one big one, right? If a former president gets convicted of a crime, of any crime, that's a really big deal. But in terms of the expansive, in terms of an expansive scope, this wasn't looking at the New York State case was repayments for reimbursements for one payment to a person. The documents case was about whether he unlawfully kept documents, right? But this is a kind of a broad scope. We've seen officials from Arizona and former officials from Georgia, and this kind of wide-ranging investigation. It's kind of just a bigger task that they've tried to tackle, kind of quickly too.
All right, Graham Cates, we know you're going to stay on standby. You're going to be here with us all day as we continue to see if this indictment does in fact come down today. Thanks.
Thanks, man.
And for more on a possible Trump indictment, Chief Election and Campaign Correspondent Robert Costa joins us now. Robert, what impact might this indictment have on the way GOP voters view former President Trump's bid for the presidency? We've seen in the past all the things that in conventional wisdom may have derailed a candidate's bid for the presidency seem to only add firepower to the former president, and especially with his base. How might today play out if he does in fact get indicted?
Good to be with you all. Inside the rival campaigns running against Trump, there's a sense that this won't, at the current moment, rattle Trump's grip over the Republican base and his coalition that has sustained him now for nearly a decade in American politics. But there's also an expectation that, as Graham Cates said, this might be a bit different than previous indictments against Trump. Unlike the classified records case and what happened in New York, this is something that could be a sweeping indictment about a criminal conspiracy against the United States. And the gravity of these possible charges could weigh on Trump, not necessarily today, but politically on his shoulders over the coming months. And maybe it doesn't force Republican voters to move away from Trump or their like of Trump or even their support of Trump, but they might begin to listen out and hear out some of the alternative candidates. And that's what those contenders really want.
At this moment, Bob, we understand the president is at his Bedminster, New Jersey
the former president.
Former president,
Yes.
excuse me, yeah. But he is expected to be in Iowa tomorrow. What are we expecting from his visit to the Hawkeye State? I'm wondering if it will be like other visits. He kind of seems to hit the same notes he's always hit, that these are all witch hunts against him and that voters should, continue to support him.
He will likely respond to whatever happens today in Washington, but at the same time, so much of the Trump campaign right now in Iowa is about underscoring his record to religious conservatives in that state ahead of the caucuses next year. There's a belief that his support among that very influential demographic in Iowa could erode at some point if they're not convinced that he's going to be their standard bearer in the best possible way. So you can expect him to talk about overhauling the federal judiciary, nominating Supreme Court justices who are conservative, who overturned Roe v. Wade in 2022. And this is about Trump trying to get that early bounce in the Republican presidential race so he can go into further contests with some political electricity behind him.
Well, on that same note, Robert, Florida Governor DeSantis is on the trail in Iowa today. He's in the middle of a campaign reset. What's his strategy for trying to win the Hawkeye State?
It's a difficult moment for Governor DeSantis because so much of a presidential campaign is not just about the message you want, it's about how you react to the message in the news. And the message in the news right now is, of course, Donald Trump and his legal challenges. DeSantis is somewhat out of the mix. He is being cast as someone who's struggling to keep his campaign staff together. He's had to shed personnel due to fundraising issues, and now he's running more of a shoestring campaign, still a major player inside the Republican Party. His allies say he can come back, but look for him to try to generate some traction, if not against Trump personally or politically, at least to try to refocus his message to some key points about his record in Florida.
All right, Robert Costa, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And you can stream America Decides at 5 p.m. Eastern right here on CBS News.
President Biden has announced new measures to provide relief from dangerously high temperatures.
The plan looks to make drinking water more accessible. It also seeks to improve weather forecasts. Meanwhile, the Labor Department is issuing a hazard alert on how to stay safe from the heat.
This comes as more than 140 million Americans are under heat advisories. That's 40% of the country. Biden says climate change is giving way to these historic conditions.
I don't think anybody can deny the impact of climate change anymore. And even those places that are used to extreme heat have never seen it as hot as it is now for as long as it's been.
CBS News correspondent Roxana Saberi joins us now from here in New York City. Temperatures are in the 90s and are expected to be so for the next 3 days. Rox, so we understand Mayor Eric Adams announced a heat advisory is in effect for the first time in about 2 years. How are people responding to the high temperatures? What are the concerns?
Yeah, Lana, well, people who don't have to work outside are trying to stay indoors in air-conditioned areas or in the shade, and some people are making plans. I've spoken to some, actually, who are planning to get out of town, perhaps go upstate in New York, where it's a bit cooler. But, of course, some people have to be outside. You know, think of the construction workers, the delivery workers who are on bicycles. More on what Mayor Adams said. He said that temperatures could hit 105 to 109 degrees here in New York City, and that's as the National Weather Service has issued an excessive heat warning for the 5 boroughs through Friday night, and that could be extended. Lana and Errol.
And you know what's interesting, Roxana, is you have to pay attention to not just the temperature, but the humidity for what it feels like. And in urban areas like New York, there's this concept of urban heat island. Talk to us about how that plays into the mix as well.
Yeah, exactly. We are in a prime example of what heat island is. I mean, look around. We're surrounded by concrete, asphalt, steel, iron, and all of these things absorb heat instead of reflecting it. So in New York City, cities like New York City, according to the EPA, can be 1 to 7 degrees Fahrenheit higher than outlying areas because of all of these man-made materials. Also, heat waves, they say, could last longer and be more and bring with them more humidity. There are some ways to reduce some of this heat island effect, though. For example, planting gardens on roofs, which can help absorb some of the heat, painting roofs white, and also just planting a lot more greenery in the streets.
The UN says that July is on track to be the hottest month ever recorded on Earth. I think that's just staggering if you take that in. These are really unprecedented conditions. So how should people stay safe if they are forced to be outdoors?
Well, here in New York City, authorities are saying there are at least 500 cooling centers where people can go for air conditioning and water. But if you do have to stay outside, try to take breaks, drink lots of water, try to be in the shade if possible. The National Weather Service says those who are most at risk are the elderly and people with chronic health conditions. So try to check on your neighbors and loved ones who might fall into those categories.
You know, what's interesting, Roxana, we just threw up some advice on our screen, things like wear loose clothing. I heard from one expert yesterday, and I remember from living in Arizona, by the time you're thirsty, it's too late. So you really need to proactively stay hydrated. I'm just wondering, from your experiences traveling in many hotspots around the globe, what other advice you might provide folks that they may not realize?
Yeah, I mean, the clothing is a very good one, loose clothing. And I should probably be wearing something a little more light-colored than this, but it's what I had. Yeah, you want to wear loose clothing that's lightweight, and also drink lots of water, as you mentioned. I always carry a bottle of water if I can. There are some great bottles that you can get with filters, so you can pick up water anywhere to drink. As you mentioned, it's really easy to get dehydrated. And you know, one thing I actually forgot on this trip to New York City was a fan, which can also help quite a bit if you're traveling on the subway and standing on those platforms for a long period of time.
Another good point. We take some of these things for granted, but these could be really life-saving tips. Roxana, get inside, stay cool. Thanks very much.
People in the Northeast won't get relief from those high temperatures until later this weekend.
Meteorologist Jen Carfagno from our partners at the Weather Channel has the forecast. Hi, Jen.
Good day to you, Errol and Lana. Are you ready for the heat, and are you ready for the storms? The Northeast U.S. gets both today. We'll see thunderstorms come crashing in this afternoon, and these are likely to bring some damage. We think all the hazards are there: damaging winds, chance of hail, and there is an isolated tornado risk, too. Got a twerk on a 3 up here in parts of the Northeast, including New England. They come through afternoon, early evening, and then they're out of here. But the thing about these storms is they're not really going to break the heat. The heat continues in place for another day, today in the Northeast. It continues to expand across the middle of the country. The heat index going up to 110 all the way up in Iowa. It is going to be hot. It is going to be humid. It stays like that tomorrow. And tomorrow, another hot one in the Northeast as well, Mid-Atlantic, including D.C., where we have a feels like up there above 105 degrees. But we have a front, and this front coming through the Midwest and Northeast, it will make a difference. This comes through Saturday and Sunday. It will bring thunderstorms. There may be severe weather with it, but behind it, we will see drier and more comfortable air that moves in, and so getting some relief from the heat wave up here in the Northeast and parts of the Midwest. Can't say the same about the rest of the country. It stays hot. Remember, you can watch the Weather Channel on cable and now live on your favorite TV streaming device. Errol and Lana, I'll send it back to you.
All right, Jen, thank you.
Coming up, Ukrainian forces are ramping up efforts to retake Russian-occupied territory, deploying thousands of additional troops to the front lines. We'll evaluate the state of war and what Putin is doing with the grain supply.
Plus, a coup underway right now in Niger. Will break down the issues that led to this turmoil and the impact it may have on West African security in general. You're streaming CBS News.
If it's important to our nation,
I wonder how you think about where America is at this moment.
it's on Face the Nation.
Can there be stability if Vladimir Putin remains in power?
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan on CBS.
America Decides, taking you inside American democracy.
The most important stories on a day-to-day, hour-to-hour basis.
You're going to hear a lot of reporting.
It is clearly a pivotal moment.
Gun control, the economy, education. Both sides of the political aisle fight it out for power.
Bringing you the analysis that you need.
Thoughtfully, with context.
Be part of the conversation.
On CBS News Streaming.
Welcome to America Decides.
An original documentary from CBS reports.
I always tell people that Twitter would not be Twitter without Black Twitter. It's just us being in fellowship with each other.
And it becomes a conversation you don't want to be left out of.
People really started to recognize the power of activism on Twitter.
Based on that one tweet, the hashtag #OscarSoWhite was trending around the world.
If anything has really powered Black Twitter, it's been humor.
If your food ain't right, oh, we're going to tell you about that, too.
We tend to create change, create culture and cool.
That's how movements happen on Black Twitter and go beyond more than that.
Black Twitter, the Twitterverse that changed a generation. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
When weather turns extreme,
the threat of severe weather and dangerous tornadoes is expected to last.
CBS News and the Weather Channel bringing virtual weather technology so advanced, so real.
Let's bring in our partners at the Weather Channel.
Now 6 feet of water, imagine that. Cars that can act like battery lamps.
These hyper-realistic simulations show you what the weather will look and feel like before it happens.
Feel the forecast, streaming on CBS News. An original documentary from CBS reports.
The carnage in our nation's schools has become painfully repetitive.
Not one more child!
School shootings have parents fighting mad.
I promised my daughter I was going to fight. It's going to keep on happening.
And teachers taking lessons in how to fight back.
This is an exercise.
We approach it as it's you or them.
It shouldn't have to be your teacher's job to protect your life.
But will the battle over gun control,
People are afraid that they're going to lose their gun rights altogether,
be the hardest lesson of all?
The exercise, you're having to shoot at an adult. Are you prepared to have to kill one of your students?
Guns in the Classroom, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
She's the most successful alpine skier, male or female, ever, and a worldwide inspiration.
We need a lot of women doing sports really, really well.
The story of Michaela Schifrin's game-changing reign at the top of the slopes when we go person to person.
A group of army-backed soldiers in Niger have seized power and say that they have overthrown the country's democratically elected president.
And the president's own guards reportedly seized him, citing poor national security and a struggling economy. An official from Niger's Air Force announced the takeover in this televised address yesterday, saying officers were closing the country's borders and establishing a curfew.
Niger is a key security ally for the U.S. in the region, as neighboring West African countries have faced coups and the threat of Islamic insurgencies. I want to bring in Ebenezer Obadare. He is a senior fellow for Africa Studies at the Council on Foreign Relations. Good to have you with us. So Secretary of State Antony Blinken was in Niger back in March, and he called the nation a model of democracy. We're just fast forwarding by a few months. How did we get to this point?
Well, thank you for having me. One of the things that Secretary Blinken wanted to get across was American commitment to what you call the 4Ds: diplomacy, democracy, development, and defense. And the United States has been committing a lot of resources to that. But part of the problem is that you're dealing with a country that is extremely poor, that has very serious economic challenges, a high number of refugees and internally displaced people. And if you're looking at things from that perspective, something resembling what has just happened in the country was always in the offing. So I'm by no means surprised that this has taken place.
What's interesting is a U.S. State Department report from just a few years ago found the country suffered from some of the things that you're citing and some of the things that I guess the military folks who've taken over are complaining about. They have a small defensive force. There's ineffective coordination among security forces there, as well as budget shortfalls and general instability. Considering this is an ally for the U.S. as it tries to combat ISIS offshoots and other terrorist groups, how might this hamper anti-terrorism efforts overall in West Africa?
Not just that. If you are a long-term student of democracy in the region, if you are fearful, as many African experts are, about the increasing influence of Wagner Group and Moscow in the region, right, this does not bode well at all. And one of the things that Secretary Blinken did, when he visited Niamey in March, was to give his word to President Bazoum and to the people of Niger to say, we're committed to supporting democracy and development in the country. I think the ball is back in the U.S. court now. And I think people are wondering whether the United States will actually put its money where its mouth is.
Well, I think that for the U.S. audience, there isn't necessarily a lot of understanding. I think even the fact that the U.S. has a sizable military presence there, more than 1,000 U.S. troops are actually stationed there. What is the status for U.S. troops now? Might they be called upon to intervene in this coup?
So that's a great question. Two reactions to that. One is that the troops are stationed in Agadez. Then the capital of Niger is in Niamey. Agadez to Niamey is a distance of, give or take, 650 miles, about 1,000 kilometers. Wow. So it's a 3-hour plane ride. It's not that easy to get to. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, what are American troops doing there? The Central Sahel, comprising Niger, Mali, Burkina Faso, South Sudan, this is an area that has been dealing with a lot of difficulty and adversity emanating from attacks by ISIS and its affiliates. And one of the main reasons why the United States is in that region is, one, to provide support for soldiers, for the armed forces within those countries, to provide military training for them, but at the same time to make sure that they are ready to combat the Islamic State and its allies. So the United States is not primarily in Niger to help prevent coups d'etat. It's in Niger to make sure that the whole of the Central Sahel does not fall into the hands of the Islamic State.
All right, Ebenezer Obadare, thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, thank you, Ebenezer.
Thank you for having me.
Relentless heat and warming ocean waters are putting Florida's coral reefs in danger. We'll speak with one scientist about the damage already done.
Plus, a new species of dinosaur. Next, we'll look at how the discovery is helping us better understand the prehistoric creatures. You're streaming CBS News.
An original documentary from CBS Reports. Controversial Congressman George Santos.
Why won't you answer our questions?
How did he manage to get elected?
Thank you very much, and God bless you, and God bless the USA.
George Santos' campaign was a campaign of deceit, lies, fabrication.
And who is he, really?
I knew him as Anthony DeVolder from Queens.
Really, who he is, he's a fraud.
I compare him to the Tinder swindler.
From people who know him, the truth, the facts, the lies.
He would say that he was worth $100 million.
It's an incredibly cynical episode in American politics, beyond satire.
Had you ever seen anything like this?
No, and I hope I never see it again.
Campaign of Deceit, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
She dazzled on the court and off the court as a businesswoman. Thank you for joining us on Person to Person. Tennis superstar and entrepreneur Serena Williams.
An original CBS Reports documentary.
I asked my students, what are we going to do about racism in the United States?
The backlash over teaching about racism in American schools.
I don't think it has any place in the classroom.
We can either pretend and say, no, we're not racist and we're all great people, or we can actually start to do the really, really hard work of addressing it.
How did you lose your job?
I made the statement that white privilege is a fact.
Is it helping diversity and inclusion?
When you bring in different people's stories and experience, it enriches education.
If you don't talk about something, it doesn't go away.
Or driving us further apart?
What schools are doing to our children in the name of anti-racism is in fact teaching them racism.
The intention is to put us in this war against each other.
An original CBS Reports documentary, streaming now. An original CBS Reports documentary.
I was entitled to equal pay for equal work under the law.
Does the Supreme Court's power need to be checked?
9 Supreme Court justices, 5 of them said no, she's not entitled. That's not right.
Calls to fix the court tend to go along with the politics of the moment.
Republican-appointed justices have all tended to go in one direction, with the Democratic-appointed justices tending to go in another.
Even though it's only 9 justices, it takes 5 of them to make the law of the land.
Does it have political impact? True. Political intent? Probably not true.
If the American people don't trust the judgment of their court, that's a real problem for our democracy.
An original CBS Reports documentary, streaming now.
On our places, bright shiny faces.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team. I don't go to work in the morning. I go for coffee with my 2 good friends, and we talk about the world.
Welcome back to CBS News on this very busy Thursday. I'm Lana Zach.
And I'm Errol Barnett. Here's a quick recap of the top stories we're following for you right now. The U.S. economy grew last quarter, steering the country further away from a recession. The nation's GDP increased at an annual rate of 2.4% between April and June of this year. That's nearly 0.5% more than the growth recorded in the first quarter.
The federal grand jury impaneled to decide if former President Donald Trump will face a 3rd indictment is meeting today in Washington. Attorneys for the former president met with special counsel Jack Smith for an hour before today's proceedings began.
The House Foreign Affairs Committee has opened hearings into the chaos that erupted as U.S. troops left Afghanistan in 2021. Republicans on the panel say the pullout, which was initially ordered during the Trump administration, led to not only the deaths of U.S. soldiers, but paved the way for the Taliban to return to power.
Ukraine has launched a new thrust in its counteroffensive against Russia. The country is now using thousands of troops held in reserve to coordinate attacks on Russian soldiers in its southern region. Moscow reported 2 massive attacks Wednesday, led by 3 battalions with tanks, but says it was able to hold Ukrainian forces back. CBS News foreign correspondent Ramy Inocencio joins us now. Ramy, fighting has really intensified in southern Ukraine. We've seen ebbs and flows, but tell us, in what areas is Kyiv really looking to make progress right now?
Hey there, Lana. Yeah, that's right. All across the southern front lines, Ukraine is trying to push further south. And the main point that they're trying to do is the areas of Melitopol as well as Berdyansk. What we're hearing right now is that at least some reserves are being sent to the westernmost advanced point of Orikhiv and to the potentially through the axis to Tokmak all the way to Melitopol. Now, the idea here is to try to get to the Sea of Azov. And the reason for that is to try to cut Russian forces off from the Crimean Peninsula, from Crimea itself, because that is the so-called land bridge there. And they still have not been able to do that, of course. And there has been criticism that this has been a slow slog to try to get that mission accomplished. But we spoke to the head of public relations for the Territorial Defense Forces, and he said, listen, they have a lot of challenges ahead of them, some of it being troops, of course, Russian troops, trenches, but most of all, landmines that have been scattered around. So even if they were able to take the land, they may not be able to hold it. And, of course, they have to clear all that area. Some of it, he says, is larger than some countries in Europe.
And at the same time, Remy, this comes as Russia continues its own attacks, including an overnight strike on Odessa. This is the crucial port city that has all those grain terminals the rest of the world certainly will be impacted by. What can you tell us about what's happening there?
Sure. It's believed that that attack happened from missiles fired from a submarine in the Black Sea. At least we know one person was killed in that incident. A security building was damaged along with a cargo terminal. But this is just really the latest in a series of attacks that Russia has been embarking on, trying to bombard southern Ukraine. But not just that. In addition to the attack on Odessa, there were several other rockets that were fired across all of Ukraine. I have to say that when we were coming in yesterday into Kyiv, we stopped in between Lviv and Kyiv for a break, and then as we opened the doors, we heard air raid sirens happen and just blast through the air for several minutes. Then we got to Kyiv, and then we were told by our hotel here that more missiles were expected to come in. So it's something on the minds of everyone here, and looking ahead, it doesn't seem to be ebbing anytime soon.
And Remy, at a summit this morning, Vladimir Putin promised tons of free grain to African countries. Talk about the motivation behind that, and is it actually feasible?
Sure. Well, when we hear the word free, I think that we often know that there's always an asterisk to that word, right? And in this case, Russian President Vladimir Putin wants to give free grain to many African countries because he wants to smooth relations politically, diplomatically with them, especially after Russia pulled out of the Black Sea Grain Deal initiative about 10 days ago. Now, the reason for this, though, is because he wants to try to leverage what Russia has in terms of its grain. We've seen grain prices rise by about 10%. If he takes Ukrainian grain out of the global system, Russia potentially stands to dominate. With that said, the heads of state, African leaders currently meeting Mr. Putin in St. Petersburg, they aren't as many as the last time a Russia-Africa summit actually happened. Back in 2019, there were about 45 African leaders who met Mr. Putin. This year, it's just about 24. So the implication here is that the trust of Mr. Putin has eroded over the past year because of the war in Ukraine.
All right, Remy Inocencio, thank you.
Water temperatures around southern Florida are reaching potentially, it's a key word here, record-breaking levels.
The water has been hitting triple digits, and we're talking hot tub level temperatures. Scientists say the buoy at Manatee Bay hit 101.1 degrees on Monday. For reference, the average hot tub temperature runs between 100 to 102 degrees Fahrenheit, but meteorologists are hesitant to call this a record just yet because the area is shallow with seagrass.
Still, officials say water temperatures in the area have been in the upper 90s for more than 2 weeks now, and they're warning that warmer water is fuel for hurricanes. Those high temperatures also bring major concerns about coral bleaching and coral death in the Florida Keys.
Florida's Sombrero Reef is just one reef already wiped out by the scorching temperatures.
That's right. The Coral Restoration Foundation says it discovered the reef had completely died last week. It was a restoration site just off the coast, northeast of Key West, as you see there.
The Sombrero Reef is a protected area that's popular with snorkelers and divers and home to endangered star corals. Coral reefs, as you may or may not know, are vital to the overall health of our planet, but they are in jeopardy with this relentless heat.
For more on this major development, we're going to speak now with Cynthia Lewis. You see her there. She's a biologist at the University of South Florida and director of Florida Institute of Oceanography's Keys Marine Laboratory. Cynthia, thank you for being with us. As we've just spelled out, we should all care why the life of coral reefs continue, but help describe to us why this scale of coral death could be, disastrous for the local ecosystem and the rest of us.
Well, thank you for having me. These reef ecosystems are extremely important, first economically to the state of Florida, huge economic importance for tourism, recreational boating and diving and fishing, not to mention the sport fishing industry, the commercial fisheries, including the lobster fishery. We've got lobster mini season going on right now with the lobster season soon to begin. And this ecosystem provides the critical habitat for all of these activities. And if this ecosystem collapses, this is the identity of Florida.
Cynthia,
so, yes, really important.
We're trying to sort through the information here. A lot of people are talking about, or just actually trying to wrap their minds around the idea that the water itself in some areas of Florida are triple digits. In this area, the coral death happened in a restoration project area. I'm hoping you can tell us how warm is the water there, and tell us more about the project and what's involved in it.
We've been having reports from scientists that have been out in the water at this site and many others, and they have been seeing water temperatures as high as 91, 92 degrees on their dive computers in 25, 30 feet of water.
And what should the temperature actually be? What would be normal instead?
Well, the corals would be a lot happier if it was not above 87 degrees. Okay. Normally we see 85, 86 degrees at this time of year. This is incredibly warm this early. So yeah, the divers are reporting this at the reef, temperatures between 88 and 90 degrees pretty consistently. We have had a respite with the rain and the cloud cover that we had yesterday that may have dropped the temperatures. I haven't had any recent reports from that, but there are plenty of people monitoring that.
And we appreciate your background as well. And for anyone who's done some scuba diving, I mean, these are magical places in our world that some of us are lucky enough to get close to. But I'm wondering about the restoration projects. When you think of the Great Barrier Reef, it had been bleached, it had suffered, it had died, but it had been restored as well, thanks to efforts in Australia. Talk to me about the maintenance efforts and if there have been any adverse effects on the reefs.
Certainly. So the restoration efforts have actually been going on down here for a couple decades, and beginning to learn the processes and actually implement the techniques and put them in place. So we have multiple partners up and down the state, up and down the reef, where they actually have nurseries that are offshore. If you can imagine, sometimes they're floating Christmas trees that have corals hanging from them, and it's a good way for them to grow them and propagate them and get ready for outplanting to actually help the restoration of the reef. There are many different techniques that they use. So all of these offshore nurseries are in potential danger. They're seeing many of them bleaching and even dying. So that's been this huge rescue attempt. The other aspect is many other partners fortunate enough to have capacity in land-based nurseries throughout the state and even the country have been stockpiling the genetic diversity that was the reef or that is the reef. Wow. And protecting them so that they don't lose these corals at this point in time for later restoration back out to the reef.
It must be such a blow that Sombrero Reef, you're reporting 100% coral mortality at this point. Cynthia Lewis, thank you for joining us and for ringing the bell on this.
Thank you so much.
Coming up in Money Watch, what's old is new again.
That's right. We'll tell you why more and more home buyers are selecting from existing stock rather than new construction. You're streaming CBS News.
It's a history-making meeting. 4 extraordinary women who are all 4-star generals and admirals. How did you deal with being discriminated against?
I just worked harder.
The future of an ever-evolving U.S. military when we go person to person.
stories start with the who, what, when, and where.
CBS News has been following this story. Camilla, why is the government relying on these devices to track migrants?
But it's why it's important to you that matters most. Doctor, why are federal health advisors focusing on this specific pill for contraception? And knowing what to ask is how you open the door to a deeper understanding. I'm John Dickerson. See you on Prime Time. Streaming free everywhere.
Stories that inform.
You can be really old at 60, and you can be really young at 85.
Inspire.
How do we unlock the power within ourselves to be who we want to be?
And brighten your day.
The best part of fame is making people feel good. Always send the people home happy.
Make every day a little more like Sunday morning.
Here comes the sun.
Stream now on the free CBS News app.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
He started out as a fun-loving party boy, but the alcohol got the better of him. What I envisioned was him being in some sort of medical facility. I just thought, what a great candidate for them to learn about the results of alcoholism and what it does to a body. But his body was sold to the military, specifically used as a crash test dummy in a simulated Humvee explosion. I was devastated. I had the box. I don't know if they were his ashes or not. I just held it as tight as I could, and I just told him how sorry I was.
Body Brokers, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Hey there, welcome to The Uplift.
I look over at him and he's smiling.
I'm going to remember that the rest of my life.
It's really a miracle that he's with us today.
The Uplift, stream now on the free CBS News app.
America Decides, taking you inside American democracy.
The most important stories on a day-to-day, hour-to-hour basis.
You're going to hear a lot of reporting.
It is clearly a pivotal moment.
Gun control, the economy, education.
Both sides of the political aisle fight it out for power.
Bringing you the analysis that you need.
Thoughtfully, with context.
Be part of the conversation.
On CBS News streaming.
Welcome to America Decides, Monday through Thursday at 5 p.m. Eastern.
After nearly 4 decades of March Madness, this sports broadcasting legend is stepping away from his role in covering the NCAA basketball tournament. Jim Nantz on his fondest memories and what's next when we go person to person.
All right, Amazon is looking at a future that includes having more artificial intelligence in our homes.
That's right. The company has proposed adding chatbot GPT-like technology to its virtual assistant app, Alexa. Amazon's expected to announce the new devices in September, but complete integrations between AI and Alexa are not expected to be ready until next year.
Amazon says, quote, generative AI is something we've been working on for a while, and it has huge potential, especially in the home. Chief Technology Correspondent for Axios, Ina Fried, joins us now. So we're still trying to figure out if this sounds like a good thing, right, or if we should be concerned that the robots are about to take over. Is it possible that in the near future, AI is going to be something that's fully integrated into our homes and making our lives better?
I think it is, but I think you're right to wonder what the downside is.
That makes it, you may proceed.
Thanks for sticking with us on CBS News Detroit. I'm Terrence Friday.
And I'm Meredith Bruckner. Our gavel-to-gavel coverage for the fate of the Oxford shooter continues.
Today marks the start of that Miller hearing that is expected to last 2 full days and could carry over into next week. That all dependent on what is presented in court today and tomorrow. That hearing has continued, and we're going to listen in right now.
I'm also the crime scene response team supervisor, which I have 10 team members on that, along with an evidence technician program that I run that has over 100 technicians.
Okay. So you're a part of the crime scene investigation, would that be correct?
That is correct.
And sir, we're not going to go through all the qualifications because it is a Miller hearing, not a jury trial. But it's true that you've been qualified many times over in crime scene analysis?
That is correct.
How often do you conduct a crime scene analysis? How often is this part of your day-to-day?
Not every day. The teams that I run do a lot of crime scene investigations that are out of my realm, but I've been a crime scene investigator for this is my 25th year, starting with Pontiac Police and with Oakland County Sheriff's Office, and I've done hundreds, if not thousands, of crime scenes throughout my career.
I'd like to direct your attention to November the 30th, 2021. Do you remember that day?
Yes, I do.
Were you working?
I was working in the office, yes.
Okay. And were you the on-call crime scene supervisor in that day?
Yes, I was.
Do you remember being called to the Oxford High School that day?
Yes, I do.
Tell me where you were when you received that phone call.
I was sitting in my office at 38 East of the Sheriff's Office, and my Captain Quisenberry informed me that I needed to respond to the Oxford High School.
And you responded there?
Yes, I did.
Tell us what you do, please. What are some of the steps you take when you process a scene?
The initial thing is an assessment, a crime scene assessment, to see what we actually are looking at as far as the actual crime scene. So to get an idea of what resources I may need or what processes we have to actually perform before we actually start photography or anything else.
Okay. Now, at the Oxford High School, this is an extremely large crime scene, would that be correct?
That is correct.
And before you conducted your analysis, did you do a walkthrough?
Yes, I did.
Tell me about that, please.
There were several individuals that were involved. It was my entire team, which I had 8 team members, along with our Special Investigations Unit. There were several sergeants and lieutenants that walked through the scene because there was different intelligence that we were receiving at different times. We wanted to make sure that we were all on the same page.
Now I'm going to approach the witness. This is Exhibit 46. May I approach, Judge?
Yes.
Now this has already been stipulated to his admission. I just want you to have that and refer to it if necessary. That's your report that you authored regarding the crime scene analysis in this case. Is that correct?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Okay. Now, that's obviously a lengthy report. We're not going to go all the way through it, but I am going to show you some photographs. It's also been stipulated to, they're already admitted into evidence. I'll take you through that through the PowerPoint presentation on the screen. But I just want to confirm with you, you've seen our exhibits. These were all taken on November the 30th, 2021 at the Oxford High School?
That is correct.
So, directing you now to the screen, this is a map of the Oxford High School, and we have blue markings on this map. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. Did you make these markings?
Actually, one of my team members had actually placed the numbers on the schematic of where the evidence pieces were collected from within the school.
Okay. Now, can you tell me, please, what these numbers signify?
They're item numbers that coincide to a specific piece of evidence that was given a specific number and then collected from the crime scene.
Okay. When we're talking about evidence, are we talking about shell casings?
Yes.
Can you tell us, please, what exactly is a shell casing?
So what the technical term will be a fired cartridge case. It is a portion of a cartridge that ejects out of a semi-automatic weapon when the firearm is fired. So the bullet goes out the end of the barrel, and the fired cartridge case will eject out the side of the weapon, typically out the right-hand side of the weapon.
Okay. Now, Oxford High School, it's a single-story building. Is that true?
That is correct.
Okay. And did it appear to you from your investigation that the shooting was contained to the 200 hallway?
Yes, it was.
And just for a little bit of background, the hallways are named for the numbered classrooms in the hallway. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. So, throughout your investigation, were you able to determine the path that the shooter took?
Yes, it appeared to be on the south side of the school, and then headed a little bit east and then to the north.
Okay, I'm just to direct you to, I have a laser pointer with the map here. Now, this is a bathroom that's directly adjacent to room 258. Did you come to learn that the defendant was in that bathroom directly before he opened fire?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And if you could tell us the path that he walked, please?
Then he would go directly east, which is down, and then go into the north, which is a little bit to the right, and then follows that hallway there.
Okay. And where did the evidence of the shooting scene stop?
In front of room 213, which is right there on the right-hand side of the screen.
And of course, sir, you're aware that at that point the defendant turned around and continued to walk in reverse path down the 200 hallway. Is that right?
That is correct.
Now I'm going to take you through some crime scene photographs following the path that the defendant took. So this is previously admitted as Exhibit 2. If you could tell me what we're looking at in this photograph.
This is a bathroom stall in the bathroom that is just outside of room 258 in the 200 wing of the school. And there's some personal effects that you can see in the picture there, a backpack, some electronics, a journal, along with a Gatorade bottle, some other miscellaneous items.
Okay. Now, next picture is in the 200 hallway. We're looking down the 200 hallway. We have rooms 258 and 256. And obviously we have some images redacted, but also yellow evidence placards. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
Yes, this is a photograph taken just outside of that bathroom, what we saw the inside of in the previous exhibit. This is a photograph taken to the east on that hallway outside of 258 and 256. And the yellow placards are items that were marked as evidence pieces within that crime scene.
Now I want to ask you specifically about what I call shell casings, or fired cartridge cases is the official term. Would that be right?
That is correct.
Okay. How many of those did you uncover, or did you recover rather, in this portion of the 200 hallway?
In front of, outside of 258 and 256, there were 14 fire cartridge cases located.
Okay. And sir, you told us that every time a semi-automatic handgun is fired, it ejects that cartridge case.
That is correct.
Okay. So that means he fired 14 times?
That is correct.
In this area, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, further, following this hallway, following the shooter's path, this is looking at the corner where 249 would be right around to the left of the photograph. This is past room 256 that would be behind us. So what do we see in this photograph?
You start to see where the hallway turns to the left, which would be to the north, outside of 249, and you see a couple more evidence placards there that are marked with evidence.
Okay. Now, as we turn that corner, we're looking down the long part of the 200 hallway. What are we looking at in this photograph?
Once again, it's the hallway. You can start to see at the top of the photograph that this hallway is a curved hallway. It's not a straight hallway. Once again, the evidence placards were placed next to pieces of evidence that were located within the crime scene.
Okay. Now, again, specific to those cases, those shell casings, this is where 249 would extend to 213. That would be the end of the crime scene?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, how many of those shell casings were recovered in this portion of the hallway?
There were 18 fire cartridge cases between 249 and 213.
Okay. Did you recover any handgun magazines?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Is that exhibit, or is that placard 35 right here by the laser pointer?
That is correct.
What is a handgun magazine? What is it?
So a gun magazine, a handgun magazine, would be something that contains those cartridges prior to them being fired, and they're inserted into the bottom of a semi-automatic weapon to be able to be loaded into the chamber of a firearm to be expelled through the barrel.
Okay. And you're familiar with the murder weapon from November the 30th, 2021, correct?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Tell us, what is the firing capacity of that particular handgun?
The magazines, there were 3 magazines covered from within the scene, and the capacity was 15 rounds per magazine.
Okay. So if we see an ejected magazine, that was empty when recovered, right?
That is correct.
Right. That tells us that he went through the entire magazine, and then he ejected that, and we saw in the video earlier that he then inserted a full magazine of bullets. Is that your understanding?
Yes, it is.
Now, was there evidence that the defendant turned and fired into classrooms with children and teachers as well?
Yes, there was.
All right, the next slide here is room 247. Can you tell us, please, what we're looking at?
This is a photograph taken from the outside of room 247. You can see there's a pink trajectory rod that is to indicate where the bullet actually passed through the framework of the door in 247 into the classroom.
Now, that rod, we talked a little bit about it earlier with Lieutenant Willis. You obviously weren't here for that, but tell us what that rod means.
It's the direction that the bullet actually traveled into that classroom, prior to my arrival during the crime scene.
Okay. Now we're moving on to room 244. We see another one of these trajectory rods. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. So again, this signifies that the defendant turned and fired into that classroom.
Yes, and this looks to be a small window that was on the left-hand side of the door to 244.
Okay. And we see spider broken glass underneath the sign 244 prior to the bullet being fired in there. So you're understanding that glass was actually clear. You can see through it.
That is correct.
Right. And that's other classrooms have that same glass panel right next to the door?
Correct.
Now this is office 224. This is the office of Miss Molly Darnell. What do we see here?
Once again, there are 3 trajectory rods that were inserted into the door of classroom 224, indicating the path of travel where the bullets went through the door into 224.
Now this is the same classroom. This is also 224. We see the part of the office door where the bullet actually went through, and this is just the view inside the classroom or office.
That is correct. You can see the back side of the door of 224 with the trajectory rods on the inside of the door, and then the contents of that classroom at the time that I observed it.
So I want to direct you to where I have the laser pointer. At the back of this classroom is a file cabinet with an indentation here. Are you aware what that was?
Yes, I am.
What is that?
It would be what we call ricochet or a defect. It was in that filing cabinet, most likely caused by a fired bullet.
Okay. And this hole here in the window, that was also likely caused by a fired bullet?
That's correct. We call that a perforation where the bullet actually traveled out and we were never able to recover it.
Okay. And in this file cabinet right here with books, a fired bullet was actually recovered there. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now I'm moving to classroom 223. This is a side-by-side view of that classroom. What do we see here?
This is it's a side-by-side photograph of 223, and you can see the picture on the right. It looks like it appears to be what we call a tumbling bullet. It's not a circular in nature. The pattern is not circular in nature, so it looks like the bullet was actually tumbling at that time. So it had to come in contact with something prior to hitting that door.
Okay. We have room 220, another rod in the door. What does that signify?
The trajectory rod to show the path of travel of a bullet that went into room 220.
Okay, and the last picture here is room 215. You see 3 rods in that glass pane next to the door?
Yes, that is correct. They're orange in this photograph. The trajectory rods are the same. They're just a different color for this one in 215.
So this would signify the defendant fired 3 times, aiming at someone past that glass pane and went through the glass.
That is correct.
Now, did you also process the men's bathroom in the 200 hallway across from room 233?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And that is the location where the defendant killed Justin Schilling, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. Again, Judge, I'm going to show one photograph from that location. Thank you. Now, this picture was taken from the exterior, the hallway, looking into that bathroom. Can you tell us, please, what we see here?
You see a large amount of blood in the middle of this photograph that would be just inside of the bathroom before you turn to actually get into where the stalls and the sinks were. There's also a backpack that's indicated by number 50 in the photograph, and then you can't really see it in the photograph, but there is some type of defect on the bathroom wall, most likely caused from a fired bullet.
Okay, so from your investigation, you learned that the gun was fired one time. We know that it struck Mr. Justin Schilling, and the bullet then struck the wall right about here. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, the defendant, you're aware the defendant surrendered, and before he did, he placed his gun on a trash can outside the bathroom. Is that what this picture depicts?
That is correct.
Now, based upon your crime scene investigation, how many times did the defendant fire that gun on November the 30th, 2021?
32 times.
Thank you, Judge. Nothing further.
Thank you. Cross-examination.
Other than the crime scene at the high school, were you involved in the search of the house?
No, I was not.
Were you involved with processing any of the evidence as far as testing any of it?
I guess you should be more specific.
Okay, for example, if clothing was taken from Ethan, would you have processed that clothing for any type of trace evidence?
No, I did not. That's not my area of expertise.
Would you have done any trace evidence analysis on the firearm?
I did check the firearm.
And when you checked it, what were you checking it for?
For blood.
And was there any blood on the firearm?
No, there was not.
As it relates to your processing the scene at the high school, the photographs and the placards in them are based on where things were found when you arrived, correct?
That is correct.
It's possible that that evidence could have been unintentionally moved by other people that were going through the hallway, correct?
That is a possibility.
Now, did you interview anyone in the in your investigation of this scene?
Did I interview anyone?
Correct.
No, I did not.
Did you take any statements from anybody?
No, I did not.
And you already said you hadn't been to Ethan's house. Were you at all responsible for any of the photographs or any evidence collection there, even though you didn't do it personally?
I took all the photographs in this case.
Okay, so you took the photographs at the house then too?
Just at the high school.
Okay, so you just said you took all the photographs. So if there were photographs from the house, it wouldn't be something you did.
Then I apologize if I misunderstood the question. I was never at the house, so I could not have taken any photographs there. I took all the photographs at the Oxford High School.
Would one of the team members that you testified you supervised taken those pictures?
Yes.
And would you have been supervising what was collected at the house or what pictures were taken?
I was not at the house.
But were you telling your team member what to do or how to process that scene?
No, I did not.
Did you take any, and this may not be, it may be outside of what your responsibilities are, so let me know, any physical evidence from the person of Ethan, such as swabs?
No, I did not.
Would that have been outside of what your responsibilities were?
It would all have to depend on the circumstances and if I was needed or they requested it.
Have you ever met Jennifer and James Crumbley?
No, I have not.
Do you know anything about Ethan's life or his family?
Only by hearsay.
And by hearsay, would that have been from your team members or other law enforcement officials, or are you talking from like press reports?
Just from my coworkers in law enforcement.
Okay. We know Ethan's been in the Oakland County Jail, correct?
That is correct.
Have you had any contact with him at the jail?
No, I have not.
And do you know anything about what he's been doing there regarding education?
No, I do not.
How about, do you know that he's been diagnosed as being mentally ill?
I do not know that.
How about if he's taking any sort of medication or in any sort of counseling or other treatment for mental illness?
I don't know that information.
Do you know what the Miller factors are?
Just a little bit.
Okay. Do you know any of the hallmark features of Ethan's chronological age?
No, I do not.
Okay. Do you have any sort of education, experience, or specialized knowledge to talk about hallmark features of a person's chronological age?
No, I do not.
And you didn't do any investigation of your own as to his family or home environment, correct?
That is correct.
Now, you also cannot provide any testimony about the effect of any familial or peer pressure on Ethan related to this event. Would that be true?
I think he's already testified that he's a crime scene investigator and was only at the school.
Thank you. The court agrees, but I will allow some leeway, but please get to your point and stop, but you may continue.
Your Honor, my questions are toward the Miller factors and whether he has any information for us about those.
Correct. His statement has been he's vaguely familiar with the Miller factors, and he's pretty much established that he doesn't have anything to offer directly as it relates to the Miller factors. And so you may continue. I am allowing some leeway.
You don't know anything about the incompetencies of youth or Ethan's incompetencies related to his age, correct?
That is correct.
Don't know anything about brain development, correct?
Correct.
And you don't know whether Ethan can be rehabilitated, can you?
No, I cannot.
And do you know what it means to be rehabilitated in the context of criminal law or corrections?
No, I do not.
And you don't have any experience, education, or specialized knowledge about whether people can be rehabilitated at all, correct?
That is correct.
How about what it means to be irreparably corrupt? Do you know what that means?
No, I do not.
And you don't know any sort of standard for that phrase?
No.
You don't know how to determine if anybody's irreparably corrupt, correct?
Correct.
You haven't met Ethan before, correct?
That is correct.
So you can't provide us any testimony about what changes he's undergone as a person between November 30th of 2021 and today, correct?
No, I cannot.
No further questions.
Thank you. Redirect.
Briefly. You're a crime scene investigator?
That is correct.
Okay. And so you went to the crime scene November the 30th to process the scene?
Yes, I did.
Okay. You can tell us that the defendant fired the weapon, the 9mm weapon that he used to murder 4 children. He fired that gun 32 times in that shooting event?
That is correct.
And each time he fired it aiming at a person. Is that right?
One would assume.
Thanks. Nothing.
Thank you. With that being said, any reason why this witness should not be excused?
Not from the people. Thank you.
None from defense.
Thank you. With that being said, sir, you may step down. You may also leave the courthouse. Please don't discuss your testimony with anyone.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're very welcome.
The next witness is Detective Edward Browski.
Thank you. You may call your next witness. What was the next witness's name?
Edward Browski, Detective Edward Browski.
Thank you. Detective, if you could, please approach the witness box. Yes, sir. You're going to stand in the witness box. Face my clerk to be sworn, please.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
One more.
Please raise your hand. Under penalty of perjury, do you swear or affirm the statements you're about to make to this court will be the whole truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. And sir, if you could, please state your full name for the record and spell your last name.
Edward Wogrowski, last name Wagrowski.
Thank you. People, your witness.
Thank you. Sir, when you're ready, can you tell us how you're employed, please?
With the Oakland County Sheriff's Office.
Okay, what do you do at the Sheriff's Office?
I'm a detective in the Computer Crimes Unit.
How long have you been with the Computer Crimes Unit?
9 years.
Tell us, please, what a detective in the Computer Crimes Unit does on a day-to-day basis.
We do everything, cell phone forensics. We're looking for evidence of crimes on phones, computers, call detail records, stuff like that.
Okay. So is it fair to say that someone from the Computer Crimes Unit would be responsible for the forensic examination of any cell phone seized?
Yes, sir.
Would that, would the task of reviewing search warrant returns from social media outlets, would that fall to computer crimes, generally speaking?
Yes, sir.
And do you also have expertise in working certain surveillance systems, DVR systems, things of the like?
Yes, sir.
I want to direct your attention to November the 30th, 2020. Sir, do you remember that day?
Yes.
Were you working that day?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Do you recall getting a call about a shooting at the Oxford High School?
I remember our captain coming in.
Okay. So you were in the office and your captain notified you?
Yeah, we were sitting down getting ready to listen to a webinar on forensics, cell phone forensic stuff. And he came in, and the phrase he used is, he said there's been a shooting at the Oxford High School, and he said all hands on deck.
What's going through your head at that point?
This isn't real.
What'd you do?
I'll be honest, in my job, we're people call us the computer nerds, and I thought, this isn't real, it's going to be over by the time I get there. And so I got we always take our laptop wherever we go, and I grabbed my stuff and walked out to my car. I remember as I was pulling out of the parking lot, it became very real. I looked to my left out of the sheriff's office, 38 East, and the animal control and the medical examiners down at the far end, and there's 2 marked patrol units from another agency. They come around the corner and their lights and siren are going, and they're going very fast. And I I remember thinking, they weren't from my agency, and I remember thinking, I knew where they were going. And I thought to myself, like, there's no way they're going to beat me to a place in my town that I work for.
Do you remember the drive?
Every minute of it, yeah.
Tell me what you remember.
I remember there was a lot of chatter on the radio, a lot. I was at 24 in Walton. I went up to Walton, turned right, and started heading north on 24. And it must have been 1 p.m. because I remember hearing say that there's a subject in custody. But I kept driving, of course, license siren, and I remember coming up to the overpass where 75 comes off onto 24, and everything just seemed so, again, not real, but very real. And I saw one of our SWAT vehicles going across the bridge, and I thought, oh wow, and then the light was red right there, but nobody was moving. There was cars at the ramp supposed to be coming off, but nobody was moving. I couldn't figure out why. I should be slowing down because there should be cross traffic. And as I go through the red light, I look to my right, and there's some agency patrol car. I don't know who it was. And then I just kept going up 24, Lapeer Road. Everybody was filing in behind me. And my county vehicle, my detective vehicle is a white minivan, and it's not like a patrol car. It handles different. It handles like a minivan does, not like a patrol car does. And I remember going the next traffic light, past where the old palace used to be. I think it's Brown Road, and I remember there was cars in both lanes, and the light was red. And I remember thinking to myself, like, I gotta be safe, of course, and I gotta get around these cars, and the shoulders gravel. Like I picture it like it happened yesterday. And I went off onto the shoulder of the road to get around the cars. And I felt down to the tires pulling towards the ditch. I felt it. And I go around the cars and keep going north on 24, and there's cars behind me, patrol cars. I look up at one time, there's maybe 6 cars. I look up another time, there's 10. Like, they just kept stacking behind me. And then we got to an intersection. We were into Orion Township. I can't remember what road it was, but the light had just changed red. And I know everybody heard us coming. We were driving, everybody had their sirens going. So the intersection, nobody moved. But I thought the safest thing to do was to stop in the middle of the intersection so everybody behind me can just go through quicker. So I held the intersection, and then I remember I counted 18 vehicles go past me. And then as we got closer into town and that, traffic was really bad on northbound. I remember going against traffic. I remember cars coming at us. Of course, we're slowing down at this point. And all I could hear on the radio was the staging point, staging area. It was the mire. And so I'm like, I'm just going to keep driving north until I see a mire, because I don't know Oxford Township at all. And I follow just past the mire. There's a road there. And I remember hearing Ray Road also on the radio. And so I turned onto that road, and I got out of my car, and another deputy was just getting out of his car. And we look at each other like, what do we do now? And I go, I don't know. They said something about staging area, Ray Road. I go, where's that at? And I remember him saying, you're standing on it. And then I could see kids coming down from where the high school was. I know where the high school was. There was a tree line just behind the mire, and the high school's on the side of that tree line.
Tell me a little bit about, as you arrived on scene there on Ray Road, you said there was kids?
Yeah.
Okay. What was your impression of them? What was their demeanor like?
I don't know if I paid attention to their demeanor at that point, but I remember thinking how unprepared they were. I was freezing. It was cold out. I remember when I got out of my car, I put 2 coats on and I was still shivering at points. And there were kids with just T-shirts on. I remember seeing one girl, she didn't have any shoes on, and just walking along the side of the road in the gravel, and they cut across they didn't come down to the drive where we were, they cut across the snow, the hill, and started walking towards the mire. it looked like everybody was heading down towards the garden center, the far end of the mire from where I was.
So where'd you go?
I went to the garden center because that's what I remember hearing on the radio. I get there, I walk down there because I left my car up on Ray Road, and I get there, and there were just, I remember somebody said we got to start collecting names, like get people's names and phone numbers. So Meyer gave us just opened up boxes of pens and gave us pens and tablets of paper and started, handing it out to people, like just get your names. Then they started telling us to get everybody into the store. Meyer got on the PA system and basically told if you're not from the actual high school, get out of the store, leave your cards where they are. I remember hearing that. And so then I remember seeing kids just standing around like they looked like zombies almost, like they didn't know. And they were telling us to get everybody inside. And I remember putting my hand on a couple kids, like trying to direct them, like come on in, trying to be sensitive to the traumatic event they just went through. I didn't want to force anybody, and I put my hand on a couple people, and they just stood there. They didn't move. Nobody. A couple went into the school, or into the store. I'm sorry, but a lot of them just stood there, just staring.
At some point, did you see buses being dropped off or driven there?
Yeah. I remember all of a sudden some school buses started coming around the corner, and like in moments like that, like everything was I was just so hyper aware of everything. And I remember thinking to myself, like, that's just like really weird. Like, why are there school buses? Like, how did they get the buses that close to the school? And just stuff I was thinking about. And I remember seeing parents just standing there talking, hoping their kid.
Parents were looking for their children?
Yes, excuse me. Yeah, hoping that their kid got off the school buses that pulled up. I remember seeing a couple deputies. Their vans were empty, but that was another thing that struck me just absolutely crazy. They were deputies who were assigned to court services that showed up in transport vans to check because they had kids that go to the school. From the front of the court unit were there, narcotics unit, everybody was there.
Detective, you were at the Meyer staging area for how long? 10 or 15 minutes?
Probably that long.
Okay. And at some point, were you redirected to the high school?
Yeah, Detective Jeff Enger works in the computer crimes unit. Had responded right to the school. We didn't follow each other up to the school or anything like that, so we got separated. And I was a little bit better at that time with video systems, DVRs, that sort of thing. And he didn't want anything to get messed up, wanted another brain up there to help. And so he asked me to come up to the school to help him.
So then you went right to the high school in the main office area?
Yes.
Walk us through what happened as you pulled up the school and walked inside.
As I pulled up, there were cars everywhere. I remember having to drive over sidewalks to just get my car close to the school. One of our sergeants was standing at the door, looking at the school. Door 1 is on your right side, door 2, and the office is behind the glass wall there. I walk in the door 2, and the sergeant's standing there. He's just manning the door, I suppose. And I started asking people where the security office is, and somebody eventually walked me to the security office. I don't remember who it was.
Who was in the security office?
Their school security guy, Jim Rourke, was there. Jeff Enger was there. Lieutenant Marsban. A guy from the DEA was there. I don't know his name. And Deputy Lewert was in there as well.
What were you asked to do when you arrived?
We weren't asked to do anything when I got there. What we knew we had to do is to secure the video footage of the incident, what happened, because the bosses are going to want that information to formulate a plan and do all that stuff. So I knew they would be asking for it.
So you knew it was incumbent upon yourself as a computer crimes detective to find the relevant portions of the surveillance footage?
Yes.
Okay. And Oxford High School has a number of surveillance cameras, is that right?
A lot of them.
So they, some point inside the school, some are exterior?
Correct.
Okay. And was it over 90? I think that's the last.
Yeah. Well, yeah, at least 90.
At least 90. Okay. So when you sat down, tell me what the security office looks like. I imagine it is a bank of a screen.
No, it's really. I mean, it's no bigger than the maybe 3/4 size of the seating area you all are. We're looking at it. Jim Rourke, school security, had 2 monitors on his desk, and we're using that to look at, one set of cameras up on one screen and one set of cameras on another screen. It wasn't like a bank of TVs and stuff like that. I remember having to go into a program and launch it and all that stuff.
What was the first thing you did in your attempt to isolate and preserve that footage?
We knew where the shooting started. Jim knew where the shooting started, and so we went to that camera and to try to figure out who the person was and what time they got in the bathroom.
Okay, Detective, you know where the shooting started, and that was right outside 258, which is right here?
Correct, yes.
Okay. So, with that information, tell us what you did in an attempt to find the perpetrator.
We, at the point where it started, when the shooting started, we saw what the person was wearing, and then me and Jim just started backtracking. We were trying to find out what time he went into the bathroom, and I think we spent, it was 20 minutes trying to find him going in the bathroom, and we could never find a black coat, black knit cap going into the bathroom.
And did you find out why?
Yeah, we knew who the shooter was. Someone told us his name. And so we knew there was a time when he would have been on camera because he was leaving the school counseling office. So after realizing he was in the counseling office, we went all the way back to that time and just waited for him to come out of the school counseling office to see what he was wearing.
Okay. So you're the individual responsible for putting together the shooting surveillance footage, is that right?
Yes, sir.
So could you put a number on how much time you've spent working with the surveillance footage itself?
Oh my Lord, I can't put hours on it, but I can tell you the only phrase the video lives in my head.
So you have a innate knowledge of what you've seen in there, and you were there on scene that day too, is that right?
Yes.
Did you actually walk through the school, follow the path of the shooter at some point?
Yeah, the second day, I had to go back up there because at first you didn't get enough video. We need to know this, and there was something that I think the undersheriff at the time wanted me to figure out from the video. So I go back up there, and I remember I asked Jim if we could go to where the shooting started, and because I want my eyes to see what the cameras are seeing, to really just like put myself in that moment, in that time, in that space, to better understand everything.
So if I could think of an analogy, it would be sort of like an officer with a in-car recording system on the patrol car. You capture some of what that officer sees, but you don't catch the peripheral. Would that be the analogy there?
Exactly, yeah.
So with this knowledge that you have, tell me what you see when you that day, November the 30th, you're looking through the surveillance video, you're putting together when it started, where it came out of, and the victims are still being treated at this point, right?
Yeah, I remember it was shortly after 1 p.m. I got there, and I left. It was well after dark, so I don't know what time that was, how long I was there for.
So tell us what you saw when you put that together.
When we were reviewing the video at first, pulling the video?
Sure.
I remember, at first I didn't know all the people that were involved in it, all the victims. But you see the shooter come out of the bathroom, and I've watched the video so many times. He had a sense about him, like, I don't know, I call it like the proud chest. Like he walked out of there like his head was held high, like he was in charge. And I remember his finger was outside the trigger guard.
Why is that significant?
Well, it's gun safety 101. You don't put your finger on the trigger unless you're ready to pull the trigger. Okay. He steps out, and he immediately, there's Phoebe and her boyfriend Elijah, and he immediately levels the gun at them and then shoots them, and you see Elijah's hair from the blast of the bullet. Like his hair he's got real curly hair and his hair just poofs up. He then turns the gun to there's Hannah and Kylie and Riley on the right side of the hallway, and he immediately turns the gun at them and fires some rounds in their direction. Then directly in front of him was John Asciutto, and I learned all these names after, and he shoots at John, and then as John runs further down the hallway, the shooter stops and he shoots again at Hannah. And at this point, she completely falls over. And then he runs down the hallway. I don't know how to describe it, but he sprints down the hallway. He puts the gun to
shoots Madison Baldwin.
He puts the gun to Madison Baldwin's head. And you see, as he turns to walk away, her body just slumps to the ground. He rounds the corner by door 7, where some deputies had come in after. The sun coming through the window, the doors was so bright, you don't see him at first. And then he starts coming in the focus a little bit more, and with the sun dies down or whatever. And there were 2 girls, I don't know their names, but the one girl reaches, she was a smaller girl, a shorter girl, and she goes towards the classroom and she tries pulling the door open. And I would imagine at this time they had engaged the locks on the doors to prevent anybody from coming in. And the other girl, she had a backpack on, and she easily could have just ran past that other girl. But she slowed herself down and grabbed that girl, and I saved her life, I would say, and pulled her with her. As they're running away, you see the shooter level his gun and fire off a few rounds. In the upper corner of the video, you see like appears to be drywall or insulation. He continues on down the hallway, down the 200 hallway. Gets to the area right about a little bit further a little bit more to the right. Yep. Gets about that area. Just then, on another camera in the area that they refer to as a cubby, Jim Ward referred to as the cubby. You see 2 students, one of them being Tate Mirror, and you see the shooter level the gun and fires a round, and just as Tate rounds the corner, just unbeknownst to he didn't know what was going on, he turns the corner and he just immediately falls to the ground. The shooter then continues walking, and then before he gets to where Tate is, he stops again and levels a gun just to shoot Tate one more time. And he leveled the gun, and you see Tate's body flinch after he pulled the trigger. He walks past, so Tate's laying in the doorway to go past and further into the 200 hallway to the right of the picture. And he walks past Tate without a care, didn't look at him or nothing. And as he's walking further down the hallway, he sees, towards the top of the frame, you see him stop, and he turns to his left and fires a couple rounds into an office, I believe it was. And then just continues down the hallway, gets almost all the way to the end, and he had passed a classroom. And the way the classroom is probably, right about there. The way the classroom is, the door is to the far right of the classroom, and there's a small window next to that door. So as he would have been walking to his right, or to our right, I'm sorry, he wouldn't have seen probably students hiding back in the corner of the classroom. and he turns around because he just walks right past as he looks into that area. And after he turns around, he comes back, and he must have seen students hiding in the back corner, and he just fired more rounds into the classroom. And then he keeps on walking. At this time, the assistant principal, Gibson Marshall, had seen what was happening, and she was coming up another hallway, and she's standing at the corner right where Tate was laying. And I remember her trying to get his attention. You know, she just used her foot and lightly tapped him, sort of, you know, are you okay? I don't know what she would have said to him. And Tate didn't move. And the shooter had come back towards the cubby. And as he approaches where Tate is now laying, and the assistant principal is standing there, she wasn't armed. She didn't have anything in her hand. She had a walkie-talkie. That's all she had. And you see the shooter walk past her, and almost in a, a sense of, shame maybe, I don't know, but he turns his head away from where she is, turns and looks away from her. Then he continues back towards the left of the screen to right about there, and then there's a bathroom, and that's where Justin was shot. But there was no indication, unknown why he would have, but he just made a hard right into that bathroom.
And then somebody fled the bathroom after Justin was killed?
Yeah, Keegan just came absolutely tearing out of that bathroom. I remember watching it. He was running so fast. The cameras that recorded him, all it was on the camera was a blur. He was moving so fast.
I'm so sorry, but I have to ask you about Madison again. When he got to her, she was already on the ground in a crouched position. Is that right?
She was on like if she was on her feet and her butt was on the ground, and she was like in a fetal position, leaning up against like trying to hide the best she could.
That was before she was shot. Then he walked up to her and executed her.
Yeah. Yes, I'm sorry.
Yes. It's okay. It's okay. Detective, thank you. You have a perspective that nobody else has. So I'm sorry for that, but thank you. I want to talk to you now a little bit about your regular job as a computer crimes examiner, a computer forensics examiner. And you've had the opportunity to review the entire extraction report, all the data extracted from the defendant's cell phone. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, we did a lot of this with Lieutenant Willis. I'm just going to ask you about a few things. It's already admitted into evidence, but Exhibit 55, you had the chance to look through internet searches, is that right?
Yes.
Tell me, please, item 1, November 30th, 2021, 8:34 a.m. What did the defendant search on his phone?
You search, what is the biggest high school in Michigan?
Okay. And this is November 30th, the day of the shooting, 8:30 in the morning.
The day of the shooting, yes.
Okay. Item 3, what did the defendant search, 8:11 in the morning?
Also on the day of the shooting, it's the biggest high school shooting.
Okay. 8:11 and 18 seconds on the day of the shooting. What did the defendant search on his phone?
A search for school shooting.
The night before the shooting, November 29th, 2021, 9 p.m. What did the defendant search?
What school shooting happened in 2021?
Everything in quotations, those are the words he typed out, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Item 12, again, the night before the shooting, 8:49 p.m. What did he search?
What are signs to look out for a school shooter?
What about item 32, 2 days before the shooting?
Recent mass school shootings.
Item 37, this is 1 week before the shooting. What did he search?
Why was the Parkland High School shooting so popular?
Item 60, we have a name redacted. That's the name of a different school shooter from a different state. November 18th, 2021. What did he search?
What gun did someone use in STEM school shooting?
This is a week and a half before the shooting?
November 18th, yes.
Item 75, what did he search?
Again, on November 18th, he searched Colorado school shooting.
Item 79, on November the 12th, 2021, what did he search?
Which school shooter listened to Come and Get You?
November, that's 18 days before the shooting.
18 days, yes.
November the 9th, 2021, item 136, what did he search?
Have there been any school shootings in Michigan?
November the 9th, 2021, item 151, what did he search?
He searches Florida school shooting.
What about November the 8th, 2021, item 152?
He searched how old was...
That's the name of a different school shooter?
Yes. When he shot the school.
What about item 156, November the 7th, 2021?
He searched Douglas High School shooting.
And this is weeks before the shooting.
This is 23 days.
Item 160, what did he search?
Again, on November 7th, how many school shootings in Michigan?
The last three. Item 164 from November the 6th, 2021, what did he write?
What was the most deadly school shooting?
Item 172.
Sandy Hook school shooting movie.
Item 173.
Who was the youngest school shooter?
And those were all from November the 6th, 2021.
Yes, sir.
On your forensic examination of the defendant's cell phone, you also reviewed website history. You can see when you look through somebody's phone, you can see what websites they visit. Is that right?
Correct, yes.
And we're not going to name this particular website, but did you uncover evidence the defendant visited one website in particular that depicts extremely graphic real-life videos?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you're aware of the incident in the Oakland County Jail with the courtroom tablet? Is that true?
Yes, sir.
Did you find evidence that he had visited that website before the school shooting, the same website that he visited while he was locked up in Oakland County Jail?
Yes, there was.
Can you give us a number on how many times he visited that website just in the month before the shooting?
I believe it was in the 20s.
Well, if I said 421 times.
I'm sorry, I thought you meant when he was in the jail.
No, that's all right.
I'm sorry,
You're
yes.
talking about on his phone before he was...
Yes, there was many, many, many. Okay. Yes.
Well, Detective, you have also reviewed recordings on the defendant's phone.
Yes, sir.
And did you uncover two recordings in particular that the defendant made of himself the night before the shooting?
Yes, sir.
When you play Exhibits 56 and 57, Exhibit 56 is a longer recording. I have to unplug and replug it. Not an issue. Detective, it's actually video, but it's audio, and the video is just the defendant. He's pointing the camera or the phone at his feet. Is that correct?
Yeah, you see the tops of his feet.
Okay. In the interest of time, I'm just going to play the audio for you, okay? And after, just confirm that that's what you found. November 29, 2021.
My name is Ethan Crumbley, aged 15, and I'm going to be the next school shooter. I thought about this a lot. I can't stop thinking about it. Like, it's constantly in my head. Every conversation I have with someone, no matter what, I'm thinking about it and I can't get it out. It's currently November 29th, 2021, 10:05 p.m. The school I'm shooting up is Oxford High School. I'm in 10th grade there. I've always been fascinated by guns when I was a kid. I always wanted to join the forces, the SWAT when I was in 3rd grade, Navy SEALs when I was in 4th, Marines 5th or 7th, Army, Rangers. And I've never thought of a career. I've never had motivation. I kept lying to myself that there was something out there for me. There was something that was going to make me happy, that was going to provide me a happy, loving, caring life. But that's bullshit. It's all a lie. I realized that. Oh, in 9th grade, I never thought of this. I thought I was going to make it through school and go into the army, but I realized, what's the fucking point? Millions have done it. Thousands have regretted it. Thousands have killed themselves because of it. Many come back and not happy, not satisfied. And I'm thinking, it's the only thing I want to go into, but how will it make me happy? How will I love doing that? How will I love? Yeah, I realized that that's not going to work out. So I was thinking, what am I going to do? And I realized all the bullshit that was right in front of me, and I never realized it. I was always the kid who said, work hard in school and you'll get a career in life. But the career is bullshit. And it was right in front of my fucking eyes the whole time. I couldn't see it. The school system is... Their main goal is to put youth just born into this world to learn. And they actually learn fucking good. They learn K through 5. They learn useful stuff. Stuff about the world that teaches them not how the world is, but how it should be, and how they want it to be. The teachers brainwash them into what they think is right, and their minds are so underdeveloped that the adults just take advantage of it. And they say that's too good for humanity. And when you get into middle school, that's even more useless. It's just an excuse to wait till the kids grow up. They're wasting years of their life. learning knowledge they're most likely never going to do unless they become a Nobel Prize scientist or mathematician or the fucking founder of a multi-million-dollar environment club. And to brainwash. They're teaching a working class into this world. There's no teaching of working class centuries ago. You know, they're either born into it or they weren't. You were born into a working class, you were forced to work. You weren't born, you helped develop the world. You created technology, you created advances in civilization. I mean, there was only two indifferences, and the working class rose up and made everyone a working class. And now, no matter what, you just have to work. To do what? You spent 15 years of your life just hard studying and trying your hardest to achieve the best out of anyone in any school. And then you get accepted into college. And you could be rich, so you don't have to worry about it, or it could put you into thousands of debt. Then you get a useless job that other people have gotten, and you think that it is doing something for this planet. You think that all those years of working and you get a job is doing something for the good of humanity. It's fucking not. It's useless. The education system, the government, is just brainwashing people to be a working class. They're all brainwashing them just to fucking work and keep society how it is, but people want to go a different direction. They don't want to work, but they see, that's why I don't fucking understand anything. I'm not dumb enough to fully understand their capabilities. I'm not as dumb as them, so I can't understand, but they want to revolt and become a new class education system that just weakens everything. They want to fucking keep the innocence of everyone. They want to make sure that monsters aren't a thing. They're offended of a horror movie. They want to take away what this world is. In this world, it's not heaven. There is no heaven. There is no God. There is no Satan. There is no hell. But the world is hell in its own way. People don't think of it. You think as hell is the bottom, earth is the middle, and heaven is the top. But in reality, the earth is just hell. It's always been that, and people want to just forget it. They want to just take away what already is. It's stupid. I'm taking action. People go and protest, fucking take away guns, or make what I'm doing. I believe I am one of the first people to do this. I'm not only shooting up the school because I'm mentally depressed or mentally ill and have anxiety that struggles with me every day, but I'm doing it to teach a word and all the simplicities. I don't fucking know how to say that. All the fucking dunces out there, that brains are too, their skulls are too fucking low to understand everything. Unfortunately, the people I kill are the people that are killed. You know, I'm sorry that their families have to go through this, but it's for the right of humanity. And the course we're going, we're fucked. In 50 years, we're fucked. Nothing's going to happen. Democrats and the Republicans are just going to fight, and people are keep going to taking sides and sides and sides, and some people are going to stick out and say they're the big brainers who don't think of it, but really they're the main problems. And it's just leading to a collapse. The world worked so hard for thousands and thousands of years. Yeah. The war happened. Peace was a thing. People understood everything. People understood the logistics of human civilization. The time from 1920 to 1980 is the golden ages of humanity. And some countries may not have been that way. But for the big ones, it was the golden age. Everyone understood the world, but knew how to keep it in order. They knew the differences because war and peace. They knew that they can cooperate and live together. But now people are just taking that away. And what I'm doing is an act to show that people are taking it away, and I'm trying to preserve it. To show that no one is safe, no matter how hard they work. Your protests aren't going to do anything. They're just words, they're not actions. No one would care if I go up to the school and shout a sign, "We're too innocent. Bring back the equality between violence and peace." They'll think I'm fucking delusional. But to take action is what you have to do. Action is the only thing out of humanity that has made us this far, has brought us this far in a civilization. And society is collapsed. Civilization is no more. People don't see it, but we're on the brink of downfall. Like, not just the break, but the beginning of the end, basically. Everyone is born, works hard, and thinks that everything's going to be the same for hundreds of years. The technology will advance and that's it. But that's not how it happens. When the bell rings to end fifth hour, tomorrow, October 30th, November 30th, 2021, I'm going to walk to the dividend between the boys and the girls' bathroom. I will have my black jacket on, and I will walk behind someone, and I will shoot a bullet in their skull. Yeah, that's my first victim. I'm going to open fire on everyone in that hallway. The hallways are too jam-packed. I will try and hit as many people as I can. I will reload, and I will find people hiding. I'm going to teach them a lesson of how they're wrong, how they're being brainwashed. I understand that I'm going to prison for this. Michigan doesn't have a death penalty. I don't want to die. As funny as it may seem, I'm going to kill other people. I do not want to die. I realize how valuable life is. And I realized I broke the code of what's happening. I broke the code. I realized what is actually happening. And these people, they don't have the capabilities of understanding it. And so I teach the entire nation and the world of what's happening and how we're on the brink of downfall. I'm going to be using the 6-Sire SP2022. I brought it at Acme Firearms, Oxford, Michigan on Friday. It is a 9mm pistol that takes 15+1 ammo capacity. I have 3 magazines for it. I've worn my mask for too long. I can't take it anymore. I've broke. I've fought it for years and for years, lying to myself over and over again. But it's taught me the truth. There's no voices in my head. The voices are me. I am the voices. I am arguing with myself back and forth. I have 3 constant voices, and then there's me physically. And I'm doing whatever those 3 voices tell me to do, and one of them is always coming up on top. And that's the one that's taken over. That's what people call the demons. There are no demons. I am the demon. You are the demon. There is a demon in everyone that is the voice. The demon will take over. There's nothing I can do about it. My life is already on a downfall. If I don't do this, nothing will happen. The world will collapse. I will be in misery. I'll probably just end up in a useless career in the army and killing myself. What use is that? I have the chance to teach the world to become a better place. And I have to take that chance. I've missed many opportunities in my life, and I'm not missing this one. I'm going to try and flee the school for as long as I can until I get caught. Just the thought of there's so many people who think they're going to live a life, going to go to college, have a great career, get a family, grow old, die happily. But they don't know that in less than a day, I'm going to die, and their lives are going to be changed forever. I understand my consequences. I understand that people will put me in prison for this. I've already said goodbye to everything. I went for all the phases. I'm surprised I even do it today. I'm sorry for manipulating you, Mom and Dad. You have trust in me. I made sure you had trust in me, and I just disowned you. But you should know it's for a cause, and I am ruining my life and not yours. Help me.
Detective, there's a much shorter video that the defendant filmed right after that. Is that correct?
Yes, that is.
Exhibit 57, November 29th, 2021.
Fuck that previous video I took. That was bullshit, what I said. I'm gonna have so much fun tomorrow. I have a goal. And it's to kill everyone.
Judge, I have no additional questions for this witness. Could counsel approach regarding time?
Yes.
And we're coming back now to studio. We just saw continued coverage of the Oxford shooter Miller hearing there. And again, we're joined by two defense attorneys today, Lillian Diallo and Terry Johnson. Thank you very much for being here in studio for the length of this. What's happening now? We just saw the attorneys approaching the stand.
I would say the judge is probably trying to figure out some timing of things at this point, how many more witnesses they can get in today, how much longer this witness may be up. You know, I'd say it's more of a housekeeping thing. That would be my suggestion.
Whatever's happening up there, the court doesn't want us to know, right? So that's why you do those bench conferences and they have the white noise so no one can pick it up. So there's something that's being said that everybody cannot hear. So whether it's timing, whether it's some issue that it's come up in the courtroom, we don't know because we're way back here and they're up at the bench.
Yeah, this has been so hard just to have to hear all of this stuff, and it just seems like it's only getting worse by the minute. Based on some of the evidence that has been presented, it seems like we're getting a little bit more of a picture painted about his mental state. How are you feeling about some of the things that we're hearing?
They're disturbing. Look, I get it. Behavioral health, physical health, they go hand in hand. I get it. But does that give you the right? You are very well thought out. Even in what we just heard, he's talking about working classes, I mean, he's very well thought out. But for one or two detours, he could have been something different, right? But now, after the bloodlust has been realized, what can the judge do? Like I said, I don't envy his position, right? 40 years, is that enough? Well, you're only in your 50s then. Your job is to protect society as well as come up with an individualized sentence that would help the shooter.
And we haven't heard yet from psychological experts, and we expect that some will be called to the stand to give some sort of input into his mental state from a professional perspective and shed light on what may have been happening. But something you said there, Terry, when we were off air watching this, is you said, this person is talking to themselves for a very long time.
A long time. I mean, it's not a, should I do it? And it's a back and forth conversation. It was a very long time that this person put their thoughts out, their reasoning for the thoughts. And I believe at one point, if I'm not mistaken, I believe he even apologized, sounded like, to his parents.
Yes.
Yeah, you said that was the only time so far, at least, that we've seen any kind of remorse from him.
Yeah, I mean, this is the time he was kind of, his head was down, and you can see this was actually affecting him. Everything else thus far, I just haven't seen it do anything to him.
Yeah, what struck me there was when he said it was an apology to his parents, and he said, I'm ruining my life, not yours.
Yeah, when we
And
can
look how
see
this
that
turned
it's
out.
clearly the opposite.
Well,
Clearly the opposite, for sure.
The mind of a 14-year-old or a child. It's not as thought out as an adult. They don't have the same centers that have developed in their brains, right? He might just think,
it's about him, but it's just not about him, right? It's about how you get to the end. There were so many things that helped him get to the end, and the parents have a role in that. You went and got him a gun and posted online saying, hey, look at his gift. Me and his son go out there and we shooting at the range. That's the way we work out behavioral health.
Yeah, right. And look, he has not made any secret to the fact that he's admitting to what he's doing.
Right.
But again, we're trying to argue here whether or not life without parole is fitting.
Well, yeah, this again is not is he guilty or not guilty? He's guilty. He's admitted that. He's taken responsibility for that. But, you know, again, his mental health is at issue here. And it really comes down to, you know, at times it's like he's the embodiment of evil. At other times you feel sorry for him because of his mental health. You know, someone saying the things that he's saying, then he acts the way he does. I mean, I fully agree with Lillian on this. You know, I would not want to be Judge Rowe making this decision. This is very difficult. I guess that's the reason why we have these types of hearings.
How common are they, Miller hearings?
I think Lillian can answer that a lot better than I can.
So anytime you have a homicide involving someone under the age of 18, if in fact they get convicted of first degree, you must have those hearings, right? You just have to, because that's life without the possibility of parole. It's like your felony murders, your premeditated murders. So they're common. Unfortunately, they're getting more and more common.
Yeah, and it's like, I know you look at that saying this person is young, their mind isn't developed, they could grow into a great person. In this case, though, with just so much evidence piled against him.
Evidence of what, though? I mean, here's the thing. We're not disputing the fact that he's guilty of the crime.
Right.
That's not an issue. The issue is, you know, for the 5 factors that you've got to go through with the Miller hearing, one of them is, again, the effect that the family and his environment had on him, right? And is he able to be rehabilitated? You know, his age and other things. And I don't know here. I mean, we have to get to the point where we're not saying, oh my God, he's guilty. We know he's guilty, but is one of the things, is he able to be rehabilitated?
And I love that you keep bringing us back to that, so you're keeping us centered, because I think for a lot of us, the emotion of all of this is just kind of hard to overlook that
It's
part
difficult.
of it. But when you look at someone who is, like she said, having this bloodlust and just wanting to inflict pain, even at that age, do they still get that kind of benefit of the doubt that?
Well, it's more than, again, you know, I know Lillian mentioned several times some of the family members, you know, when we're off air, and the pain that they're going through. And there's nothing that we can do to ease that pain or bring those folks back. And I fully agree. But the question becomes, you know, we live in a society where if we can rehabilitate someone, can we do it? And to me, that's really the question here. Is this person able to be rehabilitated? You know, I've been getting messages from people as we're watching, you know, he's a monster, he's, you know, he should die in jail. But again, we're not going to his guilt or innocence here. We have to look at those 5 factors. And yes, I think some emotion is coming through in this. But if we stay focused and let the hearing do what it's supposed to do, I believe that Judge Rowe will come up with the right decision at the end.
Now, in some of the cases that you've seen where we have these Miller hearings, I know everyone is different, but is it more of a matter of maybe this child was misguided, somehow ended up in the wrong situation? I would imagine it's different from what we're seeing here.
So there are just different types of Miller hearings, right? It depends on the crime, right? Is this an armed robbery? Were you the person driving? Were you the lookout, right? This is a very unique situation we find ourselves in, because there's such an overabundance of information out here, even though we don't know everything, right? And what can this young man do? What more damage? Because he wanted to inflict damage. I have compassion, I have empathy, but see, when we talk about he's a monster, society needs to take their responsibility for creating that right there. And in the years that he was created like that, we saw more of a bullying mentality. We saw more of an alpha mentality. And women were degraded. When you see him talk about kidnapping, raping, and torturing, he fit right into what was going on at that time, right? We saw crimes against women escalate, right? I'm going to shoot the pretty one. I'm going to kill the pretty one. But he had other ideas. Society has to look at itself, and you just locking him away, that's not going to fix the problem, right? The problem has to be addressed. What can we do as responsible adults, not adults that are going, roo, 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 I am, you know, alpha male, I am this, I am that. What can we do to help these children live? Help me help them.
Yeah.
That's what society has to do, and that's where we need to start.
And I totally agree with you, but I also see Terry's side of that argument
I
too,
do.
because if we're seeing someone who has a clear mental issue, are we helping them by locking them away?
Listen, no, but see, there are people, understand behavioral health and physical health. These are not the only types of people. They don't just go to kill just because you have a behavioral health. Do you realize more people in this country have behavioral health issues, especially after everything we've been through, right, at this moment than any other time? But that does not give you the right to take a weapon and take somebody else's life, period. You don't put that off on mental health. That's more than just mental health, right? That's the easy answer, right? What the harder answer is, he was just being him, maybe, right? We don't know. And he's 14 and he's struggling. But you don't put that off on mental health, because that's why people stigmatize it and don't go get the help that they need. Just because you have a mental health issue does not make you a murderer, does not make you a predator.
And I will agree with that, but here's the bigger question again. The question isn't whether he's going to jail or not. He is going to jail. The only question is for how long. Will it be the rest of his life, or will it be 40, 50, 60 years? Who knows? That's the only question we are here for. So when we go through these hearings, we have to remember why we are here. I mean, there's no doubt, there's nobody, and I rarely make promises, but I will promise this. No, there is no way in the world he is not going to jail. He's already pled guilty. The only question now is, for how long?
And something that really struck me about this evidence is how laser focused he was on the size of the event, the impact of the event. What sort of shootings have happened in Michigan this year? Biggest shooting in Michigan. He was searching these things. He wanted to be almost the biggest and the best. He saw this as a challenge, as something to accomplish. I mean,
well, think about our society, right? I mean, CBS Detroit, you want to be the best in the market. You want to be the biggest in the market, right? People want to be the best attorneys, you know, they want to be the biggest whatever. And what do we do things? How do we govern our lives now? By the amount of likes that we get on, you know, Facebook, Instagram, or whatever social media is out there. That's how life is judged. And until somebody comes along and does it bigger, because unfortunately in this society, someone is going to look at this and they're going to say, he did this, you know what? I'm going to do something a little bigger. And think about it, we are spending our time right now here talking about this event. It's being broadcast live, and this is almost everything he wanted, and someone's going to see that and say, I'm going to take it up to the next level. It's unfortunate.
Mm-hmm. And isn't it true that he was planning on pleading not guilty and with reason of insanity initially, and then they withdrew it to include pleading guilty?
Yeah, I don't know what was going on with the defense team, and I would have to defer to them. They know their client and they know their situation. For insanity in Michigan, it's such a high standard, right, to go to trial, because you go to trial with insanity, you have to come with a lot of things. And it's not a very popular defense in Michigan. It doesn't really carry a lot of water here.
Would you argue, though, that all that we're seeing today would be enough evidence?
To do what?
To claim insanity?
No, I would not. And I've had clients that have gone through the forensic center and all the reports and all the psychologists, psychiatrists that we have to talk to. No, absolutely not. There are people that have had way worse situations and circumstances than this young man, and it did not force them or make them a killer.
Wow. And we do have team coverage for you. We've got some reporters who are out there. I believe we'll be checking in with them in just a few, but we also will be going back to that courtroom at some point as well, because they're going to be bringing up another witness. This could be stretching out for days. We're going to be watching to see. A lot of stuff has been unpacked already. It's just really hard to wrap your mind around where someone could be mentally and how they're able to carry this out, but then also still having to just apply the legal system fairly, even in this case, which can be hard for a lot of people to grip their minds around. Do you agree?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, there's a moral standard. Years ago, I mean, I've said this in several closing arguments, especially when you have a high-profile case, years ago, people would use pitchforks and torches to get what they wanted to get. Now we use microphones and cameras, right? Unfortunately, the justice system doesn't work that way. There are laws. You have trained professionals with judges and attorneys who understand the law, apply the law, and move things forward. That's how things should be done. And that's why I keep going back to, yes, these things are horrific. Yes, he's going to jail. The only question is, for how long? That's really the only question before us.
And you mentioned, the videos, the recordings, all this evidence, all this content he was creating, and just watching this, you think, who was he sharing this with? We knew he was sharing little pieces with somebody through all of these text messages who did not raise an alarm, clearly. But he created an awful lot of content around this, didn't he?
Yes, he absolutely did. Kind of makes you also wonder if anyone else knew about this, regardless of their age.
Exactly.
Are they in some ways responsible as well? Should they be facing some charges?
That's, as a society, I would say they should be, but legally, it would just depend, because that gets us back to the parents. What exactly did the parents know? I mean, we talk about the purchasing of the firearm. If they did that, and I'm going to take it a step further, and they knew he was going to go to school and do something, or go somewhere and do that, or some of that was foreseeable, then absolutely, positively, they should be probably facing some more severe charges than what they are. But that's, we can't, the way our system works, we try to let parents be parents. We don't tell parents how to parent. We try not to tell parents how to discipline. Should you spank? Should you not spank? Should you take privileges away? It's all different because of the country we live in. We have freedoms of choice, and sometimes those freedoms of choice lead to situations like this, and someone's got to be held accountable.
Yes. And we are seeing a live look back at the courtroom. They're waiting for the shooter to re-enter so that the hearing can continue. We'll hear from another witness. It should wrap up in about a little over an hour, correct? They said around 4:30 is when it should be wrapping up. But it will continue tomorrow, and we will be bringing live coverage of that as well all day, as we have today on our website. This may also continue into next week. We will have more of an idea of that tomorrow afternoon, but we are waiting for the shooter to re-enter the courtroom to hear more details. But when they pan to those families, those personally are the hardest images to see.
Yeah,
in this entire
it's
event.
very hard to have to see them reliving this all over again, just knowing the emotions and the toll that that's taking on them. And I'm sure for a lot of people, like you said, people are grabbing these pitchforks and they're wanting to just chew them away. He's admitted to it. why are we even doing this? What is your answer to someone who feels that way? Like he doesn't deserve a case. He admitted it, so why even bother?
Well, it's like anything else, it's what's the punishment? And that's the whole thing. He is going to prison, period. The only question is how long. It's not going to be a year, and it may be up to life. It's just the number of years up to life. It's probably going to be somewhere between 50 years to life, or it may be life without the possibility of parole. I don't know. But it is not going. You killed 4 people. You've admitted it. You've admitted to doing that. He's not going to get a slap on the wrist.
Sure. And his parents won't either, and that's something that I know you've been shaking your head about a lot today.
So, I think I'm going to answer just a little different from my colleague. So why do we have these hearings? Because it's America and we have the Constitution. As long as we have that in place, these are things that must take place, right? Due process, whether they understand it at a base level or not. You have to have these kind of things because it's due process. I don't just get to go out and shoot and kill my daughter's attacker or son's, attack. I don't get to do that, right? So it's called due process. And so at least in my household, we all knew, all of my children knew, social media is the devil. And we don't go for likes or dislikes. We don't want to do it bigger or better. I'm a lawyer, and I'm the lawyer I am because that's the job. That's who I am. I don't care if the judge likes it or the defense likes it or the prosecution likes it. I am a defense attorney, and I took an oath.
And we're seeing the shooter re-entering the courtroom now, being unhandcuffed. He will sit, and we will have another witness come to the stand. And Judge Rowe will not be announcing the sentencing at the end of this hearing. He's going to be announcing a separate date where he will announce that sentencing. And that is just so he can hear all the evidence, correct? This is just to absorb at this moment.
Take it under advisement, think about it, and, come back with what he feels is the proper decision.
Yeah, and as we've been reiterating, this is not a sentencing. It's just to determine what's appropriate, given so many different circumstances, but we are still hearing a lot of that evidence, which obviously for a lot of people makes them even more fired up on either side. Things are still getting in place, though. The judge has now been seated. Crumbley making his way into that courtroom as well, and we'll be listening in just a few. But right now what we've been doing throughout the day is just talking about what we are seeing and hearing, and a lot of it has really been very, very tough, very detailed, but a lot to try to understand.
And not nearly as tough as the people sitting in that room, because they're being shown graphics, they're being shown videos of very, very difficult things.
Yes, they are.
Very difficult things. So even just hearing from it and how it's impacting us, and I'm sure impacting viewers at home, sitting in that courtroom is certainly a very different experience.
Yes, and it's also, again, very hard to understand exactly what's happening here because he sounds very intelligent, but then at the same time you can clearly see that there is an imbalance there. At one point he talked about the fact that there aren't voices telling him to do this, it's him, but then he went on to say that there are voices that won't stop telling him to carry out this shooting. So these are things that they're looking at as well and considering. There is another witness that is now taking the stand, and at some point she will be speaking. So we're going to keep watching to wait to see what else we're going to hear, but it has been a lot so far today. And we do have that audio from the courtroom as that Miller hearing continues. We're going to listen back in for you now.
Make sure that you're captured by our video recording. And please speak like you're speaking to someone at the very back of the courtroom, okay?
I got it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your witness.
Good afternoon. May I call you Molly?
You can.
All right. Molly, can you tell the court what you do for a living?
I'm an educator for Oxford schools.
And how long have you been an educator for Oxford schools?
I started with Oxford in the fall of '98.
So like since you've become a teacher?
Since I became a teacher.
Okay. You've spent your whole career at Oxford schools?
Correct.
And what is your current title at Oxford schools?
I am a middle school mentor for Oxford Virtual Academy.
Okay. So you are not in the physical classroom, you're teaching virtual school?
Correct.
Okay. Is that the position you held on November 30th, 2021?
That is not the position I held on November 30th.
Can you tell the court what position you were in on that day?
Yeah, so on November 30th, I was the International Baccalaureate Coordinator, ELA coach.
So you weren't you weren't teaching a
No,
curriculum
I was,
to kids.
per the contract, I was a teacher, but I worked with teachers on curriculum and instruction.
Okay. And for the bulk of your career, were you a classroom teacher?
Yes.
And can you tell the court why you became a teacher?
I find joy in helping kids find their passion, or, you know, that's why.
Safe to say you love kids.
I do.
Okay. You always taught high school?
I started off with middle school, and then I moved to high school, and I was high school most of my career, and I'm back to middle school again.
Molly, I'm going to ask you to direct your attention to the screen to the right. That is a map of Oxford High School, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't have you had a classroom, but it was really an office, correct?
Yeah, it was an office space that I shared with two other individuals who we did our jobs together. We were like a team.
And was that intended to be for the whole 2021-22 school year?
Correct.
Okay. And what was your room number?
I was in, so you see where 222 is? I was just to the left.
So just where the pointer is?
Yep, it was 224.
Okay. And what is a typical day in November of 2021 for you?
So on that particular morning, we were planning some professional development for teachers. I had a meeting with admin, and I was working with the media specialist on getting a few things in order for our PD the next day.
Okay, so safe to say you weren't operating on a regular class schedule with
Correct.
passing time, and
Correct.
you didn't necessarily have to recognize the time a class starts or ends.
Correct.
Okay. And so were you typically in the hallway during passing time?
I might go outside to just, check things out or have a chat with the teacher if I needed to. But I never used the restroom because that was teachers' times during that 8 minutes to ensure that they were using the restroom.
All right. Around 1:50 that afternoon, do you know, or can you remember what hour or what was going on in the school for kids that day? I'm sorry, 12:50.
12:50. That would have been, I believe, during our lunch, during the lunches. And we're talking about specifically on November 30th?
Yes.
Okay. So specifically on November 30th, it would have been in between the lunches.
So it was passing time?
Correct.
Okay. And do you remember what you were doing? Were you in the hall for passing time, or were you in your classroom?
No, I had a student who I had in the fall of 2020 come in and have a little chat with me. She had left, and I moved to my computer to check an email.
Okay. I want to stop you because you're going to talk about the layout of your office,
Okay.
correct?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you a picture of that layout. Is that your classroom?
That is my classroom.
Okay.
Or my office, yes.
I'm sorry, your office that was housed in a classroom.
Yes.
When you said you were checking your email, where in this picture would you be doing that?
My desk was straight ahead. Right there where the go over one. Sorry.
The other way.
The other way.
So
Yep.
Right there.
That you can see my little laptop sitting right there.
Okay. And when you went to check your email, was your door open or closed?
It was open.
Okay. And at some point, did you notice anything unusual?
Yeah, suddenly I noticed a rush of students running past my door, almost like they were like arms extended. There seemed to be like a hype about it, or a tone about it that left me concerned.
Had you ever seen that before?
Not like that. That quick movement, no. Not like that, no.
Okay. What did you suspect might be happening?
My assumption was there might have been a fight, or like somewhere there was something going on, and so I got up from I grabbed the phone to call the office. It was immediately went to voicemail, and I ran out my door.
So you ran to the door?
Yeah, I ran outside of the door
Okay,
at
so
that point in time.
Now you're in the hallway.
Correct.
And what do you see?
So I'm probably the hallway is a little bit of a yeah, like a U shape almost, right? So see how it comes out. So I run out. I'm about midway through 222, and I can see, yeah, probably right there, and I can see students exiting out of door 4.
All the way down the hall?
Correct.
Okay. Were there still a lot of kids in the hallway?
There was no one else in the hallway that I saw at the time.
Did you find that strange?
Yeah, I couldn't really wrap my head around what was happening.
Okay. At some point, did you become alarmed?
I head back into my classroom immediately, or back into the office immediately. And I'm like, okay, could it be a prank? Is there something happening in the parking lot? And that's when an announcement came on that we were headed into lockdown, that it was not a drill, and there was doors slamming and the sound of pops.
So the announcement, who was on the loudspeaker?
Steve Wolf.
And who's that?
The principal. At the time, he was the principal of Oxford High School.
And did you know him well at the time?
I did.
And did you notice anything about his voice?
There was an urgency to his voice, but there was also an intention to remain calm.
Okay. And after you heard it was a lockdown, what did you hear, if anything, next?
So the announcement and the pops and the doors slamming were really close together. I get them a little bit confused in my head as to what happened first, second, or third.
Okay, let's stop for a moment. When you say there were pops, what did those sound like? What was that? Did it resemble any other sound?
It could have been a locker door slamming.
Okay.
Like several locker doors slamming in a row.
And what did you think?
We weren't using lockers at the time. Because of the announcement, I knew I had to go into lockdown.
Okay. And when you say go into lockdown, what does that mean that you're supposed to do?
So my classroom or the office door was closed at that moment. So I ran over to grab the door and shut it. I knew I'd have to shut it, and then I would have to put in the night lock, which was a security barrier that's intended to allow to kind of like, whether or not the door is locked, it also helps keep anyone else from getting in. It's just a second lock of a measure.
So where is the night lock? And it's kept in classrooms just for lockdowns, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Where's the night lock located?
So it was right over where, kind of like by that, right in that area.
And where is it kept?
It's kept in a little plastic box on the side of the wall.
And is it locked, or can anyone?
Anyone can open it.
And is this in every classroom in Oxford High School?
To my knowledge, yes.
Do all the kids know what a night lock is? Are they taught what a night lock is?
I know that we have done multiple drills before. I assume that kids know how to use it. I was not in the classroom when those were installed.
Okay. Who taught you how to use it?
We had a staff professional development when we, like on a Wednesday morning, and we all learned how to do it.
Okay. How close in time did you learn how to use the night lock to November 30th, 2021? Was it over a year? Was it 6 months?
It was before COVID.
Okay. So your door is now shut, but you need to install the night lock, which prevents anybody from getting into the door without the master key, correct?
Yeah, I think there's some way to get in.
Some device.
Yes.
Other than that, you'd have to take the casing pretty much off the door, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So tell me what you did.
So I reached for the night lock, and the position that I held, I also had an office space at the middle school. Those doors open differently, and so you have to put the night lock in. There's 2 separate ways to put the night lock in. So I looked down at the night lock for a second to see what type it was.
Could you hear anything during this time, or was it quiet?
It was quiet.
Okay.
That was when I noticed in my peripheral vision some movement from up above, right? I'm looking down from up above.
Because if you look at that picture You're saying through that window?
Yes, through that glass side right there.
Is there one side that has glass or two?
Just one side.
Okay.
So I noticed some movement, and I look.
Tell the court what you saw.
I locked eyes with someone dressed in baggy, oversized clothes. They were wearing a mask, and
was the clothing dark or light?
Dark clothing.
Okay.
Yep, dark clothing.
Could you tell if it was a male or female?
At the time, I thought it was a male.
Okay. And what did you
so
see?
Yep. So I've locked eyes, and then I noticed some movement down below, and I looked to see a gun raising up towards me.
Okay. Were you looking at this person's eyes directly?
Prior to looking at the gun, yes.
Okay.
I was looking directly at that person's eyes.
Is there anything or any words you could use to describe that? Or anything you remember about that?
I remembered thinking in my head, no orange tip.
Okay.
I had heard previously that BB guns have an orange tip on them. So my thought was no orange tip. And that's when I jumped to the side, to my right.
So you're facing the door.
And I jumped to the right.
Okay. Did you recognize this person at all?
I had never seen this person before.
Okay. And why did you move to the right?
I believed he was going to shoot me.
And did he shoot?
He did.
Okay. What did he do? You moved to the right, and then did you hear a shot?
I heard 3 very loud. They were physically loud, like I could feel them coming through that door. I like the power of it. But they were, it sounded almost like a pop, like a cap gun.
Okay. When you moved to the right, did you just move aside or did you get down?
I kind of jumped to the right and I felt my left shoulder move back, and it felt like someone had burned me with hot water.
Okay. Did you stop to see what that was, or?
I looked at my shoulder. At that point, I noticed my cardigan that I was wearing was ripped. I looked behind and I noticed a bullet hole in the glass of the office, like leading out one of the windows.
Okay, so if we can go back.
Yep.
You moved to your right, so you're over here.
Yep.
Okay, and you're facing the classroom, correct?
Yeah, I'm still facing the wall.
Okay.
Right? So if there was no wall there, I would be looking at the hallway.
Okay. And at some point you turn around and you see what?
I mean, I just turn around and you can see that bullet hole in the window up there. I noticed that, and I remembered thinking in my head, a BB gun couldn't do that. So.
Okay. What's through that window?
It's the courtyard.
Okay. What did you do next, Molly? Were you standing or were you sitting?
I was standing.
I have to ask you something. Was the night lock in your door at this point?
No.
Where was it?
It was in my hand.
Okay.
At that point in time, I knew I needed to barricade my door. I was afraid to go back towards the door. So I grabbed one of those long filing cabinets and tried to pull it back, and realized it was too heavy for me.
Where was the filing cabinet?
So right next to that door, there was a mini fridge, then there was a filing cabinet, and then there was a cart.
Okay. Now, there is something barricading the door partially.
So
what is that, and how did it get there?
Yeah, so what happened was, after I realized I couldn't move that filing cabinet back, I got down on my hands and knees, and I crawled back, and I dropped the night lock in. and then I grabbed the rolling cabinet and I shoved it against the door on the wall.
Okay. So you crawled over and then finally put the night lock in. Okay. And what did you do after you put that in front of the door and you put the night lock in?
At that point in time, I continued to move that filing cabinet out a little bit more so I could crawl behind it. My concern was that he would come back through that window and be able to see me.
The courtyard?
Correct.
Okay. Now, were you using both of your arms to move these things?
I was.
Okay. Were you feeling any pain?
I was not.
Okay. Once you got behind the filing cabinet, which is not visible in this picture, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Were you crouching, sitting, standing?
I was crouching down. At that point, I had sent my husband a text message that just said, "I love you, active shooter."
Okay. Did he respond?
He did.
What did he say, if you remember?
He said, "Just get safe."
And what did you say?
I didn't respond
Okay.
to that. That was about the time that I realized that I was bleeding. I could feel blood on my arm. And I knew we have a blood bag you can see on the wall. It's in red. I knew I couldn't get back to the door. The wound is kind of back here on the back of my arm, so it was very difficult for me to see.
So you saw blood, and is that when you realized you had been shot?
I suppose, yes. I think I was still in disbelief that I had been shot. But what I knew was I was bleeding.
Okay. So what did you do?
I removed my cardigan, and I used it to tie a tourniquet above the wound.
And who taught you how to do that?
We've had training videos on how to pack a wound and treat a wound.
Could you see the wound at this point?
No. I still had on another shirt underneath my cardigan. It was just blood stained.
Okay. After you made the tourniquet, Molly, what did you do next?
So that was when I started receiving text messages.
And do you remember who you received a text message from?
So the first one was the ELA department, who I work with, said, "I'm hearing active shooter." And I responded, "I saw one," and left it at that. And then moments later, I received a text message from my daughter.
And how old was your daughter at the time?
16.
And where was she, in high school somewhere else?
She was at a high school in a neighboring district.
And what did her text say, Molly?
She asked if I was okay, that they were hearing things.
And what did you respond?
I said, "I'm safe, I've sheltered in place, and I love you."
You did not tell her you'd been shot?
I did not.
And why not?
I was trying to protect her.
Okay. Did you text anyone and tell them that you had been shot?
I did not.
Okay.
Well, not yet.
Okay. What did you do after you sent that text to your daughter?
I had a moment where I thought, do I need to contact my other daughter who lives out of state? And
you didn't do that, but tell the court why.
I didn't do that because I thought she won't hear about this yet. She doesn't have to know about this yet. I thought by not saying anything, I could keep her safe a little bit longer.
And I know this is important to you, so that's why I'm going to ask. You regret that?
I do.
Okay. Tell the court why.
Because she found out anyway. She made the decision to contact my husband because she knew if she contacted me and he could hear the phone, then he would know where I was.
The shooter?
Correct.
Okay. What did you do?
At that point, I called my husband.
So you actually made a call?
I did.
Okay, and at this point, did you know where the shooter was? Were you hearing anything? Did you have any idea what was going on?
No, it was complete silence. Like, I could not hear anything. It was complete silence.
Okay. And what did you say to your husband?
I called my husband. I told him I had been shot. He asked me if I had a tourniquet on, and I said yes. And then I kept wanting to tell him what was happening, like what I was hearing and what I was thinking. And he kept begging me to stop talking.
Why?
He was just said, please, like, shh, I don't want him to hear you.
Okay, so did you eventually hang up?
We did. We felt like it was the best thing to do. I would just want him to talk.
Okay. So now you're not on the phone.
I'm not on the phone.
You're crouched behind the cabinet. Your arm is bleeding. And
another announcement comes on. This time it was Pam Fine, and she said we are still in lockdown. At that point, I received a text message from our media specialist that said, I didn't hear that clearly. And I said, just, we're still in lockdown, stay in lockdown. I am starting to uncontrollably shake at that point in time. And I hear something different in the hallway. I'm hearing footsteps.
Before that, though,
Yep.
had you told anyone else that you had been shot?
Only my husband knew.
Okay. So you're hearing a different noise, and you say it's footsteps.
Footsteps. I was waiting for a shift. I didn't believe that this was life-threatening. And so I was waiting for a shift to say, I've been injured. Like once everything was taken care of.
What do you mean when you say everything was taken care of?
The shooter was taken into custody. And anyone who needed help got help.
But you did need help?
I didn't think that I needed help, no.
Okay. At some point, you got out of that room.
So,
do you know how long it was?
20 minutes, I would say. After the shift with the footsteps, I texted the teacher next door to me and said, I've been shot. She called 911, and there was another teacher in that room who texted our administration.
Okay.
Or Kurt Noose arrived at my door, who was an administrator, assistant principal at the time, still is. He arrives at the door and he says, Molly, are you in there? Or Molly, are you okay? Something to that effect.
And what did you do?
I said, I'm here. But I was afraid to open the door.
Why?
I've known Kurt for 20 years. I know the sound of his voice. But I did not trust anything in that moment.
So you weren't sure it was him?
I wasn't.
Okay.
Within a few seconds, or 10 seconds, 20 seconds maybe, there were officers at my door. And I think that's when they asked, are you injured? And I said, yes. I said, do you want me to take out the night lock? And they said, yes. And then I said, do you want me to open the door? And they said, yes.
Did they say that you were safe? Did they say that?
I don't recall that.
Okay.
I opened the door, and they I was still really crouched down, and they kind of like scooped me up, and started exiting me out door 4. So they take me out.
You walked all the way down the hall?
Yep, out of door 4.
Do you remember what you saw when you walked out? What did the hallway look like? Was there anyone there?
The hallway was completely vacant. They had me under the arms. There was 2 men with guns both in front of me and behind us.
Okay. So they walked you out the door, and what did you do? Where'd they take you?
They walked me out, and we just stood beside door 4 for a second. One of the officers went right back in. And the one that stayed with me said, "I'm gonna radio for an ambulance. We just need to make sure that nobody else has a higher need than you."
Okay. So how long did you stand there?
It might have been 3 or so minutes.
Okay. And eventually an ambulance came?
There was one, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So they get you in the ambulance, and
Yes.
where do they take you?
To the hospital in Lapeer.
Were you feeling any pain at this point?
I could not feel physical pain, no.
Okay. At some point you found out what your wound was and where it was, correct?
So I knew I had sustained an injury to my arm.
Can you tell the court what the injury was? And
Yeah, I was shot through the fatty part of my arm, through and through.
so I want the record to reflect, Your Honor, that she is pointing to her left shoulder, and she is pointing to the portion of her bicep area that is in how many inches away from your heart?
About 6.
Okay.
Thank you. The record will so reflect.
Thank you. You were treated there and released, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You said you were in shock. At some point, were you told or did you see the door of your classroom?
Last week.
Okay. And when was that? Why did you see that picture? Or
I had met with you to talk about testimony, about testifying, and that's when I saw the door.
Okay. And when you look at that door, what do you think?
He was aiming to kill me. The top shot was intended for my head, and the 2 shots were intended for my chest.
What point did you realize how close that bullet came to your heart?
It would have been weeks later. I realized, it is right in line with my heart.
Okay.
It was like a sudden realization. It was definitely after the new year.
So if you hadn't moved to the right, it would have hit you?
In my head or in my chest, yes.
Okay. Molly, have you gone back to visit the school?
I went back to visit my office at the end of January.
And why did you do that?
It was my hope to go back to the high school.
You wanted to go back to do the job that you were doing before?
Correct.
Okay. And you didn't end up doing that, did you?
I did not.
Okay, can you tell the court what that was like and why?
At the end, I wanted to go back. I loved the work that I was doing. And I wanted to kind of prove that I could go back. but it was just too hard to be there. It's like I couldn't access things that I knew when I was in that space.
Okay. What do you do now?
I work at Oxford Virtual Academy as a mentor.
Okay. Was there any lasting scar or pain from that injury?
There was some numbness for a while. There is still a visible scar.
Okay. And I viewed the scar, and I certainly wouldn't ask you to show anyone else, but can you describe where your scar is?
Yep. So it's on the back side. It's about right here. I can feel the two bits where the bullet entered and exited. There is a red. It's still red in between where the bullet hole cauterized my arm.
But you can still visibly see where it entered
and
where it
exited.
exited. Okay.
Yes.
Molly, I asked you when you sat down why you wanted to be a teacher, and you answered that you love teaching and you love kids. That's right?
That is true.
Is that still true today?
That is still true today.
Okay. And the last thing I want to ask you is, you said that when you looked into the shooter's eyes, you did not recognize that person?
Correct.
Okay. Do you see that person anywhere in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you describe something he's wearing?
He's wearing glasses and an orange top.
May the record reflect she's identified the defendant.
So reflected.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Cross.
Mrs. Darnell, in order to become a teacher, you went to college, correct?
I did.
You had a major?
I did.
What was it?
English.
Which would make sense that you're part of the ELA program, correct?
Correct.
And did you teach English at the middle school?
I did not, no.
What did you teach at the middle school?
When years prior, when I first started teaching?
Correct.
It was one of the subjects that I taught. I had, I worked at Crossroads for Youth, which was an adjudicated youth facility, and I had all middle school boys at the time. And so it would have been more specific, like a reading or a writing course.
Okay. And in that position, you were still a teacher, correct?
Correct.
You weren't part of the counseling staff?
I was not part of the counseling staff.
As part of your education, do you have or did you have any sort of classes in childhood development?
I did have classes in, basic childhood development my sophomore year.
Now, as a teacher, you're licensed as such through the state of Michigan, correct?
I'm a licensed teacher through the state of Michigan.
And that has some things to do with why you have some experience in first aid type classes. You're required to do that as a teacher, correct?
I don't know if that's a requirement by the state of Michigan or if that's just something we're required to do, but it is part of something that we have to do. I mean, it's part of training that I've been given through professional development.
And as a teacher, you're also something called a mandatory reporter, correct?
Correct.
Can you describe a little bit about what that means?
Yeah, so if something's concerning, like a student says that she has been attacked, that is something that I would have to report.
And who do you report that to?
I would report that to, oh my gosh, who do I report that to? I would probably go down to the office and say, who do I report this to?
Maybe Child Protective Services?
I don't believe, it could be Child Protective Services, but I know I would go down to the office and ask, this is what happened and I need to report this.
So you mentioned having children and your concern for them and your role to protect them, correct?
Correct.
And you would think that would be consistent with any parent, correct?
I would think.
So, from a perspective of a parent, if you saw a child struggling with mental health issues, would you get that child some sort of treatment or support or counseling?
I would. I would.
And if that child reported delusions, hallucinations, hearing voices?
Your Honor, this is a witness that testified about being shot, and she's a victim. I don't know, I'm not sure where counsel's going, but she's not qualified as a child development expert, and I would ask that counsel refrain from asking these kinds of questions.
Your response?
Your Honor, this is a Miller hearing. There are Miller factors. One of those factors is the history, family history of Mr. Ethan Crumbley. I'm asking her from a parent perspective, not necessarily her personally, and even as a teacher, questions that get toward his family history, her knowledge of it, as well as the issues that should be raised in a Miller hearing.
It may be a Miller hearing, but this is a victim of a crime. And if she wants to call somebody to talk about those things, they have witness lists and they're going to do that. But this witness is not and should not be subject to those questions. And she's not a lawyer, and she doesn't know what the Miller factors are, unless there's some independent knowledge I don't know about.
Thank you. Let's get to the point. You can ask her specifically if she's ever interviewed your client. I think that's more appropriate, but to ask her general.
All right, thanks for joining us for CBS News Detroit at 4. I'm Terrence Friday.
And I'm Meredith Bruckner. The fate of the Oxford High School shooter is on the line as lawyers and witnesses revisited dark and violent evidence in a special hearing to decide whether the shooter is eligible for life without parole.
A Miller hearing is required for minors facing life sentences. The judge will consider a number of factors before handing down a sentence.
And let's now go inside the Oakland County Circuit Courtroom in Pontiac for the latest on the hearing.
School student for hours during the evening and nighttime hours, night after night after night, would that also be something that, as a mandatory reporter, you would bring to the office's attention?
I have never had that happen in my career. I don't know what I would do.
That would be something that would concern you enough that you would have to think about whether you would be required to report it then. Would that be fair to say?
Your Honor, she's answered the question. She said she doesn't know what she would do.
Thank you. Respectfully overruled. You may answer the question, ma'am.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. As a mandatory reporter, if you had learned that a student in an elementary school age or middle school age bracket had been left alone for hours by themselves at night and in the evening, night after night after night, would that be something that you would have to think about reporting to someone?
I would be concerned, absolutely. I don't know the circumstances specifically. I would have to hear what the circumstance, like what are the circumstances exactly that are happening for me to know whether or not I'm reporting. I don't, right, what, like, you're talking middle school, elementary age. There is what's the age limit for kids to stay home alone?
Your Honor, she said she doesn't know, please.
Sure, and she's answered the question. You may ask your next question.
That's fine. I was waiting for her to finish her response. What age group is in middle school?
Well, they start in 6th grade, right? So you're looking at 11, 12, 13.
In Oxford, is middle school 6th, 7th, and 8th grade?
That's correct.
But not 9th grade. That would be high school, correct?
Correct.
Now, do you know what the Miller factors are?
I have no idea.
Okay. Do you know Ethan?
Other than the moment that I saw him raise the gun to me, I have never seen him before.
So you've never had a conversation with him, never had him in class, even in middle school, I'm sorry?
No.
You've never seen him at lunch?
No.
Now, as you sit here today and testify on your own personal knowledge, you can't tell us anything about Ethan's family life, correct?
Do you know how hard it is to heal from something like this? I avoid everything I can to heal. This is learning about what happened is not part of my healing process.
Do you know anything about whether he's been diagnosed with
Your
a
Honor,
mental health disorder?
She has answered this question
The
at this
objection
point.
sustained. Let's move on. She's already indicated she doesn't know anything about your client. She's never met your client. She has never met him in lunch, etc., as he met him in middle school, and so she wouldn't know any or have any personal knowledge about your client. In fact, the witnesses just said she's tried to avoid everything as a part of her healing. The objection is sustained. I'm going to ask respectfully that you move on. Thank you.
Do you know what it means to be rehabilitated in the sense of the criminal justice system?
Your Honor?
I do not.
Your Honor?
And
Your
she's
Honor.
answered the question. I understand your objection.
Okay. But,
Yeah.
but for the record, it's bordering on harassment for the sake of harassment. This counsel knows full well she has no idea, and she's also visibly shaken and asked her to say, I don't know anything about it and I don't want to.
The court agrees, and that's why I'm asking counsel to move on away from this, because again, unless you're going to lay the appropriate foundation that she knows something specific about your client or that she has specific knowledge of childhood trauma, etc., that's a part of the Miller factors, she's already testified that she does not know. And so with that being said, the court is sitting as the trier of fact here, and I've been listening throughout this entire hearing, and I will note that there are some things that have been relevant to the Miller factors, there's things that have not been relevant to the Miller factors. The court will place the appropriate weight on the evidence that supports the Miller factors. And so I've been listening very patiently, but again, this witness has testified that if she doesn't know what the Miller factors are, and the court is, again, based upon her testimony, is going to conclude that she has no direct testimony as it relates to the Miller factors. And so again, counsel, respectfully, please move on. The objection is sustained.
How many years did you teach at Crossroads for Youth?
2 years.
Your Honor, that was my last question. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hopp. Any redirect?
Yes. Thank you for being so strong and for having the courage to be here. May she be excused, Your Honor.
Yes. Ma'am, you are excused. You may also leave the courthouse. Any need to have this witness called back?
None at all, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. You're all set. With that being said, the time is approximately 4:05. As I indicated to counsel off the record, we will end our hearing before 4:30 because of security building issues. With that being said, we're going to conclude for today's day, and we're going to pick up tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. With that being said, anything else from counsel this afternoon?
No, Judge. I'm sorry, you said 8:30?
8:30.
Thank you, Judge.
Understood.
Thank you. With that being said, deputies, you may take the defendant.
All right, we are hearing the latest there from that Miller hearing for the Oxford school shooter. Some intense moments playing out in the courtroom.
Yes, that's the first time we heard from a victim of the shooting. This is, of course, the educator who was injured in that incident, the only adult injured.
Yes, and she said herself how hard it is to just process all of this and try to heal from it. Just another example of the emotional toll that this has taken.
Yes, it was really impactful hearing her statement, recounting the moments of when she realized she was shot, trying to protect herself, hide in the room, and the text messages to her daughter and to her husband. This is what this is for as well, right? This is to build a case against him, to support life without parole, correct, Terry?
Correct. That's exactly what they're doing. This is someone who's a victim of this crime who is coming forth. They have a right to, you know, like an impact statement for all practical purposes. And that's what they're doing. This is how I felt. This is what was going through my mind. And that's part of everything that'll be in front of Judge Rowe so he can make the right decision.
Yeah, we saw a rather aggressive line of questioning for that
Yes.
teacher there. What are your thoughts on that?
What do you gain from it? I mean, if sometimes as a lawyer, you don't have to always ask a question, right? You're going to be aggressive with the first victim on the scene that tells you what she went through. I understand you're trying to get certain things out of this particular witness, but she's not the correct witness. And I don't like knocking attorneys because it's kind of hard when you're on your feet, but you have to have some empathy for everybody in the room as well, right? Not just people on your side, it's everybody, right? You have to think about it all, and I know I'm going to catch flack for that, but I don't care. The last homicide trial I did, I still talked to the victim's mother, and that was a not guilty. Do you understand? That's sometimes what the job means.
And I know sometimes, speaking of the job, people don't always understand the nature of what attorneys have to do. For some people, it might feel like, how are you defending this kid? You know, but that's how the legal system works.
Everybody deserves a defense, and I believe Lillian said earlier, we still have a constitution in place. I agree with that. And, you know, if there was no due process, imagine where we would be. I mean, right now, as I've said before, I'll say later today and tomorrow and probably next week, we're not here about his innocence or guilt. This is the due process that we are here for. The due process question that we are asking among ourselves, or I should say among the court, is how much time is he going to get? That's all this is about. And there's a process for that. The United States Supreme Court came forth back in 2012 and Miller v. Alabama and said you have to have a process, and that's what we're doing.
All right, and as we continue watching that process, we are bringing you that coverage as it's happening live. We've actually been streaming for you throughout the day and bringing you those updates. We're going to continue this conversation and also more of this newscast. You're watching CBS News Detroit at 4. We'll be right back after this.